The Main Gate, an Elise Marquette adventure by Yvonne Chorlin and read by the author. Copyright 2025, all rights reserved. Chapter 1. I had no more stepped out of the bathroom stall, my suitcase twisting awkwardly behind me, when my phone beeped. Stupid me. I had turned off airplane mode when the plane landed, thinking someone would be calling me about the interview. Instead, I saw a message from Theo. There was no text, only an attachment, because a civil, kind word from my eldest brother would be too much. Normal Elise would have called him and ripped him a new asshole, because I could. The new Elise wanted to hide in the airport bathroom, curl up in a ball in the handicap stall, and call it a day. Neither was an option. I was on my way to a job interview. I'd walked into the arrivals area of the Denver, Colorado airport thinking I'd have to call a cab. A man who could have been on the cover of GQ held up a sign which read, Dr. Marquette. Holy Hannah! Never had a gray t-shirt and navy cargo pants looked so good. His name was Nathan Ferrer and would be my immediate supervisor should I land this job. He was waiting for me while I hid in the bathroom, or was thinking about hiding in it. My mother's funeral was yesterday. She died a week ago. And it was about bloody time, too. I barely remember applying for this job. Larry, my former boss at Physicians for Human Rights, sent me the job posting, and his recommendation was good enough for me. Staying at my mother's hospice bedside during her last months had made my days run into each other. Things that I had thought happened days ago had actually happened weeks previous. Marian said on Sunday she needed help with her school project. I said when my elder brother Sebastian visited Mother one day. I was in my usual chair opposite Mother's bed. On a notepad I'd bought at the gift store, I was jotting down everything I'd ever learned about Çatalhöyük, an archaeological site in Turkey, so I could help my niece with her project. Sebi gave me a weird look from underneath a mop of chestnut hair. He needed a haircut. Marian hasn't been at a family dinner in 3 weeks, he said. Her project was due last week. She got an A-. Theo and Ashley took her out to the theater to celebrate. Remember? I'd pushed the job interview date back twice, much like I'd pushed Tel Aviv University, saying I needed more time before I could return to my job as an archaeological field instructor. But the field season didn't wait for anyone. After 3 years on contract, they'd let me go. I couldn't let that happen to this job interview. So I booked it for the day after the funeral. Today. The job was for a cultural liaison with the United Free Agents. An internet search found that they were a subsidiary of a U.S. company that had supplied drones and other specialty aircraft to the Allies during the Chino-Russian War of 2012 to 14, and likely made a tidy profit from killing others. Their possibly immoral history stirred some reservations in me. However, there was nothing left for me in Tel Aviv, and I couldn't go back to Calgary. There was too much history in Calgary. Too much history and too many memories. Cultural liaison definitely fit with the wheelhouse of anthropology, and I was an anthropologist, technically. While I'd spent the majority of my life either in archaeology, digging for other people's garbage, or in biological anthropology, looking for or putting dead bodies back together, it was all housed under the big academic umbrella of the anthropology discipline. If they were looking for someone with more experience with the living, then I'd regale them with stories of pissed-off landowners, obstinate industry clients, migraine-inducing military bureaucracy, and grieving next of kin. I had it all and was likely overqualified, with pending memory issues. The nightmares had also returned. Thankfully, not the nightmare that had driven me to extend my mandatory post-war therapy, but all the others were back. It had been 5 years since the war ended, and that wasn't enough time for the nightmares and memories to fade. And to add a layer of icing to my cake of chaos, men were a plague on my brain. I couldn't concentrate. Men and sex on my brain all the time. Hot, steamy, lustful sex. It was a complete change in character, and I didn't know what to do with myself. Yeah, I was a mess. This was no time to be interviewing for a job, especially with the beautiful man waiting outside the bathroom. "Nathan Ferrer," he had said and grinned when I'd stepped up to him and introduced myself. His lips slid to the left, creating a dimple in his cheek. Green eyes peered through dark lashes and over freckled cheeks and nose. "We emailed a bit to sort out logistics for the job interview." He was the one I'd pushed off. Twice. With hints of gray in his short strawberry blonde hair, he had a gravitas about him that had me thinking about those character actors from the 1940s noir movies. I willed my tongue to form words. "Right." I took his outstretched hand. His handshake was firm without being constrictive, and he held eye contact. Very old school while also being egalitarian. It wasn't just his handsome face or solid build. It wasn't his old school ways. It was that he looked at me. Really looked. And that look shook me to my core. I didn't like it one bit. There was no room in my work world for romance or men or sex. Sure, I recognized a strong body, a beautiful face. I was a biological anthropologist at heart, and it was difficult for me to not analyze the morphology of the human form. But more than that, my gut said Nathan was the full package. Good looks, intelligence, and, the real kicker, empathy. I wouldn't be able to hide from him. He would see everything, and I couldn't afford that. Looking back at me in the bathroom mirror, I saw a 40-something woman who, at this moment, looked a bit worse for wear. Rings under my tired denim blue eyes, gray hairs sprinkled my crown of red hair. My pale skin was more sallow than a healthy cream. Parentheses bracketed my mouth even when I didn't smile. My eyes and forehead had wrinkles that no longer disappeared when my face relaxed. In short, I looked like death warmed over. I needed to bury myself in some fieldwork, preferably someplace warm and sunny, and forget about the world. But my knees ached just thinking about being a shovel bum on a field crew. I was getting too old to be digging. This job promised an escape from fieldwork, Calgary, and my family. Rule number 2 of archaeology, Marquette, I reminded myself. Don't get involved with anyone on the crew. I tucked errant hairs back into my ponytail and straightened the pale blue button-up shirt I'd bought specifically for this interview. Time to land this job and move on with my life. Nathan was driving a black Humvee that looked like it should have been with a SWAT or military unit. Extra grille and rack with off-market lighting and rugged tires. Tinted windows and so much room inside I could run laps. And AC. Thank God, AC. It was only the end of April, and I was already sweating buckets. My pale blue shirt was likely showing wet spots. We had a 50-minute drive to the United Free Agents offices west of Denver, and I needed to keep my wits about me. Sitting so close to Nathan was doing nothing for my concentration. The scents of laundry soap, a hint of sandalwood, and something else lingered from his direction. Being sequestered in a vehicle for nearly an hour would be hard on my raging hormones and monkey brain. The vague job description in the posting was a good place to start. I'd appreciate the non-website version of who UFA is, I said as we pulled out of the parking lot. Constellation Engineering, UFA's mother company, had started as a group of enterprising young engineers who developed aircraft capable of high altitude and long-range flight. I raised my eyebrows at this. Like the rest of the world, I'd heard how drones and aircraft had been developed to fly round-trip to China from the US. The drones were preferred because they could fly above the altitude of fighter jets and didn't need to contend with human necessities. Okay, but what's that got to do with liaising with other cultures? I asked. That smirk with its dimple reappeared. You've heard of the main gate? Who hasn't? A Chinese probe launched before the war found it. It's located near Jupiter's orbit and is suggested to be a wormhole of sorts. The scientific community and alien conspiracy theorists went nuts over it when the Nature article was published a few years ago. As I spoke, my mind whirred, putting pieces together. Wait a second, I couldn't help blurting. Is UFA a space exploration company and you're putting together a first contact team? Nathan looked at me out of the corner of his eye. With one hand on the wheel, he flipped open the truck's console between us and pulled out an inch-thick folder. He let the console lid slam shut and held out the folder to me. This is UFA's standard NDA. You need to sign this before I can tell you anything more. Wow. It hands down beat any non-disclosure agreement I'd ever seen. I pointed to a timely "Rest Stop Ahead" sign. Pull over. I can't read in a moving vehicle. Nathan did a double take. I want to read this before I sign it, and I'll sign because I want to hear about the main gate. 20 minutes, a stop at a rest area, and a fresca later, I asked Nathan for a pen and today's date. April 22nd, 2019 would be a date that would change my life. Good thing I had no spouse, loathed my family, and all my friends were out of country. According to the NDA, I'd never be able to say anything to anyone, ever. Nathan took the folder, signed as witness, and replaced it inside the console. An NDA before the interview? This better be good, I said. Nathan pulled the Humvee back onto the highway and resumed our journey into the Rocky Mountains. Some of what I tell you might sound familiar. Some might have been bent to hide the truth. And some was classified before the war but has since been declassified. Before the war, China had a military research installation in Qinghai. That's near Tibet, right? Right. They were looking at propulsion technology. Something about fusion and clean energy. Instead, they discovered a new way to generate extreme amounts of energy. Like extreme. Kind of like nuclear energy, but smaller and cleaner. Did you hear about the weapons testing that Russia accused China of just before the war in July 2011? My mind tripped back to 2011. Tel Aviv University. In July, I was in the desert of Israel. I might have heard something when I got back from the archaeological field school. Fair enough. That weapons testing, he made air quotes with his index fingers, was actually a rocket test using that new energy source. The Chinese destroyed it mid-flight so it wouldn't fall into Russian hands. Their next rocket used the first Wu Jing engine and it launched a probe into space just before Russia invaded China. That probe discovered the main gate. 4 days after it was launched. Nathan said the last bit slowly, then paused, waiting for me to catch on. How long would it normally take for a probe or spaceship like the space shuttle to travel to Jupiter? A couple of years. Years? Star Trek made space travel look so easy and so quick. Yep, years. And the probe did it in 4 days. I sat contemplating all this when Nathan continued. You may remember that Russia started the war pretty strong. I nodded. Russia had invaded through the northern border of China and Mongolia and had decimated much of western China before the rest of the world knew what was going on. They first hit Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center in Inner Mongolia, thinking the rocket was there. It wasn't. Then they turned south and aimed for the military research facility in Qinghai. China was pretty desperate for help and offered allies access to the Wujing engine if they fought against Russia. The U.S. was an ally, so Constellation Engineering got access, I pieced together. Constellation wasn't the only company, but yes, that's correct. While the Wujing engine may have started the war, it certainly helped end it. Okay, but what about the main gate? What did the probe find? There's a bit of speculation about if the main gate was already there and the Wujing engine triggered it into making itself visible, or what. We don't know. What we do know is that the Wujing engine has made many things possible, like escaping Earth's gravity and traveling to the main gate, both of which takes loads of energy. Thanks to the Wujing engine, now both are fairly easy, albeit expensive. And the main gate has made contact with extraterrestrials possible. The invention of the Wujing engine had changed everything, both during the war and after. Reliance on traditional energy sources like petroleum, water, and solar power were fading. I grew up in a world of combustion engines and climate change. I was now living in the space age and hadn't even known it. This is what archaeological fieldwork did to a person. Wait, go back, I said, still processing this new information. Was that the real reason for the war? Russia caught on about Chinese space travel and was either jealous or wanted in? Nathan shook his head. That was a little above my pay grade back then. Back then? You were in the war? I was a Marine and did a tour in China. You likely knew more than I did. I was in a warehouse looking at dead bodies all day. Or pieces of them. I grew to like the hum of the refrigeration units and jets flying over because I couldn't hear families crying. People were killing each other, and I still don't know why. Nathan paused. Maybe he was thinking about what I'd said. Maybe he was remembering his own experiences during the war. Maybe he was weighing whether or not to tell me. Maybe I'd poked where I shouldn't have poked. I was starting to wonder if Nathan was regretting getting into a vehicle with me when he spoke. According to military information, Russia had been conducting surveillance on China for at least 5 years and had been suspicious of China encroaching through Mongolia and into Russia, searching for rare minerals and other resources. It seems that Russia had been launching military incursions into Central Asia for a few years before the war to counterbalance their suspected Chinese expansion. There was quite a bit of tension in the 5 to 7 years leading up to the war. That rocket explosion over Western China was just the spark that lit everything up. I leaned back into my seat and processed that. Russia had been pissed at China for years before the war. The things you don't know about someone. Thanks. How much of that was classified? It was restricted, not classified. That NDA threatened life and limb, but didn't include anything about restricted information. Nathan grinned. The NDA is for UFA's intellectual property. The Wujing engine is patented. China is making a fortune off licensing. The owners of Constellation reverse-engineered the engine and created their own version, the Hyperion Drive, as well as a few other things based on that energy source. They created UFA to hold the patent of the Hyperion. They also want UFA to become a contract specialist organization for First Contact. First Contact. I was right. I sat numbly in my seat. Holy fuck. I had no snappy comeback, no immediate questions bubbling. My mind was spinning with the possibilities and all the what-ifs. Then I had a flashback to my days as a cultural resource management archaeologist, back when the petroleum industry was viable and very profitable. I could still hear the sound of a shotgun shell sliding into a barrel as one farmer explained the benefits of staying off his land to me. The only time I got close to violence was when a landowner didn't want an oil company drilling on their land. Is this going to be a peaceful first contact thing like Star Trek or slash and grab like Avatar? Because I'm not keen on perpetuating colonialism and the whole conqueror and conquered mindset. Nathan nodded and flipped his turn signal on to pass a slow-moving truck on the highway. Understood. Long-lasting and fruitful relationships don't start with violence and lies. UFA is aiming to perform first contact to develop relationships based on trust and peaceful coexistence. Our success determines our clients' success. But we do work for clients who have objectives that include profit margins. UFA is merely the starting point. What happens once the client steps in is out of our hands. Shit, I would not land this job. 30 minutes into this conversation, and I knew this trip was a loss. I work mostly with the dead. Yes. It wasn't a question because he said nothing more. I'm not great with the living. You're doing pretty well right now. Does the radio work? I asked, and Nathan took the hint. An oldies radio station played Don't Worry Baby by the Everly Brothers as I took in the Colorado landscape and wondered what I'd got myself into. The United Free Agents had a large complex in the Rocky Mountains. After a security check at a gate and passing through chain-link fencing topped with razor wire, we drove around a bend and into a parking lot facing a massive concrete and windowed structure that seemed to emerge from a mountain face. The edgy architecture looked more suited to Silicon Valley, and I couldn't tell how much the building was inside the mountain, maybe even beneath it. Nathan came around the vehicle with my carry-on. The owners wanted to refurbish a decommissioned missile silo, but settled on this instead, he said as I contemplated the building. That would have been cool, I forced myself to say because my mind was diving deep into some serious processing time. My mind on new information was like a snake on food. I'd gorge myself, then curl up, alone, and digest for days. This was when my introverted nature reared its head. Adhering to more extroverted societal customs went out the window, and I'd respond only in monosyllabic words, if at all. This wouldn't be a good way to present during a job interview. Come on, Marquette. Focus, I said to myself. Get through the day, and then you can contemplate the universe. More security inside a shining lobby lit by natural light coming through 2-story windows. I was issued a guest pass, then Nathan escorted me upstairs to a conference room that overlooked the lobby. He knocked, let me in, and said, "She signed the NDA," then left to pursue other more interesting activities. I really wanted to watch him walk away, but that would have been rude to the 2 men standing across from me. Dr. Marquette! The shorter of the 2 men held out his hand to me across the conference table. I'm Fred Tucker, one of the owners of UFA. We figured one of us should be at the interview for the new crew, and I drew the short straw. His smile wavered, only understanding the slight after it left his mouth. Sorry. He held the hand I'd just shaken, hazel eyes wide behind round glasses. I'm more comfortable with a computer than I am with people. No worries, I said, smiling in what I hoped was a disarming manner. I can understand that. The other person in the room, a distinguished man wearing a pinstripe suit and who I guessed to be about 40 years old, was the director of operations, Derek Harrington. His darker skin and salted, thick black hair made me wonder if his ancestry was Bangladeshi. Then he opened his mouth and a posh London accent came out. A smile erupted inside me as I marveled at globalization and the diversity of our species. We finished the interview in record time. Really, it had just been Tucker giving me a sales pitch and a "can't wait to have you on board" spiel. I couldn't get a word in edgewise. In fact, I suspected I'd already completed the real interview in the truck with Nathan. So much for all those behavioral questions I'd prepared answers to. However, The bonus was that Tucker had knocked me out of my introverted information overload. He was a kindred spirit, someone else who didn't get on with people and preferred his own environment. Tucker departed with a smile and a wave and left me with Director Derek, who was a bit more reserved than his boss. I looked at Director Derek in his pinstripe blue suit and maroon tie and asked, "What kind of hours would I be looking at?" I was sucking as much as possible out of this experience until I was kicked to the curb or in an information coma. Director Derek adjusted his dark frame glasses. "Hopefully not too many days away. We try to get our people back for the weekends." I waited for the joke. Director Derek didn't seem like the type to joke. He wore a pinstripe suit, for Pete's sakes. That's bullshit. A small smirk darted across his face. "No, that's true. We pride ourselves on taking care of our employees and ensuring they stick around for a long time." "But the main gate is near Jupiter's orbit. Nathan said that UFA has developed its own Wuxing engine, but how does that shave years off a trip to Jupiter?" "The details are more Mr. Tucker's department or someone from astrophysics. But suffice to say, it is possible. We aim to make it a regular occurrence, and it is safe. Very safe." I stared at Director Derek in disbelief. I waited for the smile, the blink, the shake of a rumble of uncontainable laughter. None of that happened. These had to be famous last words. I'd heard these kinds of words before regarding safety, regarding schedules, and I'd always felt a kind of foreboding. But that weird sense of impending disaster wasn't there. "What you're describing is basically time travel." Derek's head bobbed as he thought about this. "I guess in a sense, yes, but only in the context of space travel. There wouldn't be time or space to do it any other way. Ha!" He finished, delighted with himself. That really shut me up. Now my mind was reeling, conjuring all the permutations of what could happen, good and bad, forwards and backwards, with whom, for what purposes, the consequences thereof. Dr. Marquette. I bounced out of my head, my eyes snapping back to his. "Would you like to see?" What would I be seeing exactly?" "Our ship. You have signed the NDA." Okay." I was still processing, and he was offering to give me more information. More information. I avoided academic conferences because of this. After one day, my brain was overloaded from a mere 6 hours of presentations. The new information, the peopling, the fluorescent lights and the smells, and yeah, it was a lot of sensory input for me, and I was feeling the same way now. I wasn't sure I'd be able to function for a few days after all this, but how can someone turn down an opportunity to actually see and touch a time machine? He motioned for me to follow him, and we left the interview room. I heard him say something into a small device. Down the elevator, through a hallway, then through a set of double doors that required him to swipe his pass. On the other side was a wide hallway and Nathan Ferrer. "Please take Dr. Marquette to the hangar. She'd like to see the jumper," Director Derek said, then turned to me. "It's been a pleasure. I sincerely hope UFA will be your future." He shook my hand, his eyes twinkling, then left back through the double doors. I had an overdeveloped bullshit detector, thanks to my dysfunctional family and working for organizations that love taking advantage of their employees. Lies, unintentional dishonesty, manipulation, and my gut would clench. Words would spout out of my mouth, or I'd find my body doing something other than what my mind was thinking. It is a primal response that saved me more times than I could count. Nothing here was registering on my detector. Everyone was being so nice, honest, forthcoming. It was weird. I must have stood staring after Director Derek for longer than necessary. "Come on, Doc. We'll go for a walk." I walked beside Nathan down a hallway. Everyone we passed wore the same gray t-shirt and navy cargo pants as Nathan. It seemed to be the company brand. We continued past normal people. I didn't know if I was expecting to see aliens in the halls. "Did Tucker talk your ear off?" Nathan attempted conversation. "Yeah, a bit. He was nice, though." I could feel Nathan's gaze on me as I looked at people in the halls, tried to guess at what lay behind closed doors and how far into the mountain we traveled. He seemed to gather that I wasn't up to talking just then, so walked in silence the rest of the trip. At the end of what had been a curved hallway, a set of double doors opened automatically, and we walked through. The hallway suddenly seemed confining as we entered a hangar, with the ceiling stretching far above. Painted lines on the glossy concrete floor denoted areas unknown to me. Toolboxes, trolleys, and other equipment were near the back of the hangar, where several windows looked into an office space. 2 men were inside, talking animatedly. An aircraft, or spacecraft, was on the floor in the middle of the hangar. I tried to reconcile this machine with the implication Derek had made. Space travel was essentially time travel. This was a time machine. The craft parked in the middle of the hangar floor was undergoing repairs, with a handful of people tinkering underneath, wires hanging, and more toolboxes situated nearby. It looked like an old Harrier aircraft crossed with a Firefly-class spaceship. Every science fiction movie and TV show I'd ever seen was sitting in front of me. If I could have shaken my head knowing it would help everything fall into place in my mind, I would have done it good and hard. Instead, I just wanted a stiff drink, chocolate, and a corner within which to huddle and sort through this all. To Nathan's credit, he remained quiet and let me take it all in. "It looks so," I tried. Nathan turned with raised eyebrows. "Futuristic? Foreboding? Normal?" "Ah," and I could sense his disappointment. "Well, I suppose it depends on your version of normal." I grew up on science fiction and the Challenger explosion in 1986. "You were expecting the Enterprise." "Well," Nathan grinned, then stepped towards the machine, craft, ship thing. "Come on and see the inside." It was no quantum leap to think that he was still aiming to impress, floor, or otherwise knock my socks off. I don't know why. I was just an anthropologist looking for a job. Then it hit me. This was the Golden Tour. I knew the routine of a Golden Tour. I'd given it a few times myself while at Tel Aviv University. The Golden Tour was reserved for those upon whom you were staking the future of the field school, the department, or even the faculty. The university usually gave it to potential big donors or others who could bring in prestige, recognition, or money. Usually my nose was so brown and my tongue so sticky with sugar after a Golden Tour, I couldn't stand myself for 2 weeks afterwards. Long before having a career, I'd learned the tactics of manipulation from Mother and my eldest brother, Theo. Most of the time, I refused to use these skills. However, I could use the skills when necessary, and during a Golden Tour, I went all out. Golden Tours could last for days, with meals going on for hours, and bills launching a faculty into the deep red. They were always a risk, but they usually panned out. Would a prospective donor know they were being manipulated, wined and dined to be later taken for all they were worth? Probably, but they liked it. And they were just as likely to be using their own manipulation and negotiation tactics on us. Now, for the first time in my life, I was being given a Golden Tour. Did I like it? Meh. At least I knew I was on a Golden Tour. I would be fed well. Did I intend to let myself be led down a merry path towards the slaughter door? Not on your life. Sure, I said to Nathan and gave my shrug an air of having nothing better to do at all at the moment, just because I could, and to see how he'd react. Nathan seemed not to care. Maybe he'd given the Golden Tour a few times too. Were you chosen to pick me up from the airport because you're invested in whoever's hired? Or because you could charm a teenage girl away from the cosmetics counter during a 50% off sale? A laugh burst out of him. Then he stopped and looked at me from the corner of his eye. I'm invested, he said, as if taking me into his confidence. However, I did once lure a girl into the bushes with me. Louisa May. We were in junior high. It was my turn to laugh. I didn't really want to because it would show he was getting to me. Again, I waited for my gut to ring an alarm that there was something dangerous lurking. But my gut was silent. Nathan was everything he appeared to be. I wasn't thrilled when she started seeing Tommy Johnson behind my back, though. But seriously, we need an anthropologist, he said, as if reading my mind. I worked with one when I was in the Marines, and they helped us become better at reading and responding to cultures we worked with, also within our ranks. Hiring an anthropologist was your idea? Yep, although I wasn't alone in the idea. I wanted to hire a woman, however, in that, I was alone. I looked at him sideways. We need diversity. A diverse group leads to increased creative capability and the ability to interact in innovative ways with other groups. If we can't accept internal variation in our own thoughts, how can we accept them with others? So just combine the anthropologist with a new female team member and you'll kill two birds. Well, I really hope no one gets killed, but yeah. I couldn't believe that space and time travel had been achieved, but human beings were still grappling with diversity and inclusion in the workplace. Yeah, I don't know how we'd survive this long either. Frankly, I'm thinking we should run into some aliens who will demand we demonstrate that we've earned the right to venture beyond our own planet. Tollgate aliens. Yeah. Two men came out of the office. Both were wearing the standard issue gray t-shirt and navy cargo pants, but one had accessorized with a gaudy orange Hawaiian shirt. Hey, Nathan, the one in the Hawaiian shirt said. He also looked like he'd stepped out of a Bollywood movie with that wide, bright smile, full lips, and hooked nose. What's up? Dr. Elise Marquette. Nathan gestured to the Bollywood star in a Hawaiian shirt. This is Tony Kirkshaw, pilot and mechanic. I shook his hand and his smile widened. And this is Will Lansbridge, who is our computer expert. Will Lansbridge was a tall, lanky sort with pasty skin, making me think he'd been living in his mother's basement until recently. We shook hands, and his was cool and clammy. I'm giving Dr. Marquette the tour and hoping to impress her enough to join us. Can we go inside the ship? Nathan asked. Yeah, sure, Tony said. We ripped out the second hard drive because it wasn't backing up properly. A door on the side of the fuselage was open with a collapsible step ladder in position. Nathan stepped up first and led me inside. There aren't too many people like you, Dr. Marquette. Oh? Do tell, Mr. Ferrer. He chuckled. A metallic tang hit my senses as soon as my feet touched the floor of the ship. Everything was metal. Could I live in a metal box for the rest of my days? It's your diverse background, your adaptability, Nathan continued as he led me through the ship. It was bare bones, outfitted, I guessed, for quick missions. Benches lined the walls with weapons and equipment locked into holders near the front. Nathan chatted away as we walked down a hallway up to the cockpit, past a set of horizontal doors stacked on either side of us. There aren't too many female anthropologists who work in the lab, in the field, work with the living and the dead, and aren't afraid of taking up arms to defend herself. I was wondering if that was going to come up. Nathan motioned for me to have a seat in the cockpit. I sat and said, "So, was it my vagina or the killing of a Chinese soldier that got me the interview at UFA?" To his credit, Nathan managed to put his butt in the other seat and nod onto the floor. It was a close call, though. "Look, okay, I'll level with you." "Please do." I leaned back and had a look around me. "I've had experience with economists, political scientists, and psychologists trying to navigate cultural challenges. UFA has some of these people on staff. They're not the same as anthropologists." His words had an edge, like he had had to make this justification before and had come up against some opposition. I flicked a switch, then toggled it back just to see if it or he would do anything. "So you want a female anthropologist to add to your collection?" Nathan reached out but didn't quite touch my hand. "That's for the engines. I recommend not switching it on unless you want to kill the technicians outside and make me give death notices to a bunch of families." I pulled my hand back. "No, maybe I misspoke." Nathan tried again. He twisted in his seat to sit crossways and look at me. "Economists, political scientists, and psychologists aren't trained anthropologists. They don't specialize in cultures, what they are, how to interpret them, how to interact with them. I've seen them fuck up sensitive situations because they can't see from the other culture's perspective. We need to understand cultures so we can talk and build a relationship. We need someone who can cross that cultural divide so we can actually do business." "How do you know so much about anthropology?" That familiar smirk appeared. "Bachelor in sociology with a minor in anthropology before I enlisted." I raised my eyebrows. That was unexpected. "So I'd be the first?" "If you accept the position." I waved a hand towards the back of the ship. "Would we live here?" "No." He looked back at the ship with a touch of pride. "This is our jumper. It's meant only for short trips, flying from the main ship to our destination." "Where's the main ship?" "In orbit," he said and rose. "Come on, time for lunch." 2 hours later, I sat on a bench in the late afternoon sun just outside the mountain headquarters of the United Free Agents, my mind reeling. I had to get out of the enclosed space. I needed to see the sky, smell unfiltered air. If I accepted this job, I'd likely never want for money again. I still had $30,000 owing to Theo for schooling and travel. I'd long ago resigned myself to forever being in debt to my brother. Accepting this job also included a one-time $30,000 signing bonus. Very fortuitous, I know. However, I'd be in space, in a tin can. No grass, trees, or birds. The pine cones stirred under my toe as I swung my shoe back and forth in the loamy soil of the Colorado environs. I inhaled the scent of soil and pine and thought of all those times I'd been out in the bush as a consulting archaeologist and taking it all for granted. I'd rushed through projects, not wanting to be there. Anywhere but there. I'd grown to resent that time in the forest. It was a means to an end. I needed to get in, do the job, and get out. All I ever wanted was just to have the day over with. I had never been happy in the now. The now had sucked pretty bad. The PhD journey hadn't been too bad, but it had been over too quickly to fully savor. The war had also been in the middle of it. I had completed my comprehensive exam in the spring, was supervising my second season of field school, and was just about to begin my third year when the war officially started. I had been in the right place at the right time for recruitment into Physicians for Human Rights and to be knee-deep in dead people. For a biological anthropologist, which is what I really was with only a side of archaeology, it was a dream come true. I used to have dreams of working with PHR, digging up mass graves and helping to identify victims of war crimes. The reality was far from the dream. PHR had been a now that lasted a year. And I can say with solid certainty that it had been a now I couldn't leave fast enough. It was a now that rose up every once and again, waking suddenly from a dream I couldn't remember, a shout across the market that had me ducking, children running across the pavement. The past seemed to call out across time, like fingers brushing over my soul. The sound of gunfire pounding through my body, ear-splitting missile shrieks, the eerie silence just before a missile struck, then the screams and carnage after. It had been a full sensory overload with no relief. 5 years wasn't enough time to put behind me something that big, that horrific, and that intense. You'll have to normalize the war as part of you, my therapist, Dr. Robassi, said during my first of 6 sessions of mandatory therapy. No one can survive that and not have PTSD. The problem was I didn't want it to be part of me. I wanted to remove that time surgically from my life. Consulting archaeology had nothing on victim identification in a war zone. The metal all around me on the jumper ship had reminded me of the war. In the hangar, I could feel the war looming. Even after all the therapy, I could feel myself tense and ready for a sensory assault I could not avoid. But it didn't come. I'd be a rocket man in Elton John's song, working by day in space, home for the weekends, if everything went according to plan. It really was time travel to travel light years and be back for the weekend. I could pay off my debt to Theo. I could finally make some money and start saving. The day I could no longer work was coming up quickly. Retirement would be welcome, but not if I was poor and homeless. I was reminded of this every time I went into the field. My back hurt, my knees ached. I was sore at the end of the day. My walk up and down excavation trenches was getting slower every year. I was only 43, but the mornings I felt closer to 80 was becoming more frequent. I could also finally get away from the incessant meddling of my family. Although, to be honest, that had died down a bit with Mother now gone. The question was if I wanted this now. I wonder if Dr. Rabassi would be open to weekend online appointments. Always a glutton, I called my brother Sebastian. I have a job offer.
Awesome.
Sebi was in a good mood today. Sebastian was the middle child and often played the buffer between me and Theo. I looked at the time. It was nearing 3 p.m., but he'd taken time off work to clear out our mother's place.
What's it for? Or should I say, where's it for?
Shit, I knew this was a bad idea. I'm in Colorado. It's a cultural liaison position.
Well, Colorado isn't far. Same time zone, at least.
I will be gone for long periods of time. Out of contact.
Oh? Even satellite phone?
Yeah.
How about email?
I don't know. Maybe infrequent? I rubbed a hand over my face because I knew I was going to take the job and was already regretting it.
Oh, okay.
Seb and I were close, or had been at one point. I'd been his major support system through a divorce. Now it often felt like I was just an anonymous ear on the other end of the phone. How's the sorting going? I asked.
Slow but sure. Hey, I found a box of your old books. Do you want me to save it?
Yeah, maybe save it. I don't know when I'll be home next. Christmas, maybe. It'd been a long time since I'd said that. Since my archaeology days. What else are you finding? Sebi breathed deeply.
Well, there was still a lot of dad stuff in the basement.
Oh, really? Like what?
Fishing gear, golf clubs, a poker table. A box of photos. They were mostly of you when you were little. I'm guessing from when you and Dad took off on all those weekends.
In a blink, I was back at the cabin, with Dad setting up the camera on a log and waving me to move over a touch more to the left. Our ATVs were behind me with a stand of white spruce providing a backdrop. He set the timer on the camera, then rushed over to grab me into a half hug as the camera's shutter snapped. We were gushing with joy, and only an overexposed picture from the 1980s could begin to capture what we'd felt. I'd love to see some of those. Snap me some shots if you have a chance. We chatted a bit more, never saying all that much. It felt as if we both knew this would be the last time in a long time that we'd be able to talk, and we didn't want to wreck it with deep philosophical pondering or family business. I finally signed off and took a deep breath of my freedom among the Colorado pines amidst the Rocky Mountains, then walked back to the security guards and the lobby of the UFA building. Chapter 2. UFA invited me to the Colorado site for my second interview 2 weeks later. They'd flown me out from Calgary and put me up in a very nice hotel. This time, I rented a car and did a bit of touring around Denver. When Nathan Ferrer strode through the UFA lobby, I couldn't help it. I raised an eyebrow. That dimpled grin appeared again. I knew you'd be back. That neighbor girl hadn't had a chance with this devil. Maybe I didn't either. UFA assured me that getting a visa wouldn't be an issue, even though I'd worked in the Middle East for 3 years and completed a PhD there. I spent the time waiting for the visa by flying across the Atlantic, trying to sort out my life in Tel Aviv. It almost felt like I was putting my affairs in order before I stuck a syringe into my arm and left to meet St. Peter at the pearly gates. I flew to Tel Aviv to sell, give away, or ship my worldly possessions to an address UFA had given me. My former department head, Charlie Burton, met up with me. The regret was visible on his face. I tried not to let it get to me. I was moving on to bigger and better things. Tel Aviv University was in the past. Charlie did me a solid and we drove out to the site. The field school was in full swing. I got to say goodbye to all the field personnel I'd worked with. It was a balm to walk through the field lab, a set of tables under large sheets of canvas, and see what they'd already recovered. It was mostly pottery sherds, a few coins, and some tiles from a mosaic. No human remains, though. I wouldn't be missing much. True to their word, UFA called the day before I left Tel Aviv to say my visa had come through. This company had some serious connections. I did a layover in Calgary to give everyone a hug and pay off Theo. This had to be done in person because I knew I'd not be able to live with myself without seeing Theo's face when I paid him. And yes, it was so worth it. I'll die a happy woman, regardless of where that may be. UFA had anticipated inquisitive family members and crafted for me a job description for a cultural liaison to a company doing post-war cultural work in China. I'd be unavailable for stretches of time and unable to talk about my job. My family accepted the cover story without a blink. Maybe that said more about me and my career choices than anything about my family. I revised my will and power of attorney, at the recommendation of UFA, and did the mountain of paperwork for taxes, off-world work, who knew there was such a thing, and several more non-disclosure agreements, waivers, and general contracts. 4 doctors examined every inch of me, and a few machines looked over those parts that weren't readily visible. I was declared fit, even though I knew that wasn't entirely true. All that mattered was that it was true enough for UFA. I was issued clothing, living quarters for my training period, an office, and ID, both in plastic card form and in chip form. In case the only thing left of you is a pile of ash and bone, the doctor said as he leaned towards me with the needle the size of the CN Tower. That's comforting and not something that came up in any of the interviews. I glared at Nathan as he leaned on the door jamb. Just a precaution, he said. The needle went in at the top of my sternum, just between the skin and the bone. The doctor had a steady hand. I yelped anyway, just because I could. I rubbed my chest, milking it and attempting to elicit a bit of guilt from Nathan. He just shoved off the door jamb and thumbed through his device. The only thing better than the Golden Tour was the Reality Tour. It's something only given to those who sign their lives and their firstborns away and have accepted the version of truth given on the Golden Tour. The actual truth was revealed during the Reality Tour. Nathan handed me a small box. This is yours. If you lose it or break it, you pay for repairs or replacement. I opened the box to find a new palm inside. A palm, as in BlackBerry? UFA bought BlackBerry 2 years ago. These are not the palms you may be familiar with. These are the only devices that work inside UFA facilities and on the ships. They are networked together and only need to be charged every 6 to 8 months. This is your communication device. Voice, email, text, you name it, it all goes through these. I powered mine up to find it was fully charged. Damn, where were these when I was doing archaeological fieldwork? I've already sent you a schedule for your next month. Training, mostly. What kind of training? Isn't that what the extensive tour was for? That was just to show you the car and kick the tires. You'll need training before we can let you drive. Training was a bit on the intense side of things. First, I had training in working at UFA. Within the first few days, I knew where every oxygen mask, face mask, fire extinguisher, and EVA suit was on and off ship. Through this, I also found all the secured labs, or rather, all the locked doors, which I assumed kept me away from the secrets of UFA. Every color of the rainbow was represented on their emergency alerts. I excavated my undergrad days of studying for biology and genetics and drew up color-coded flashcards to help me memorize everything. Then I had training about working on Earth. UFA had a shared drive site full of policies and procedures, many of which wasn't theirs. Governments from around the world were catching up to interplanetary travel because China and a handful of corporations were already pushing legislative limits with their findings and use of the main gate. For those that were on the ball, their legislation and policies on alien contact and interaction were loaded into the UFA shared drive. Even the UN had a brief on alien contact. Yours truly needed to read it all. Then I had training about working off-world. I learned what no gravity does to a body, how long it takes to die without oxygen, and what my eyeballs would look like without air pressure. The standard first aid certification I had for the Tel Aviv Archaeological Field School was nothing compared to what I'd need for space travel. Apparently, Nathan was stretching the truth when he'd said that UFA tried to avoid violence. I was to be versed in all sorts of weapons, from guns to knives and tasers. They even intended me to do hand-to-hand combat training weekly once I got the basics. Oh, if only I had a shovel in my hand, I thought as the instructor came at me again. Despite these internal threats, I ended up face down on the exercise mats once again. I'd lost track of how many times I'd ended up laying on the mat. The last time I landed on my hip, I decided with a wince that was enough for one day. I limped off the mat 10 minutes before the training session was over and straight into Nathan coming in. "Hey, Doc, how's the right hook?" I showed him the palm of my right hand as I limped out and down to my room. There weren't enough Epsom salts or chocolate brownies in the world for the number of aches and pains I had. Last, but certainly not least, they gave me a crash course in astrophysics and the discovery of the main gate. That was a low chocolate day, so thankfully, I don't remember most of it, except that Nathan hadn't been lying when he'd given me the lowdown on our drive from the airport that day. Underplayed it, yes, but he hadn't lied. Then I was placed into the capable hands of Alexis. She was UFA's resident policy and diplomacy specialist. In other words, she was everything I wasn't. She also wore a spotless power suit, complete with sharp creases in her skirt that fell just below the knee, and skin tone pumps. I hated her on sight. But I was here to dig deeper into what I'd read on the shared drive. God, could my head take on any more information? I'd been falling into an information coma at the end of every night. Supper in UFA's cafeteria was a blur. I hadn't done a hard run at uploading this much information since my undergrad days, and those days were a long time ago, back when my brain still worked. After that, I just used my notepad and the consensus of my team to remember things and make decisions. Those days were now gone. Back to the task at hand, Marquette. Alexis shoved several thick books and binders at me. "I've asked Nathan to introduce us early in your training, so you have time to read," she said in an accent that sounded Scandinavian. "You can read these over the next week while you do your other training." Right, 'cause I have nothing better to do whilst memorizing emergency codes and nursing my bruises from combat training. I was only a week into my training, but I was already tired and bitchy. Tearing me from my creature comforts will do that, even if I did it to myself. After a pause, she smiled. "I know that's a lot, but I have confidence in you. You're a doctor after all." I was beginning to think my PhD had been a bad thing. Again, the bitchiness reared its ugly head. "I'll just push aside all that pesky knowledge from my dissertation to make room for this. Yeah, easy. Don't you have some cliff notes or something?" Cliff notes? Oh God, Gen Z or millennial. I took another look at her. Yeah, she could easily fit into either of those generational categories. Cliff Notes are nifty publications that condense essential information into easy-to-read and short booklets. They used to be especially useful for Shakespeare's plays. They're even online nowadays. Huh. Okay, that would be a no. And I'm guessing that you don't know the contents of these books well enough to give me a thumbnail sketch of the highlights herein. I do. She crossed her arms. Soon she'd be down to monosyllabic responses. I could see I was getting on her nerves. Good, I thought. She was sloughing off her duty to teach me. Go read was the time-honored tradition of poor instructors everywhere because they couldn't be bothered to put in the energy to synthesize it themselves and translate it into a format that could be understood by others. I stood there staring back at her, me waiting for her to provide said highlights, and her waiting or deciding to give way. Who would win? I had a feeling this would be the start of an epic battle that would last the entire time of our work relationship. Or we could become the best of friends. My money was on the former. I'd let her decide. Perhaps you could draw up a cliff note for each of these as part of your training. I'd love to see what you come up with. Yeah, sure. I'll do your work for you. Do you want it color-coded and illustrated too? That would be lovely. Notes to self. Sarcasm only works on those with higher intelligence. Sarcasm must be learned. I didn't know which Alexis was, unskilled in sarcasm or unintelligent. Regardless, this training session seemed to be a draw. Over the weekend, I cloistered myself in my room and compiled my own cliff notes of the armload of documents Alexis had given me. Most were gray publications put out by research institutes and governmental agencies. These types of documents were relatively easy to condense because there were only two essential sections: the executive summary, which was almost certainly verbatim from the conclusions section, and the results. All of my consulting archaeology reports could be categorized as gray publications. I knew how these reports are formatted and wherein the juicy bits lay. The 5 gray literature tomes Alexis had given me were no trouble. I banged out a one-page summary with judicious use of color and style formatting. I even searched the internet and found a graphic that could, in a loose definition, represent the content. The books, however, were another matter. Alexis had given me 3 books on Main Gate political history. Nathan said that the Chinese discovered the Main Gate before the war, but the article in Nature outlined its discovery was published after the war. Had the Chinese hidden the discovery of the Main Gate, or had the war slowed down the publishing process? Either could be true. The 7 or 5 years since the discovery of the Main Gate was a small time frame during which massive things had occurred. International politics became, at least potentially, interplanetary politics. Multinational companies were itching to become multiplanetary companies. "War is the mother of invention" is a quote I'd been hearing often since the war. The U.S. had been hard on the heels of China and its propulsion research. Nathan had mentioned that the war may have started because of the Wu Jing engine. The war had advanced other propulsion technologies too. Escaping the Earth's gravitational force took massive amounts of energy. New developments helped countries on one side of the planet leap into space, abandoning the great unknown for faster, easier access to Russia and China on the other side. All of this, the war, the new technology, new alliances, and collaborations, led to a nice little entry into transplanetary exploration. No sooner had pundits and scholars begun to pontificate on the ins and outs of the war than the Main Gate discovery was published in Nature. It was all downhill from there. Suddenly, the citizens, industries, and national governments of Earth had more pressing and interesting issues than analyzing the smoldering ashes of the latest war. I couldn't help but be drawn into the books Alexis had given me. The books provided high-level insights any anthropologist would appreciate, and they were well written. Near the middle of the next week, a knock sounded on my door. "Come," I called from my desk. I had grabbed some extra food at lunch so I could hunker down in my room directly after my afternoon combat training. The knock sounded again. Then I remembered the door locked automatically and needed a fob for entry. I rolled my desk chair across to the door and turned the lever. Nathan strode in. "You know there's a cafeteria, right? And you have an office. What is that smell?" I rolled back and rubbed my face. I caught sight of the time readout on my computer. It was only 5 o'clock, and I'd already been at it 2 hours. "Yeah, I know. I want to get through this." He peered around my room. It was cluttered because, well, I really didn't have the energy to care. My boxes from Tel Aviv were arriving intermittently. I didn't know where I'd put it all, except I didn't want it in storage. Many boxes were full of anthropology books that I loathed to part with and which could help me with this job. "You need to eat if you're going to survive training," Nathan said as he looked in my bathroom. I picked up a half-eaten tuna sandwich. "I am, see?" I waved it at him. Granted, I couldn't remember what day I'd picked it up from the cafeteria. There was likely a valid reason I hadn't eaten more than half of it. Nathan grabbed my wrist and plucked the sandwich from my hand. He threw it into the trash and put the trash in the hall. Then he turned and pulled me up. Come on, we're going to take out the trash, and on the way, we're going to get you some decent food. Maybe some chocolate, too. Now he had my attention. Portable. No, you're going to sit and talk with me while you eat a decent meal, followed by some non-portable chocolate. I backpedaled and picked up a book from my desk. Faster than I could think, he snatched the book from my hand and threw it back on my desk. Leave it. You're with me. Come. Later, I would replay these events and smile because there weren't too many people who could, or would, stand up to me. If Nathan hadn't been declining into single-syllabic conversation quickly, I would have had some fun. It's no wonder your team doesn't know you yet. I have a team? Nathan nodded as he dumped my trash bin into the refuse collection point in the hallway. Yes, they're wondering who you are. I've been talking you up, so don't let me down. We entered the cafeteria with my empty trash bin still under Nathan's arm. The hall was emptying, people leaving as we arrived. A wall of windows overlooked the parking lot and the skyline of Denver to the east. One table held 5 men, and this is exactly where Nathan walked. He placed my trash bin by the table. Let me introduce the newest member of the team. Men, this is Dr. Elise Marquette. She is the cultural liaison I was telling you about. There were a few times in my life that I'd felt small and feeble. Being in a room full of RCMP members, from officers and analysts to detectives, was one of them. Men wearing uniforms or suits who were tall and all could have crushed me with their pinky fingers. I felt the same way looking at my new team. Doc, on your left is Eric Cansett. He's our historian with a side of political science. Eric, a younger blond man, smiled meekly and waved. Next to him is Tom Zander, our linguist. The tall, dark-haired man with bright blue eyes stood and held out his hand, nearly knocking Eric Cansett's nose. It's a pleasure. A player, I noted. There's always got to be one. Eric elbowed Tom Zander, and the latter returned to his seat. On the other side, at the far end, you've already met Will Lansbridge the day I showed you the ship. Will is our computer specialist. Tony Kirkshaw, if you remember, is our pilot and mechanic extraordinaire. And this, he clapped a hand on a very large and meaty shoulder of a man with ebony-colored skin, is Asap James, or AJ, former regular Army, weapons specialist, and nurse practitioner. Nathan pointed to a chair. Have a seat, Doc. I'll get you some food. As soon as Nathan left, Zander piped up. We heard you shot a Chinese guerrilla soldier. Just the one. AJ grumbled a warning. Zander. Zander was undeterred. What? With a quick glance at AJ before turning back to me with his bright blue eyes and large smile. I want to know who I'll be working with. The captain wouldn't want us digging at her so soon. I held a hand up to AJ to stall any more objections. Somehow, I just knew that one of the worst moments in my life would be an instant hit and an endless topic of conversation amongst my new team. It was inevitable. It's okay, I turned to Zander. Yeah, it was just the one. One is more than enough. Then I turned back to AJ. Why do you call Nathan captain? He used to be a captain in the Marine Corps. 03. He was a member of the Marine Force Reconnaissance through the last war. Wow, you didn't tell me that. He wouldn't, Tony said, scrunching up his nose at the thought. Not his style, continued AJ. I glanced back to see Nathan still foraging at the buffet. It seems you all have a specialty. What's his? Covert operations, reconnaissance, and negotiations. But Tony jumped in again. It takes a lot to ruffle his feathers. Give me time, Amichimaski, Zander piped up. Give me time. Chuckles from around the table. I gestured to AJ. Your former Army, Nathan's former Marine. That's a lot of Army, and I was told UFA wasn't military. AJ shook his head. It's not. They just know the value of the military. He smiled and his grin was bright and big against his midnight skin. Tony piped up again. They hold a lot of military contracts and have quite a few former military personnel, that's all. Nothing otherwise military about the place. He gestured to his torso. A yellow Hawaiian shirt hung over a gray UFA t-shirt. How long have you all been here? I looked around at everyone. AJ and I were hired a couple months after Farrer started. Tony looked back to AJ and they confirmed with a glance. About 6 months. Lansbridge held up a hand. Same, Sander nodded. I'm the newbie, Eric Cansett finally said. Only been here about a month. Still have a couple weeks to go on my training. The Cap is picky about his people, AJ said with a decisive nod as Nathan arrived with a tray of food for me. He slid it toward me while not spilling a single drop of either drink on the tray. He took the cup of tea from the tray, then pulled up a chair to the end of the table. The scent of cut grass wafted up to me. Is that chamomile? I asked, a bit surprised. Eat your food. Nathan sat and leaned back, sipping his chamomile tea. AJ grinned, his dark eyes sparkling against ebony skin. Helps him wind down after a stressful day. And I wonder why it's stressful, Nathan said over his mug. AJ sat straight and prim. You must be talking about Xander. I'm a prince. Xander snorted. He muttered. Swearing is no good if no one understands you, you know. Lansbridge threw a used sugar packet at Xander. Xander looked up at Lansbridge with fight in his eyes. Next laser tag match, you're going down. He pointed a finger. The guys cowed and quivered appropriately. I snuck a glance at Nathan. He caught my eye, pointed a finger around the table, then pointed at his tea. If they were the reason he drank calming tea, I had to wonder how often I'd be eating non-portable chocolate. Lansbridge leaned down the table toward me. We heard you're like an Indiana Jane. What's the coolest thing you've ever found? Yeah, do you have a whip? Xander's blue eyes sparkled, and he spoke with an accent I couldn't place. It was something I was used to. People always have ideas about lost treasure, finding a map with an X, and a lost religious relic that would prove the existence of their deity. I feel bad that archaeology, for the most part, isn't like that. It wasn't glamorous. It was tough work, grueling and never-ending. A member of my team in Alberta found a 7,000-year-old arrowhead. That was pretty cool. Mostly it's just been broken pottery and garbage pits while searching for the foundations of buildings in Israel or Jordan. As usual, the silence descended after my answer. No one is ever satisfied with it. So what do you think the main gate is? My mind reverted to the reading material sitting on my desk. Any theories? Is it natural or alien tech? It was my attempt to kickstart the conversation again. On this topic, it seemed little prompting was necessary. It's totally alien-made, Lansbridge said with nearly everyone nodding. There's no way nature could allow for that to be made and sustained. Cansett broke in. You think they're doing maintenance checks? Why do you think Earth has sightings every now and again? Tony said pointedly. That's when I discovered that my team was full of conspiracy theorists. I sat eating, listening to the theories and debates, and witnessing the group's dynamics. How would I fit within this community? Nathan sat beside me at the head of the table and continued to sip his tea, occasionally adding a tidbit to the conversation. Is this the only team? I asked as the others continued their debate. For now, we hope to increase to 2 teams by the end of next year, depending on our progress. All the same composition? He seesawed a hand.
Sort of. We're still figuring out what specialties we need on a team.
So I'm on trial. Nathan didn't answer but rolled his head before tipping his cup back and finishing his tea.
You ready for some chocolate?
Please, I held up my hand. I take chocolate seriously. Stay.
Nuh-uh, I gotta see this.
And rose to accompany me to the dessert counter. The cafeteria had begun to empty out. It seemed some stayed after work for supper with colleagues, then made the trek home in Denver. Others, like me and Kansett, lived on site or had evening shifts. I didn't know if UFA would be good for my health or bad. After a week of combat training, I still didn't know. The dessert counter was loaded. Cheesecake, tarts, cupcakes, and chocolate of every kind, all of which confirmed that this job might just kill me. I chose a chocolate-covered cheesecake and placed some strawberries on the side. "Do you want some whipped cream?" asked a woman behind the counter. "Is it real?" "Oh, honey, that's the only way to go," and placed a dollop on the side of my plate. I was instantly in love. She and I were going to be good friends. "Just so you know, I'm going back to my room. This cake and I need to be alone." Nathan chuckled, then retrieved my trash bin. We bid goodnight to the rest of the team and we walked back down the hall. Am I the only anthropologist currently on staff?
Yep. We're still finding our footing. Time will tell. Kansett and Xander have worked out well so far, but we've reached the limits of their knowledge and skills. I'm hoping you will fill the gap we're currently experiencing.
Just in your team or in general? That smirk I was finding characteristic of Nathan sprung anew.
I'm glad I don't have to wonder what you're thinking or where I stand.
We'd reached my door. I swiped my fob and opened it. Nathan slid my trash bin just inside the door.
I don't think there's a gap in general, but I can't demonstrate that. I aim to make my team the best at what they do so we can emulate that with other teams.
High achiever.
Little bit. I find being strategic saves a lot of headaches. Make sure you get some sleep after you enjoy your chocolate, Doc. See you tomorrow.
I was a step inside behind the closed door when I heard him say,
Nobody reads all the books Alexis gives out. It's a test. Just so you know.
Oh, really? Well, two can play that game. Chapter 3. The next morning, 2 days ahead of schedule, I presented Alexis with 5 documents, one for each of the books and bound gray literature tomes she'd given me. "I'd appreciate credit if you choose to incorporate these into your curriculum," I said as I slid them over her desk. Yeah, it was cocky. I didn't care. I'd chewed up worse than her. Bring it, Blondie. And may she never know how much chocolate I'd consumed to get this all done. As an aside, I'd also learned the name of the person who made the desserts. She was henceforth christened Catherine, Queen of Desserts and all things chocolate, for now and eternity, because the woman truly was a queen. A platinum eyebrow rose. "Thank you, Dr. Marquette. I'm sure I will." Translation: if she ever managed to pull together proper teaching material, she'd give me credit. And no, she'd never get her ass in gear. Oh yes, I dealt with her kind before. I turned on my heel and walked out to my first combat training class of the day. I'm pretty sure I heard paper slide and a drawer open and shut from her direction before I rounded the corner. A text on my palm that morning had instructed me to go to the lobby. So, after my visit to Alexis, I got to the lobby just as I saw AJ striding through security. He motioned and I had to jog to keep up as he exited the building, then crossed the parking lot to a clearing north of the parking lot and building. Lancebridge was rolling out some crates through a set of double doors and outside onto the tarmac adjacent to the hangar. "What's going on?" I said. The rest of the team was outside. Everyone except Nathan. "Laser tag," he said as Xander bounded over and ripped open the crates.
About time we got to play."
Xander cracked his knuckles and grinned. Oh, shit. How would this be team building? I was new and, well, I didn't want to get all damsel in distressy, but I was a small, non-athletic woman. In the Middle East, archaeology was a bit different. They had unskilled laborers for digging. I walked around, supervising. No brawn needed. Besides, there were days when my back protested as I got out of bed. I could only imagine what it would say if I attempted to put a shovel in the ground. I was also pretty sure I had a few more of life experience than most of my teammates. AJ was close to Farrer's and my age. The rest were in their early 30s. Xander strapped into a vest-like thing and picked up a gun from the crate.
"As promised, Lancy, I'm going to kick your ass."
"You can't even kill me in mortal combat." Lancebridge rolled his eyes. Our combat instructor, Wayne Lee, emerged from the hangar and was followed by another group.
"Actually, Team Ferrer will be training with Team Malachowski today."
Oh. From behind me,
"Bunch of weaklings. Don't antagonize them. Gonna kick their asses."
"Shut up!" A tense whisper. I noted the two women on the other team. One had short blue hair. I waved. She waved back and smiled. Xander caught my hand and steered me back towards the rest of the team.
"Don't fraternize with the enemy."
Tony ran back from the crate with an armload of vests. "They don't look that nasty," I said, as the guys turned me this way and that, trying to find a vest small enough for me. "They're IT, Doc." Lancebridge looked at me dead in the eye. "They're the nastiest of the nasty." Well, if they're nasty... "Oh, somebody explain this to me. I've never played," I confessed.
"That's pretty easy,"
Tony said as he pulled the strap of my vest tight.
"Just point at the target on someone's chest and shoot. More about stamina and aim than anything."
Easy for him to say. My stamina was on par with a wet dish rag. And my aim? Well, I knew where to put a shovel, and that was about it. Lee chuckled as he watched the two teams gear up.
"Inherent rules with laser tag. No body contact."
"Yeah, Fredrickson, no body contact," Lancebridge goaded.
"Keep your smelly armpits to yourself, Lancebridge."
A tall, blocky guy with brown hair and a pockmarked face, who I presumed to be Fredrickson, retorted. Lee continued, unfazed.
"And you need to hit your opponent's target to register the hit. If the hit doesn't register on the target, you don't get credit for the hit."
"Oh, I'll hit it." Xander jostled and started jogging on the spot. Someone was a little restless. Lancebridge rolled his neck and I heard snaps and crackles. What was with these two? "What's the objective of the game?" I asked Canset, as he remained quiet and appeared to be without the fervor that had infected my team.
"Waste everyone,"
Canset whispered. "No treasure or gold or anything?" Canset grinned wickedly and stared at Team Malachowski. "The treasure is having those guys eat dirt." All was lost. My team had been overcome by some ultra-competitive virus that blinded them to reality. Would they start grunting and painting their faces with blood next? "Come on." Canset waved me towards an area beyond the tarmac to where the rest of the team was walking. I looked back at Team Malachowski, then at my own team. Nathan was right. Some diversity was needed. There also seemed to be a bias toward younger, fit people. If any of the men around me had been in the war, they hadn't suffered physically. I could run circles around anyone throwing paperwork or puzzles at me. My brain worked fine. Well, more or less. Physically, I was starting to feel like my spring chickedness had been replaced by canned cat food that had been sitting on the shelf long past its best before date. In my biological anthropology training, I learned that the human species had a whopping amount of variation. from extremely tall to extremely short, blacker than night skin color, to skin that was also so white it appeared to be luminescent. Modern anthropologists were loath to use the term race to describe groups of humans. For one, there was no clear and distinct boundaries to these supposed races. It also wasn't politically correct. We preferred to use the term ancestry to describe, or rather than delineate, an individual's physical characteristics. With skeletal remains, I could tell the difference between someone with Asian ancestry and someone with African ancestry. Certain characteristics were hallmarks of specific ancestral lines. Shovel-shaped incisors were hallmarks of Asian ancestry, and facial prognathism tended to be found in those of African descent. These weren't hard and fast rules, but if I saw these characteristics on skeletal remains, there was a probability that ancestry would be included within a description of the remains that went out to help a family identify their missing or deceased kin. 3 of the guys on my team were typical Caucasians, tall with long limbs, gracile facial features with a narrow mouth. They each likely had impacted wisdom teeth when younger. While Xander had dark hair and dark eyes, he was pale and reminded me of the almost translucent skin I often saw in Ireland. Cansett was shorter, with mousy blonde hair, hazel eyes, and a fading tan. Lansbridge was long and gangly, with a complexion that would have looked rosy only in his mother's basement. Aesop James, on the other hand, was a sturdily built man of African ancestry. His ebony skin and brown eyes were merely the icing on the cake. He also had a bit more brow ridge than Xander, and had prognathism that showed in his profile. Tony rounded out the mix with classical Caucasian gracile skeletal features, but with a cinnamon coloring and a megawatt smile seen in Bollywood movies. What was clear, however, was the difference between all the men and me. I was a petite Caucasian woman with fading red hair who was past my prime. Today was going to be painful. I was still creaking from the day before. The mountain that housed the UFA building curved to the northwest toward an open area for the hangar tarmac. Beyond that, to the north, coniferous trees and shrubs dotted a rocky open area where wooden blinds, empty crates, and large boulders had been placed. Toward the east and in view of the parking lot at the front of the building was a volleyball net and picnic tables. Lee continued the rule laying and pointed to rocky outcrops and trees where we'd be playing, delineating our boundaries. "You have 2 minutes to strategize before I start the clock." He walked to a large boulder overlooking what would become our game area and sat down. AJ rounded us up. He was obviously used to acting as the team coach. "Okay, Marquette, the main thing is to not let someone hit your target." He pointed to the gizmo on my chest. "They'll be focused on you as the new person and assume you'll be an easy target." As AJ continued to brief the team, I considered what was becoming my new community. Cansett, beside me, was the blonde, quiet one, solid in his knowledge and seemingly constant in outlook as befit an historian. Tony, our pilot, was wearing yet another loud button-up shirt today. This one was blue and green and reminiscent of his earlier Hawaiian shirt, but slightly less tacky. It hung loosely over his gray UFA t-shirt, and the whole ensemble was a little less for the laser tag target now strapped over it all. He popped a stick of gum in his mouth and offered some to me. I declined. Xander and Lansbridge, each tall and lanky, were a study in how similar physical attributes could manifest differently between people. Linguist Xander wore his attributes with a sense of charm and confidence, while it seemed the computer guy, Lansbridge, had only recently crawled out of his parents' basement. They were all pointing and mumbling between them as AJ plodded on, drawing his strategy lesson with a stick in the ground. AJ was a large, unyielding house of a man who shared Nathan's ability to look into a person's soul. 10 seconds, called Lee from his rock. The team split off to take cover behind trees and various boulders around the open area. I found a shaded spot against a slightly elevated rocky outcrop and sat against it, drawing up my knees to my chest. AJ had pretty much told me to stay out of the way and prevent being tagged. I could do that. I watched the two teams run, jump, and dance around in the clearing below me. Xander was enthusiastic, I'd give him that. He ran, ducked, and shot with squeals of glee and yelled, "Robbed! Robbed!" when he missed. Team Malachowski was well-oiled. Their 5 to our 5, I didn't count myself, were a match in numbers but not in skill. I suspected Lansbridge and Xander were acting out their own version of strategy, while AJ, Cansett, and Tony covered each other and attempted to follow their own plan. A beep trilled through the clearing, and Xander let out a whoop. He and Lansbridge high-fived, then another beep trilled. They spun around looking for who was hit until Lansbridge pointed at Xander's chest and started laughing. Xander sulked off toward Lee, and Lansbridge ducked and wove back to the rest of the team. My eye caught on a figure approaching my location. It was disappearing and reappearing between the rocks lining the overhang where I huddled. I checked my gun. All the lights were on and ready to fire. I kept my knees up, concealing my chest target, and tucked my arms into my body. It was the woman with the short blue hair. "Hi," she said as she approached, gun pointing towards the ground. "I'm Marnie." "Elise," I said, happy to meet another woman and someone who was sane. She walked up the slope a ways and held out a hand. I extended mine and we shook. "You're the anthropologist, right?" "Yep, started last week." "Where are you from?" "Canada, Calgary. But I was working in Tel Aviv for a while." I glanced back to the game. "The guys say you're all from IT. Marnie smiled, and I noted piercings in her lower lip and nostril. "Yeah, we have laser tag intramurals between departments. Keeps us active and morale up." Her smile vanished and her eyes tracked to my side. "Elise, don't move." I froze, dread sinking through my body. "What?" "There's a snake beside you." Oh, fuck. I hate snakes. A trickle of cold sweat wove its way down my back under my shirt and reminded me of how exposed my back was. "We're going to do this slowly, okay?" Marnie's eyes were wide, scared and trained on a spot behind me. "I'm going to grab your hand, and on the count of 3, I'll pull you up and away. Got that?" "Got it." I slowly extended my hand to hers. We clasped firmly. "Okay, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. We pulled on each other as if I'd been dangling from the edge of a cliff. A trill of beeps rang out and sent my mind skittering further from the rocky slope. The beeps, however, were coming from my vest. Marnie's gun was up and she was smiling. Fucker. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught movement and hoped it was who I thought it was. "That's how you greet new employees around here?" I snapped at her, letting the adrenaline have an outlet. "How am I supposed to trust you when you pull shit like that?" As expected, Marnie held up her hands and took a step back just as her target trilled and flashed. Tony winked at me before slinking back to join the others. Team Malachowski won, with 3 people to our remaining 2, AJ and Tony. Xander was pouting on a rock with his arms crossed. Lansbridge and Cansett were each venting their outrage through a vigorous play-by-play. Both teams decided to mend any rift from the game by hitting the gym together and doing some combat training. It wasn't first on my list of team-building exercise, and I tried to get out of it, but Tony spied me and pulled me along. A knock on my door as I stepped out of the shower. I wasn't expecting company and was really looking forward to further exploring the dessert counter at lunch. I needed something to distract me from the bruises that were forming in intimate places. Marnie, the little blue-haired demon, knew some killer moves, and my team only stood by as she used those moves on me. My back and hips and knees and face hit the mat way too many times this morning. Chocolate soothes all pains. Who is it? Alexis Jakubiak. WTF. Maybe she'd actually read the documents I'd given her that morning. Just a minute. Had she come to ask me to contribute to the curriculum? Prepare a presentation. I ripped off my towel and threw on my trusty fluffy bathrobe. I'd bought it years ago on a whim during a one-day stopover in Istanbul after we'd come in from the field for supplies. I had been seriously overdue for some self-care, and the robe turned out to be a good decision. The robe was no longer as fluffy as it had been, but it had become my security blanket, seeing me through all sorts of challenging times. I opened the door. Alexis stood in her prim glory, platinum hair shining in the LED hallway lights, dewy skin flushed in all the right places. Oh, sorry. She scanned me from head to toe, still dripping. I just wanted to know if you'd be interested in a drink after supper tonight. The shock and bewilderment I was feeling must have been obvious. It's just, she fumbled, a bit unlike the Alexis I thought I knew. There aren't too many women here, and I thought it would be good to get to know one another. I wanted to take her at her word. I wanted to believe her. My instincts, however, had been well honed by my family, especially my mother. My bullshit detector registered the possible threat, but needed more information. Sure, okay. Maybe we can discuss some of your diplomatic trips. She brightened. Okay, that would be good. Meet you in the lounge at 7. There's a lounge? I hadn't encountered it in my search of fire extinguishers. Might have explained why I only got a 90% on that exam. She smiled. Do a search on your palm. See you later. I agreed and watched her leave. Nathan was walking down the hallway in the opposite direction. She caught his eye. He gave her a bit of a nod and continued walking my way. I saw her head swivel as he passed her. I ducked back inside my room and closed the door. It didn't shut. A boot toe was wedged between the jamb and the door. Got a minute, Doc? I heard from the other side. What was it with this place? Couldn't a person have 5 minutes peace? Do I have a choice? Sure. I heard a hesitation. You okay? Yeah. I waved a hand he couldn't see, then checked that my robe was shut. What can I help you with, Captain? The door creaked open, and Nathan peered in. Just Nathan, please. AJ only calls me Captain because he used to be regular Army and doesn't know how to kick it. I'm no longer a captain or any other rank. If you can't handle Nathan, then I'll settle for Farrer. He paused halfway in, a hand wrapped around the door as if shielding himself from me. May I come in? May I have 5 minutes to get dressed? The Farrer's smirk dashed across his face before disappearing. Of course. Yell when you're ready. The door shut and I burst into frenzied action. 2 minutes later, I was still dripping, but at least clothed. I threw open the door. He marched in and shut the door. All traces of smirk and humor were gone. I didn't have time to think of possible rumors flowing around because he was in my room with the door shut. Places like this tended to be worse than field schools for hookups and gossip. Be careful of Alexis, he said, boring down at me. Excuse me? Just watch yourself. Why? His jaw worked under pursed lips as his eyes bored into mine. He didn't need to answer. You hooked up with her and she worked you over. I blurted, a bit astounded that he'd fallen for her facade. He looked towards my desk, now clear of all those books Alexis had lent me. Just be careful.
She's not who she wants you to believe. Hell, I knew that the moment I looked at her. Nathan's eyes snapped back to me. But I appreciate the words of concern. His lips formed a thin line. His eyes narrowed. Was there ever a time when you needed help? I could have backed up then. I chose not to. Lots. Nobody gave it. Even I was shocked by the resentment that dripped from those words. Ah, so now you never need it. Got it. Never said that. Didn't have to. And what if I did need help? You just have to ask. And the thing was, I believed him. Damn it, I didn't want to believe it. Believing was dangerous ground, especially as I had only been here a couple of weeks. I wanted this job to last. Needed it to last. The room had grown thick with, I don't know what. Tension, anger, frustration. Nathan held my glare. My walls were up, firmly. I was in self-defense mode and was having trouble thinking. All I knew was he was questioning me, pushing me, asking something of me that I wasn't sure I wanted to give, or could give. I wasn't even sure I knew what that was. Rule number 2 of archaeology: never get involved with anyone on the crew. Was that everything, Farrer? Wrong words, I knew. I could feel the change, the line drawn. Him on his side, me on mine. Was that the way I wanted it? I don't know. I wasn't thinking, just reacting. Too many years of defending myself against people who knew how to take advantage of me in ways I couldn't defend against and consequently resented. Would it always be this way? The ruts were too deep, scar tissue too thick. I didn't know if I wanted to change. It was safer this way. That was everything. See you at supper. Nathan left. I was pretty sure I fucked that up, but I didn't really know what else I could have done. I grabbed a late lunch with the team. It seems we were all nursing some bruises. I made a note to swing by medical to pick up some painkillers. Then I had an hour free until my next module of training. This place was completely outfitted, and I was quickly becoming accustomed to life in the building. I knew my route to and from my room to places I visited regularly: the gym, the cafeteria, medical, the room where I did the training modules. The building was massive, though, and I still got lost. I'd again come across those locked areas where my fob didn't grant me access. Intellectual property, I remembered Nathan saying on that drive from the airport for my interview. However, there was one place I hadn't yet had time to visit. The library was a long, low-ceilinged room. 2 bright lights reflected from the laminate tables set directly underneath. Metal shelves lined the walls. Some shelves held upright books, some held piles of books. Boy, they really knew how to downplay a good library mood. I absently wondered if I could volunteer to turn this place around. I skimmed the shelves, trying to find some semblance of order. No Dewey Decimal System here. As I scanned the titles, I sorted through piles. After a while, I sat up. Everything ached. I was stiff from head to toe. I lay down upon the concrete floor and stretched. The good news was I'd found what I was looking for: survey reports from whatever was beyond the main gate. Interplanetary travel might be a reality, but outside of the Chinese and their allies, very few private organizations or individuals had the money to buy a Wuxing engine or UFA's own Hyperion drive. Access was limited to a few Western governments, a handful of corporations, and a couple of billionaire-backed ventures. For once, only the Western governments were reporting on what they found. NASA was one of those more forthcoming organizations. The main gate gave us access to one system, the Galiz-Luban system, named by the Chinese after one of their historical explorers. There were some books written by some pseudo-academics who had done research beyond the main gate soon after it had been discovered and were now calling themselves
exoanthropologists. None of them had actually traveled through the main gate. Of course, there was a persistent population on Earth that had been saying the ancient Egyptian civilization and any other Earth civilization with pyramids and a decent grasp of maths had been influenced to some degree by aliens. Because, humans are stupid, and we couldn't do it all ourselves. Then again, refuting ample scientific evidence does show a tendency for stupidity. But now, thanks to the discovery of the main gate, the fires of those little idiotic theories had fuel to last into the next century. And it was going to be a very long century. Oh God, I hope I wasn't going to be lumped in with those so-called exoanthropologists now. There was nothing in the library that hadn't been presented to me during my training modules. What I really needed was access to cultural anthropological material. My cultural anthropological skills were rusty. I wanted to brush up, but there was nothing in the UFA library. Not surprising, considering I was the first anthropologist on staff with UFA, and that UFA itself, as far as I could tell, was singular. I was going to have to ask someone for access to a post-secondary institutional library so I could do some serious research and get myself prepared for what I may encounter. I extracted my palm out of my cargo pants pocket, absently scratching the healing scar on my sternum where my ID implant was. I pulled my hand away from my chest to message Director Derek and saw multiple messages flashing on my screen. Shit! I'd missed my afternoon class and weight training with Wayne Lee. I thumbed a couple quick apologies in reply, but I wasn't sorry. Not really. This was more important. I really didn't want to be Margaret Mead and have to do my own ethnography as well as negotiate trade alliances. I was already getting flashbacks to consulting archaeology when I was required to be a negotiator, mom, babysitter, wife, archaeologist, and project manager. Life had been blissfully simpler at Tel Aviv U. Just teach a couple of courses and supervise the field school. That was it. That was all. Those were the good old days. I pulled myself up off the floor and attempted to put the place back in order. Or something that looked in order. I left to grab a bite to eat before heading to the lounge to find out what Alexis thought a girls' night out was. The cafeteria was dead. I looked at my palm. It was past 5. The place should have been packed. I strode up to the dessert counter. Catherine, queen of desserts and all things chocolate, was absent. I knocked on the counter. Still nothing. I put a piece of cheese into my mouth, grabbed a spoon and a cup of chocolate mousse, then headed out down the hall to the lounge. A couple of young women I didn't know walked quickly past me to the elevator. They giggled and seemed in a hurry. The elevator binged and someone down the hall called for them to hold it. "What is going on?" I muttered as a young man ran past me.
"Volleyball game."
Okay. He waved me in.
"Come on, there's nothing like watching a bunch of sweaty fit men to whet a person's appetite."
He waggled his eyebrows. Let me set the record straight right now. It'd been a long time since I'd been in a relationship. Like, years. It was during the war, and it was all different time, different place type circumstances. We never saw each other again, which, in some respects, I was quite happy about. Working at Tel Aviv University, I was surrounded by men who wouldn't know what to do with a Western woman, even if she wrote up explicit directions. I tried dating, but just couldn't find anyone who treated me as an equal. I'd had my fill after a few tries and had resigned myself to just clicking along my daily routine. Work, home, calls from Sebi. Nothing special, but at least I was sane. Mom's death had me thinking of who would miss me when I was gone. She'd watched all her friends die, one by one. Her frequent trips to the hospital over the years had her hiring in-home care, and I wondered what would have happened if she hadn't done that. What if I get to that stage? Would I need to hire someone to keep me company? To wash my back? I hurried into the elevator because I did not like where my mind was going.
It's so good because they use real butter, the young man beside me said, nodding to my chocolate mousse. Curtis. He held out a hand with manicured nails. Control room. Metrosexual was a term I had heard recently to describe well-groomed men who demonstrated a sleek style and flair for fashion. Curtis's sense of style was definitely metrosexual, especially compared to the men that I worked with. Well, maybe except Tony. He at least tried. Curtis had short dark hair held in place with product, and wore a button-up shirt in white and pale pink pinstripe over his trim figure. Navy chinos with leather lace-up shoes rounded out the simple yet striking ensemble. Yet there was something else that had my gut saying he was more than just metro. I shook his hand and was confident I just found a new lifelong friend. Elise Marquette, I said. Ah, you're Dr. Marquette. Grapevine? Better than an Irish small town after a booze-up on Friday night. Note to self. Doesn't matter. They'll make shut up if you don't do anything. Right, Cindy? Curtis raised an eyebrow and gave a dagger glare to one of the women. A brunette with too much makeup, a tight ponytail, and a form-fitting sweater shot back. Drop it, Curtis. I said I was sorry. Curtis, however, seemed unconvinced regarding her sincerity. The doors opened and the young woman took off. Curtis led me through security and the front doors. Others were coming out of stairwells, and it seemed like most of the building was emptying out into the parking lot. Some were leaving, their vehicles turning to the security gates toward the south. Others had remained on foot and had created a steady stream of people moving across the parking lot towards the east. I couldn't see the volleyball nets for the wall of people. Curtis elbowed his way through the crowd and pulled me along with him. The crowd cheered around us. We emerged from the crowd near one of the picnic tables overlooking the sand pit that held the net. People had brought chairs. A couple even wheeled out their office chairs, and a tiki bar had been set up behind us. Oh, bare male skin, purred Curtis beside me. This beats porn any day. The sky was blue, the weather warm. Most of the guys had their shirts off, cargo pants hanging off their hips. Women played in tank tops and cargo pants. I recognized Marty and a couple others from the laser tag game earlier. It didn't seem to be Team Ferrer versus anyone else because I saw members of my team playing on both sides of the net. All were in shape and made use of their bodies in ways that didn't involve a shovel. The human form is a beautiful thing, an organic, self-sufficient machine that can play, produce its own heat, manipulate its environment, heal itself, all in a soft structure over an internal skeleton. I'd always been fascinated by the human body. It was one of the reasons I majored in biological anthropology way back when. And there were quite a few lovely specimens playing volleyball, men and women alike. Even Cansett, the historian, was playing and holding his own. It seemed I needed to spend more time in the gym if I was to be invited to play. As if. I even spotted Alexis on the far end of the sandpit, sitting in a chair, suit jack off, and sporting trim arms. I could tell they were trim arms because she was clapping, and there was no flabbiness. I caught her eye and waved. She returned a smile. Oh, there's your team leader, Nathan Ferrer, Curtis continued. Aren't you the lucky anthropologist? I spotted Nathan. Dumb. There wasn't enough chocolate in the world to calm down what erupted inside me. Shit. I needed to get out of there ASAP, but my eyes had other ideas. My insides were all molten fire, and I'm sure my underwear had melted. Seems you've already got your eye on him. I shook myself and tore my eyes away from pectorals and deltoids. The way he served that ball over the net convinced me that he'd work wonders
with a shovel. Elise, focus. I need more chocolate, I mumbled and turned to delve back into the crowd.
Marquette!
A yell from behind me stapled my feet to the ground. I really didn't want to hear that voice.
Front and center.
I turned around and saw the game had stopped. Everyone was looking at me. Had the entire building emptied out to watch the game? My time in high school wasn't all that bad. My friends years later confessed to having suffered the worst, being bullied, harassed, dealing with body issues. I never had any of that. Mind you, I had other stuff going on at home. Maybe I blanked it all out and never noticed. This felt like one of those horror stories I had heard about high school, being the recipient of so much unwanted attention. I was midlife and really shouldn't have felt this exposed. In that moment, I wanted nothing more than to run away and hide. I felt a pair of hands on my back, pushing me forward toward the court. So much for Curtis being a new lifelong friend. Traitor. Then he plucked the spoon and half-empty cup of chocolate mousse from my hands. Double dog traitor. Nathan's eyes met mine. They held nothing. They lacked that shared knowledge of what had occurred in my room earlier. Maybe that was a good thing. My memory of him in my room stirred things in me, things I didn't want stirred. When he left, it stung. Right now, however, he was my team lead. Nothing more.
Join us.
It wasn't a request. Yet it also wasn't a demand. Again, Nathan was asking me to do something I just didn't know how to do. No. The word popped out of my mouth before I knew what was happening. It was low and guttural, springing up from depths unknown. Then I spun and waded through the crowd. I vaguely heard my name being called as I jogged back to the lobby. Curtis the traitor could choke on my chocolate mousse. As I went through the mindless motions of going back through security, I felt the shift in my body from blinding rantiness to violent rage. I didn't even know why. Emotions were knocking me into a primal state. Thinking was difficult. Reasoning was impossible. Twitching had turned into shaking as James, the evening shift's security guard, finally waved me through. I ran down stairwells and empty hallways to the gym. I grabbed a pair of gloves and started punching a heavy bag. It didn't take long for me to become completely overcome with panting and shortness of breath. This was the reason for me to get in shape. I needed to be able to release my rage and sexual frustration in a way that didn't have me doing a frenzied mucky tap dance on someone's head and vomiting incandescent fury down their throat, and then fucking them senseless. I dropped the gloves and picked up a wooden staff, a bow, we'd used in weapons training. The staff whacking the punching bag made a satisfying slap, and it didn't win me as much. What the hell was wrong with me? In the weeks leading up to my mother's death, I had spent every day at the hospice. Driving back and forth had put me in more vehicular traffic than I was used to. Road rage was normal, I consoled myself. Calgary drivers were idiots. No signaling, no shoulder checking, going 20 kilometers per hour under the speed limit. Didn't they want to go where they were going? Didn't they know other people were on the road? Don't honk at me. How the hell was I supposed to know you wanted to change lanes? You didn't signal. I'd arrive at the hospice after paying an exorbitant parking fee and be breathlessly seeing red. I itched for someone, anyone, to say something to me, something to set me off. Come on, give me a reason to punch you. I dare you. The incessant beeping of the machines announcing my mother's vitals, the squeaking of gurney or wheelchair tires, padding of footsteps, squeaking shoes, voices, talking, a swish and clatter of a curtain pulled around a bed, groaning. A cry of pain. Why was everything so goddamn noisy? And the smell, the lighting, it was all just so much. Yet I stayed there, day after day, listening, smelling, feeling the HVAC, enveloped in that overwhelming environment, waiting for my mother to die. Day after day, seething. Day after day, witnessing the stupidity and sickness of the human species. We needed another asteroid to wipe out Earth's current ecosystem, to take it back to baseline and start again. It was all so fucked up. Then Mother finally died and Sebi kept calling, kept coming over to the house. Why are you here? You're here all the time. I'd finally snapped when he showed up for the third time that week, the garage door vibrating through the floor of the apartment. I have to sort out her but I didn't let him finish. Don't you have a job? You're always here. I remember yelling, my accusations flying and hitting his heart. I remember thinking, what the fuck are you doing, Elise? Seeing the way I was acting, the pain I was inflicting, this was not me. I didn't do this. But at the same time, not caring what I was doing. Not really. I'd left the house, left Sebi and Theo, left my family home, left Calgary. This new job had given me an out, right off the planet. But I was still seething. In addition to being prohibited from ramming my rental car into yet another idiot on the road, because that would be wrong, Elise, I'd found myself drawn to men. Any man. A nurse came to check on my mother, and I'd watch my hand drift out to touch his arm or shoulder. An excuse to talk, to touch, to move closer. The scent of male skin as a doctor and team of young trainees visited on their rounds. A walk across the road to Tim Hortons found me standing too close to a construction worker. His musky scent was heaven, doing all sorts of delicious things to my insides. It was all so out of character for me. I wasn't asexual, just... The number of true, real relationships I've had in my life could be counted on one hand. It took a while, but I'd learned the hard way that my idea of a relationship wasn't the same as others. I needed depth. I needed someone I could trust and rely on, someone who was comfortable in their own skin. Most of all, I needed someone who was all of this so they could stand up to me and tell me when I was being a dipshit. Because I did that. I didn't like being that way, so I needed people in my life to keep me in check. The problem was, not too many people were able to do that, or wanted to. Being my true friend was something not a whole lot of people could say. Kara from my grad program days at Simon Fraser University in British Columbia, Canada, was one of them. My friend Aideen in Ireland was another. That was two. Yay me. Intimate relationships were a whole other ballgame. In fact, I chose to avoid them. But yeah, lately, I would love to have someone who looked an awful lot like Nathan Ferrer shag me senseless. But that would never happen, because I wouldn't let it happen. Besides, that sort of shit wasn't real. I also knew casual sex wouldn't do the trick. I wouldn't be satiated. I'd be nervous. It would be embarrassing and painful and completely unsatisfying. Staying single and celibate was safer, saner, and easier. Now I was being possessed on a regular basis. I thought it was a symptom of being in Calgary again, the strain of being around my family again. Apparently not. It was weird. I was weird. Had I hoped that getting out of Calgary would solve all the weirdness? Maybe. I'd uprooted myself from Tel Aviv, but for what? I was older now and alone in this world. No partner, no kids, no parents. A brother who fucked me over and another brother who thought I was his counselor because he couldn't get his shit together. The rage swelled again, at myself, at the stupid novels and movies that had women believe idiotic romantic things, at Nathan for being way too, and for my fucking mother for dying. Might as well get it all in. I was a sweaty, heaving mess within 10 minutes that felt more like 30. But hitting that punching bag with the staff felt damn good. A detour past the dessert counter again and the lounge. "Where's your fire extinguisher?" I pointed an accusatory finger. The bartender pointed to a place under the counter. I looked, and a small red cylinder sat on a shelf with bottles of wine. There was that missing 10% on my orientation test. I swiped a bottle of wine. "Bill me," I muttered to him, then grabbed another bottle. Back in my room, I threw myself into a cold shower and vowed to avoid those sandpits for the rest of my life. Chapter 4. By the time I woke, it was late. The room swam. My eyes wouldn't focus on my palm. Everything was loud, especially the HVAC. Why can't air be quiet? To make matters worse, the ID implant in my chest was dancing. It was itching and twitching in palpitations, but outside of my rib cage. Then I heard it. Couldn't miss it, really. Banging on my door. In some places, it might have been considered knocking. Here now, it was incessant thunder. Against the tidal wave sloshing inside my head, I strode to the door and threw it open. "What?" Nathan stood, hands on hips, and just looked at me. God, he smelled good. Laundry soap and a hint of sandalwood and chamomile. "What?" The punching bag would be getting another visit from me today. I could just tell.
"Get your shit together, Marquette. At the mats in 20.
I was there in 15 because I didn't want to lose my job, or pack up my belongings, or ask Theo to return my signing bonus. I was also there in 15 minutes because I hadn't showered or brushed my hair. I threw on some clothes from a pile on the floor, wiped the brush across my teeth a couple of times, and called it good. I was stinky and wrinkled and didn't give a shit. My team was composed of a retired U.S. Marine, a retired Army grunt, a pilot, an academic, a computer geek, and a natural polyglot. The academic and the geek would understand. My entire team was in the room and moving mats and boxes around, creating some sort of obstacle course from what I gathered. I really was in no state, physically or emotionally, for this. My anger and embarrassment did a deep nosedive into simmering aggression. It only added to the fires that I knew I couldn't take any one of them on in hand-to-hand. Lancebridge saw me first, of course. "What the hell happened to you?" Tony spun around from positioning a mat.
"Whoa. Lancey, back away slowly and don't make any sudden moves. I've seen that look before."
Now they were all looking at me. Xander piped up.
"I say we give her a gun and see who she kills first."
Nathan rounded up the team.
"Nobody's gonna kill anyone."
His eyes caught mine, but I pretended not to notice.
"After yesterday's performance against Team Malachowski, we need to start working together, as a team."
Team Malachowski's in the run for the intramural playoffs. They're good, AJ said.
"And it shows."
Lancebridge scratched a pasty arm now red with what appeared to be sunburn. Nathan pointed to the ceiling. A rope with something attached to it dangled from a vent, gently swaying in the air from the HVAC system.
"The goal of the exercise is to retrieve the ring at the end of that rope. I recommend working together and using each other's strengths." Then he strode out, the door slamming shut behind him. Cocksucker. AJ instantly stepped into the now vacant leadership role. "Okay, team, what you got? Let's hear some ideas." "Pile the mats and boxes on top of each other and climb up," Kent had offered.
"Swing another rope over the rafter and climb up that."
AJ nodded encouragingly, fielding more and more suggestions. Much like yesterday, he'd taken the role of team coach. Meanwhile, I was looking around the room and remembering Nathan's words. After a few minutes, AJ raised his voice above the brainstorming session.
"Marquette, you got anything?"
"Use a ladder." It got quiet.
"There's no ladder in here."
Farah didn't say we were confined to this room. He said, and I quote, "The goal of the exercise is to retrieve the ring at the end of that rope. I recommend working together and using everyone's strengths." Tony beamed.
"Hey, there's a lift in the hangar."
They all took off out of the room at a jog. I was left alone in the room, looking at the rope hanging from the HVAC vent. One wall was designated as a climbing wall with holds running up to the ceiling. Another wall had rungs much like a large ladder, sections of which could be popped out or angled to increase the difficulty of the climb. Punching bags and speed bags hung near the wall by the door, with mats and foam boxes piled intermittently around the room. I spied a camera in one of the room's top corners. I had a hunch. I grabbed one of the gloves I'd used last night, put it on the end of the wooden staff I'd also used last night. Now I had a boxing glove with a pole sticking out of it. I found a paddle-like thing. I'd have to ask Instructor Lee what the hell it was later. It was kind of flat, but it had a shallow bowl and a hole in the top of the bowl. It was like a big wooden spoon with a hole in the top. Strange, but okay. I tried to put the end of the stick through the hole, and it wouldn't fit. Perfect. I took the glove off and did a couple trials at the padded wall in front of me. It seemed to work, so I put the glove back on the end of the pole and positioned myself at a shallow angle from the vent, placed the end of the pole into the hole of the paddle spoon thing. It was a rough approximation of an atlatl, which was a throwing spear with added leverage. The North American indigenous people used them to hunt buffalo. I figured if it could take down a buffalo, it could bring down that ring. Summoning what violence I had left in me and any strength from the chocolate I had last night, I launched the pole at the vent with a mighty yell. The gloved pole hit the vent with a colossal bang and did exactly what I needed it to. It dislodged the vent and the whole thing fell. The rope and ring fell with it. Maintenance was not going to be pleased. I left it there, looked to the corner of the room at the camera, and smiled. Then I left. Time to shower. On my way back to my room, I ran into Curtis.
"What the hell happened to you?"
Then he paused, took another appraising look that had me holding my foul words, and said,
"Hun, I'm having a get-together tonight. Come over and blow off some steam."
"I'm not." A finger wagged in my face.
"No, you need this. You need to get out of here, if only just for a few hours."
He pulled out his palm, and in a flash, his address was in my palm. Curtis paused, looking at me again, and I felt the full weight of his gaze from under his well-groomed eyebrows and scrubbed skin. My hair was pulled back in a hasty bun, my crinkly, stinky clothes, the crust likely still in the corner of my eyes. It was all suddenly monumental instead of incidental.
"On second thought, have an overnight bag ready at 5. I'll meet you outside then."
He spun on a heel and strode away. How did anyone refuse a gay man on a mission? I had yet to figure that one out. I barely remembered the rest of the day, but thankfully, I didn't see Nathan again.
I packed a bag of toiletries and clothes and a book. James searched my bag and wanded me. He didn't say hi tonight, and I averted my eyes. Then I emerged into the bright blue sky. Curtis arrived minutes later.
I swear James gets cuter every day. Yow!
Curtis cocked an eyebrow at me and my lack of comment, then strode to the parking lot. A bright blue Jeep with the top off flashed its lights. There were lots of Jeeps, Subarus, and pickup trucks in the parking lot. Everything that had 4x4 capabilities and decent clearance was represented here.
What's your music preference?
Curtis asked as he wiped down the seat, then snapped himself in. He pointed.
There's a scarf in the glove box.
No rap, jazz, or metal, I said as I pulled a scarf from the glove box. I've developed a taste for electronic pop from watching Eurovision in Tel Aviv.
Well, honey, you are in luck. Pass me that phone.
I'd pulled out an iPhone with the scarf, and Curtis plugged it into the Jeep's system. As he ordered a playlist, I wrapped the scarf around my head and hoped it would prevent an eventual rat's nest from developing in my hair. With Conchita blaring Rise Like a Phoenix, we pulled out of the parking lot and followed a convoy of UFA vehicles through the security gates and into Denver. Curtis lived like a prince. It made me wonder what he actually did in the control room at UFA and if I'd lowballed my negotiations. The music and wind had prevented conversation on the 50-minute drive to Denver. Curtis, however, blithely received quite a few friendly honks from other vehicles with a wave and a smile. I wondered if they were all UFA people or if Curtis was that well-known in Denver. God, what was I getting myself into? He lived in a spacious condo overlooking downtown Denver and the mountains to the west. Hardwood floors gleamed. Stainless steel kitchen appliances were unmarred by fingerprints or magnets. Everything had a place, and everything was precisely in that place. It looked like a high-end designer with exquisite taste had just finished decorating the place. I stood in the doorway, unwilling to touch anything.
Guest room is in there.
Curtis pointed to a door that I was sure would open into yet another immaculate and aesthetically pleasing space.
Guests will likely start arriving about 7, except Donna. She's always here before the caterer.
I couldn't help it. Caterer?
Curtis stopped dead. What? You didn't expect me to cook, did you?
I had no comeback for that one. I just stood and gaped.
It's nothing fancy.
Curtis let me off the hook.
Just some finger foods, alcohol, and other bevies. Until then, there's some wine in the fridge. Help yourself while I shower and change.
The feeling of being way out of my depth was now accompanied by being unkempt, undressed, and ill-behaved. Who's coming?
No one from UFA,
Curtis called from deep inside the master bedroom.
And that's all that matters.
Then, in a rich baritone, he started singing a Puccini aria. Well, I headed to the fridge. 20 minutes later, I was happily situated on the balcony with a white wine spritzer and a bowl of pretzels. Curtis was bustling about the kitchen and living area. The buzzer sounded, and a few minutes later, someone who I took to be Donna breezed in, air-kissed Curtis, then held the door open for the caterer. Dressed in a blue silk muumuu with red poppies, stacked espadrilles, with enough beading around her neck to weigh down an ox, Donna looked like some sort of Beverly Hills housewife who'd been kidnapped by a New Mexican artist commune. Gray curls were arranged atop her head, and a slash of crimson painted her lips. "Hello!" She waved at me and let go of the door. It swung and narrowly missed the caterer's cart. Curtis caught it as Donna forgot the door and made her way out to the balcony. "You must be Elise, Curtis's new work colleague." I took her outstretched limp hand.
"I hear you're a doctor."
PhD, I said, because the last thing I needed was Donna showing me her mole or rash or something.
Do you color your hair? It's the most vibrant shade of red.
I opened my mouth, but she carried on.
My Harry has a master's degree and his nose never leaves his book. Always reading something. I can't have a decent conversation with him. He says he's listening, but I can test him and he never answers correctly. I know I'll be able to have a decent conversation with you. Curtis, darling, did you order those little quiches I like?
Donna twittered back to the kitchen. I thought I was off the hook until suddenly my name was called. Elise, do you prefer spinach and feta or mushroom? On pizza, to smoke, or as a wallpaper pattern? A high-pitched shriek let loose. Apparently, this was Donna's laugh.
Oh, you found another funny one, Curdy. I like this one.
Curtis caught my eye and gave me a mischievous grin. Were all the guests tonight going to be like Donna? I might have to go for a walk. The door buzzer sounded again, and the night officially began. The next morning, I awoke in Curtis's spare room, feeling much like I had the morning before. Grumpy, dizzy, and more than a little like shit. Hungover. Again. I hope this wasn't a pattern because I was getting too old to develop new habits, especially bad ones. I also didn't like feeling like shit. I stumbled out, still fully clothed, to find a chipper Curtis sitting in the sunlight, reading a newspaper and drinking coffee.
There's a fresh pot, he said without looking up.
I grunted and set about the arduous task of fixing a cuppa. Coffee in hand, I pulled a chair back from direct sunlight and sank into its depths, clutching the nectar of revitalization.
You were quite the hit last night,
Curtis said without looking up from his paper. I was barely conscious. Last night was still a blur. Did I want caffeine to refresh my memory?
Adam especially took a shine, although I wouldn't recommend pursuing that. He's about to have a third ex-wife. Besides, I don't think you're into kink.
He turned a page.
That story about working on the Cold Lake Range was something else. You should write that up. Beth could find you an agent, I'm sure. But I wouldn't recommend telling folks at UFA that. Shilling Oil is one of UFA's clients.
Another page turned.
June's idea about Colorado was really good. You should check it out. I'm sure the archaeology department would love to hear your stories.
The paper was set aside.
More coffee?
He rose and left. Why do you think I'm not into kink? The pot was tipped and my cup refilled.
Please. You're straighter than the pole Sabrina used to dance on. If you were Catholic like my parents, I'd say that you'd at least have some hope, but I highly doubt you're even religious.
I didn't know if I regretted accepting Curtis's invitation or if I'd found myself a much-needed new best friend. His purple silk robe billowed as he turned and headed back into the kitchen.
Once you're functioning again, we'll stroll into downtown and have a proper brunch with some shopping. I haven't seen you wear anything but the standard issue cargo pants and t-shirt since you arrived.
It's not like I'm going anywhere.
There's always room for change, sweetie. I've also called ahead and booked you a hair appointment. Your hair needs a refresh.
He looked pointedly at my head.
There are fresh towels in the guest bathroom. Don't take too long caffeinating. We leave in 30 minutes. How long has it been?
I had just shoved a forkful of Eggs Benedict into my mouth. It was melting over my tongue in a smooth richness of savory, trans-fatty goodness. The kitchen staff at UFA did their best, but there was something about eating an individually prepared dish al fresco that made it worthy of orgasmic moans. Too long, I groaned.
You can get Eggs Benedict any time, hon. I'm talking about sex. I choked on the next mouthful and started coughing. After getting concerned glances from people at neighboring tables, I finally found myself breathing again and took a gulp of water. Mm-hmm, Curtis summarized and waved for more coffee. I don't need to get laid. Why does everybody keep saying I do? Kara, my friend from grad school, said so every time we talked. And because she was one of 2 friends I had, she counted as everyone. Maybe because you do. Curtis turned to the incoming server. Another pot, please, and more milk. Then he continued. It's blatantly obvious, Elise. I nonchalantly stirred hollandaise around my plate with a potato. How so? Besides being tighter than a scuba suit on Hercules, you nearly jumped Nathan Ferrer in the sandpit the other day. I was just surprised, then popped a potato into my mouth. Mm-hmm. Can we talk about something else? Please? Maybe one of the boys would appease. Or would that mess up group dynamics? Curtis, I growled and offered a glare that I hoped would shut him up. He held up his hands. Fine. Let me know when you decide that busting your scrawny ass in the gym isn't enough. It isn't about sex. I stirred another piece of potato around my plate. It's just... I felt Curtis's eyes still riveted on me, but the words just wouldn't leave my mouth. Honey, you're killing me here. What do you need? His hand landed on mine, calming its repetitive stirring across my plate. Curtis was providing the truest acknowledgement I'd had in months. Sitting in my mother's hospice room, alone, Sebi visited every day. Theo dropped in a couple times a week. I was there, day in and day out. I'd become a fixture, just like another piece of furniture in my dying mother's room. The day of my UFA interview, Director Derek, Fred Tucker, and Nathan had shaken my hand. Director Derek's hand was firm, and the shake was all business and over quickly. Tucker's was limp and sweaty. But it was Nathan's hand in mine that seemed to awaken something in me. It was firm and warm, but, above all else, genuine. It lingered a fraction longer than necessary. It could have been my imagination, my need for connection and acknowledgement that had my mind warping time back to that moment. I felt the strength in Nathan's hand, the calluses, the gentleness with which he formed his hand around my smaller one. He held firmly, fastly, without pressure. A sure cradle. Was a handshake indicative of a person's personality? If so, Nathan's handshake made me feel safe. I wanted to trust him. It'd been a long time since I'd trusted anyone. I placed my fork down and wiped my mouth. I would really like to trust someone, for once. Gavin Cleary's Irish blue eyes flashed in my mind, and the repulsion cinched my chest again. I'd traveled across the Atlantic for that asshat only to find his claims of having funding were greatly exaggerated. A week later, I was packing up, with him trying to convince me to stay. What the hell am I supposed to do here, Gavin? You can stay with me. His arm snaked around my waist, pulling me close. You lied to me. Only because I wanted to be with you. Fuck you. And I walked out. It had been years ago, before the war, but the wounds were still raw. That just seemed to be the way. Even wounds from childhood still ached as if they had just been inflicted. My injuries never healed like others did. Everything was as fresh and acute as the moment of the damage. Curtis's hand wrapped around mine. It was warm and firm too, but without the calluses. His fingers were long, with manicured nails.
I really hope you can learn to trust me. You're the first person who's walked into UFA that I actually want to be around.
How long have you been at UFA? Curtis sat back.
I completed my air traffic controller training last year and accepted a job at UFA soon after.
What did you do before that?
I was a consulting programmer with Constellation for about 6 years, but got sick of the long hours.
Good money, though. I abandoned my food and took up my cup.
Curtis smiled over his cup. Yes, good money. But I didn't want to die young, ugly, and rich. There's more to life.
How very enlightened of you.
And also more to life than being surrounded by engineers and computer geeks. Pilots are much easier on the eyes, especially ones like yours.
I rolled my eyes but smiled. He was kinda sorta right.
Air traffic controller seemed an interesting type of job, and Constellation paid for it. So I thought, what the hell?
Are you regretting the move to UFA?
Curtis put down his cup and grasped my hand again. I was, but not now. Are you ready to do some shopping?
Chapter 5. I stayed through the weekend at Curtis's because he insisted. The bed was extremely comfortable, and he fed me. Maybe Curtis could be the mother I never had. I'm sure he'd be happy to fill the role. Monday morning, we drove back to UFA. My palm that morning held a message that I'd be accompanying Tony to the main ship in orbit. Routine supplies transport, it said. I dumped my bags in my room, which suddenly hit my nose and eyes with a stinky, cloistered stuffiness I hadn't noticed before. Maybe Curtis had a point about me getting out more often. The hangar doors were open and the ship was outside on the tarmac. Tony was standing beside it, supervising shrink-wrapped boxes and flats of supplies being loaded through the bay in the back of the ship. I was going to fly, and into space! This far outweighed my excitement to visit Ireland after undergrad. It was better than being accepted into the PhD program at Tel Aviv University. The thought of going into space was right up there with fondling human bone. It was a whole new realm of possibility that almost had me dancing in my combat boots.
"Morning, Doc,"
Tony called from the ramp. He wasn't in the usual UFA-issued clothing, and his Hawaiian shirt was absent. Instead, he was in something that reminded me of a wetsuit.
"Hope you had a good weekend. I have a bit more here to do if you want to gear up. Find yourself a suit in the locker room."
He pointed to a set of doors in the corner near the office.
"Feel free to explore and get comfortable once you're suited. We'll be the only two flying, so you can set up as my co-pilot. Maybe we'll get you some hours."
I wondered if UFA would pay for me to get my pilot's license. Oh, wonder of wonders, could I be that lucky? A few suits hung on a rack by the entryway. I rummaged through them until I found a suit almost small enough for me. It wasn't rubber. The material was foreign, was rough yet slippery. I zipped up the almost plastic zipper, and suddenly the suit seemed to seal around me, shrinking and molding to my body. A fastener, or something I hadn't previously noted on my boots, had attached to the suit, too. I stripped my cargo pants pockets of the palm and other sundries and transferred them to the suit. None of the lockers were labeled or locked, so I chose one closest and stashed my clothing. Helmet in hand, I headed for the ship. I entered the ship's fuselage through the side door as Tony and some crew were loading through a ramp and rear door. As before, I noted the bench seating lining the fuselage, which was now being used as cargo space. In the hallway up to the cockpit, I opened the stacked doors and saw they each contained a bed, a very narrow and claustrophobic bed. I might need instructions, too, on how to enter one. One door was a bathroom, much like I'd seen on every international flight I'd ever been on. Other doors were storage for emergency equipment or for access to computer systems and other essentials. The cockpit was a Boeing transatlantic plane on steroids. Every surface was covered by dials, switches, buttons, lights, and screens. It was an amalgam of old and new tech, digital and analog. I maneuvered myself into the seat on the left, as it didn't have a notebook and helmet sitting on it. It was the same seat I'd occupied during my golden tour, with Nathan sitting opposite. I recognized the small tear in the pilot's leather seat. There was a console between the seats that held more switches, levers, and dials. After Nathan's comment about having to issue death notifications, I was hesitant to touch anything lest it blow up the ship or destroy the hangar. My imagination knew no bounds when nothing held it back. I sat taking note of everything I could, trying to memorize it all or find a logic in it. The window wasn't as high as that of a Boeing or even a Twin Otter I'd been in for archaeology fieldwork in northern Canada, but it was far from the wraparound view of a helicopter. I was attempting to stand up from my seat to see out the window and down the nose when Tony came in.
Have a seat, Doc, and you can help me with pre-flight checks.
He slid into his seat, scooping up the helmet and notebook into his lap in a well-practiced move.
Here.
He pulled a clipboard from under his seat and placed it in my lap.
Go down the list and call out the items. Check off or write down what I say. Got it?
Aye, aye, Captain, I answered, sliding the pencil from the clip. We went through the list, Tony switching switches, tapping dials, placing a finger to buttons or levers without moving them. A switch was flicked, and my ears popped. Occasionally, at his instructions, I'd write something down, but it was mostly check marks all the way down the page.
Okay, did you bring your palm?
I put the clipboard away and fished out my palm.
There should be a wire inside a pocket on your left side.
I fumbled around and pulled out a cable akin to a laptop power cable. He reached over and plugged the cable into the bottom port of my palm.
Nathan likely told you that these palms are a bit different. There are alternate communication back to the tower and the team's primary mode of communication when in the field.
He tilted my palm to show it had recognized an external port and had connected.
That pocket is designed for your palm, so stuff it in there and close it up. There's an earpiece, too. Should be by your left shoulder.
That found, I put it into my ear and was greeted by the ambient sounds of the cockpit.
What do you hear?
I told him.
Okay, time to strap in.
Tony pulled the straps around my shoulders and hips and demonstrated how the system worked. Then I watched him repeat everything that I'd just done, from connecting his palm to pulling the straps and buckles over himself and snap them shut.
Technically, we don't need helmets when we're flying, but it's good practice.
He put his on and I mirrored him. Much like the suit, the helmet seemed to fasten by itself and seal.
Can you hear me?
Tony's voice came through my earpiece.
Loud and clear. Fantastic.
The helmet was a fishbowl with no obstructions to look around.
Welcome to NSTS UFA 7.
His voice sparkled with excitement, that megawatt smile glowing.
Ready to see Pegasus, the main ship?
His enthusiasm was contagious.
Yes, please.
Through my earpiece, I heard Tony contact the control room. Curtis's voice came back.
Copy November Sierra Tango Sierra Uniform Foxtrot Alpha 7. We've got some traffic nearby. Hold, please.
I tried to see what traffic Curtis was talking about, but my view was limited. I could see a slice of the blue sky and the top of the hangar doors, and that they were closing. That was it. Then Curtis's voice came back into my ears.
NSTS UFA 7. You have clear skies. Wind is 7 knots from the southwest, gusting to 10. Pegasus is currently over Ethiopia.
I strained to see up through our window again.
Begin ignition and power-up sequence now,
Curtis said. Tony went through a series of flicking switches, turning dials, and pressing levers. Ignition ignited. A strange voice said in my ear. Right,
I'd forgotten. The training module said the ship had a basic version of AI to help with the ship's performance. It was what distinguished Constellation's ships from those built by other companies. The ship under me rumbled and came to life. Then Tony grabbed the steering column in front of him and the lever to his left.
Thrust engaged,
the AI voice said. He pushed the lever away from him, and the lever just to my right mirrored his movements.
Approaching 70% thrust,
the AI voice said. I could barely hear anything at all now. The roar of engines was deafening. Then Curtis's voice found its way through the noise.
You're cleared for takeoff. See you soon, Elise.
Approaching 85% thrust, liftoff imminent.
I couldn't help it. I was grinning so hard my face hurt. Then the foot lever under my left foot gently descended. Tony pulled back on the steering column with one hand while maintaining a firm grasp on the lever, and I was pushed down into my seat. The ship lifted straight up into the sunlit day, and blue sky filled the window.
NSTS UFA 7 is clear. See you soon.
Then we turned and tilted, and the pressure pushed every inch of my body into the seat. I could barely breathe. I was no engineer, but my training had explained the basics of this miraculous ship that could travel from Earth's surface and into space. It combined UFA's patented Hyperion drive with other technology developed during the war: radiation protection, thermal management, and life support systems that relied on recycling air, water, and waste. Most of the time, what the training modules outlined was way over my head, but I appreciated that this was revolutionary stuff, even if most of it had come at the cost of a war. Sooner than I expected, the sky turned from blue to indigo and then to black. I was in space. It wasn't as dark as I thought it would be, maybe because it was all the lights on the ship's console. Tony settled the ship into orbit, toggled a bunch of switches and levers, then said,
November Sierra Tango Sierra Uniform Foxtrot Alpha 7 to control. We have cleared Earth's atmosphere, establishing orbit and en route to Pegasus. Copy that. NSTS UFA 7 en route to Pegasus.
Before I knew what was happening, my stomach felt like it was floating up into my throat. My arms and legs felt different.
Not the best for observation, huh?
Tony said in my ear.
I did a bit of helicopter work back in the day, so I'm used to seeing more.
I'm trying to get UFA to commission a ship with better sightlines so we can see more.
He gave me an assessing look.
How you doing?
Could he see I was feeling a bit green under my gills? I seesawed my hand. He chuckled.
You'll get used to it eventually.
He flicked some switches.
Standard orbit achieved,
the AI voice said.
Aligned to rendezvous with Pegasus in 24 minutes.
So, rules. Number 1. There's no gravity on this ship, so stay in your seat and strapped in. 2. There's air in the cabin, obviously, but keep your helmet on. As I said before, you can technically go without it, but it's good practice to keep it on. We could lose pressure at any time. 3. Everyone who flies with me gets free flying lessons. You never know when it can come in handy.
It took a moment before it clicked in.
Really? Really. Put your hands on the steering column in front of you.
He flicked some switches.
Autopilot disengaged,
the voice said. It may have been a grand total of 15 minutes, but I learned so much with Tony's gentle and straightforward teaching. The ship did a roll, yaw, and pitch under my control. It was exciting to experience the ship's reaction to how I worked the controls. It didn't take much. A slight turn of the steering column or a touch of the right foot pedal, and the ship moved. It was amazing and frightening how much power was available at the tilt of a lever at my foot or hand. I took some solace when Tony said that it was low stakes because we were in a cruising orbit with AI looking on. We were in no danger of descending into a fiery blaze through the Earth's atmosphere.
Approaching Pegasus in 5 minutes. Tony turned the autopilot back on and pointed at the digital screen on the console. A small dot was approaching us.
That's Pegasus. We should be able to see it soon.
What's the objective here? Are you delivering something?
I thumbed at the cargo space in the back.
Remember the International Space Station? Well, Pegasus is kind of like that. It was built by several countries: China, the US, France, and Canada. The US is represented by Constellation. UFA and other companies have a reciprocal agreement with the Pegasus Collective. Pegasus ferries us back and forth through the main gate. We ferry supplies and personnel for them to and from Earth. I'm sure there's still money involved, but that's for accounting to figure out.
Accounting had never been my strong suit, but I did my share of project management with a side of logistics in archaeology.
So, is this what you've been doing since you started at UFA? Training, learning to fly this wicked-ass ship, and making deliveries?
A rich chuckle rumbled in my ear.
UFA keeps us busy. The team has been helping surveyors explore beyond the main gate.
What, like charting new planets?
That and just exploring in general. Nobody knows where that new system is in relation to Earth and our solar system, so they're trying to figure it out. Whoa, right?
I could hear Tony's grin.
UFA's got a couple of clients that are interested in rare minerals, so surveyors are going to be doing geophysical sensing to see if they can find a source. The team's been helping with that too. But once your training is done, we might finally get our first real job.
I was about to ask more questions when Tony spoke.
I have control.
As the distant speck had begun to form details, the controls left my hands as Tony took back control.
NSTS UFA 7 to Pegasus.
Tony called in our approach. That distant speck was growing at an alarming speed. I could see the wheel shape of it, how it turned to produce artificial gravity. That much had stuck from my training modules.
Pegasus to NSTS UFA 7. We copy. You're looking good. Maintain course.
Approaching Pegasus in 30 seconds. Then the voice started a countdown. An AI voice doing a countdown would forever be a bad thing in my mind, thanks to Hollywood. Tony's voice came through my ear.
Pegasus has AI too, and it should be linking in about now.
The vibration of the ship changed.
NSTF UFA 7. Pegasus has control. See you soon.
I felt a rumble as the engines turned back to full. The speed at which we approached the main ship slowed. A bay door opened, and Tony said,
Gone.
It was too little, too late. It felt as if our ship had been thrown into Pegasus Bay, and I was sucked back into my seat.
Sorry. The magnets take a bit to get used to.
The combination of artificial gravity and magnets coming together at once had jarred through my body.
Walking will help you adjust.
He shut down everything while I watched, enthralled. Then, following Tony's lead, we took off our helmets and straps, left our seats, and strode into the ship's cargo area. Tony pressed a button and switched a lever, and the ship's rear door opened. A ramp descended. A tall man in a flight suit was waiting outside. His suit bore a logo I'd seen on some of the training modules, a stylized scattering of stars that connoted constellation. Kirkshaw, nice of you to drop by. Been waiting for some more taco mix.
I aim to keep my customers happy. May I introduce the newest member of Team Farer, Dr. Elise Marquette. This is Jeff Metcalf. He pretty much runs Pegasus.
Jeff held out a large hand and I shook it. What Tony means is that I'm the operations manager here on Pegasus. There's not a whole lot that goes on up here that I don't know about. Like being low on taco mix? I said. Jeff grinned.
Like the necessity of taco mix, he emphasized.
As the three of us unloaded our cargo into the bay of the main ship, Jeff and Tony kept up a running dialogue. Want the 5-cent tour? Jeff asked when we'd finished.
Go on, Doc. I need to see how much damage Jeff's AI did to my ship when it turned on the magnets.
Jeff pointed a finger at Tony.
My AI is fine. You're the one who likes to disengage to practice flying manually. You take your life in your hands when you come in with too much clearance. That's not what your wife said last time.
The walk around the main ship was brisk, with Jeff setting a quick pace.
Gotta get as much exercise in as possible while here. Gravity is similar, but not quite the same. Plus, it can vary. Human bones feel it.
A man speaking my language. We did a speed walking tour of the round ship to the control room at the farthest point from the docking bays, to the living quarters and general gathering areas.
Have you completed your training from astrophysics and the medical guys?
Still in training. Most is going over my head.
Yeah, they do that. All you really need to know right now is that we all go into a supportive environment while the ship travels through inner space. When we near the main gate, we drop out of inner space. My team and I spend time going through protocols. Whoever we are ferrying, your team for instance, will remain in stasis while this is going on. Once we're ready to carry on, we rinse and repeat. We set you loose on the other side of the main gate.
I'd read my fair share of science fiction growing up. Aside, I'd found an inordinate number of archaeologists read sci-fi and fantasy. I wonder what that says about us. As a kid, I was hardcore into Isaac Asimov, even though I didn't know what he was talking about most of the time. Arthur C. Clarke and Ray Bradbury rounded out my early reading extracurricular activities. These were the old white guys, but I didn't feel the absence of women in their stories. In fact, Dr. Susan Calvin was one of my heroines. Still is. The point of all this was that traveling through space didn't seem at all far-fetched to me as maybe it should have been, or was to others. But never in my wildest dreams would I thought of mixing sci-fi with archaeology. Nope. One was science and one was fiction. End of story. Despite what folks like Graham Hancock and Eric von Daniken would have the general public think. If anything, I thought it was a bit interesting why humans needed to insert something otherly, deities, magic, or extraterrestrials, into humanity's history. It's not like humanity needed any more magic or divinity in it. Every single culture on Earth had some sort of mythology or religion baked into it. It was our natural tendency to label the unknown with a label of God or magic so that we could make it known and be able to talk about it. Right now, interspace travel was magic to me, even though I knew there was a ton of science behind it. We strode past the supportive environment in which 20 or so individual stasis units were lying in rows along the curve of the ship. My gut did a flip as I thought about being in stasis and relying on a computer to drive the ship and keep me alive. Within 15 minutes, we were back in the docking bay, and I'd worked up a sweat. Tony handed Jeff a large palm device.
Locked and loaded. Just need your John Henry.
Jeff reviewed it, then waved a finger over the surface.
Sent a copy to your palm.
Jeff turned to me.
Elise, it was a pleasure. I'm sure I'll see you again shortly.
Tony and I boarded our ship. This time, I was expecting the magnets, but it still didn't prepare me for the sudden weightlessness. This time, it hit me like a gut punch, and I made a gagging sound I was not proud of.
There's a bag on the left side of your seat,
Tony said as he maneuvered the ship out of the bay and back into orbit.
Make sure you wrap the seal around your mouth. The only thing worse than puking in your helmet is cleaning puke out of the cockpit controls.
I was concentrating so hard on keeping my stomach contents inside my body that I wasn't really paying attention to our re-entry. The ship shook and rumbled as we descended through the atmosphere. I felt a sweat break out, and I didn't know if it was because I was sick to my stomach or because of re-entry heat. Then it was over. It was cool again. Smooth sailing, or flying, or shuttling, whatever. Blue sky was outside the cockpit window. It was surreal. If my stomach wasn't telling me that something had happened, I'd have to wonder if I'd actually been to space on a spaceship. Tony's voice came through my headset, and Curtis answered. I saw our mountain. Tony dropped us down, which didn't really help my stomach. The ship touched down on the tarmac with much less ado than on Pegasus.
Gravity was a wonderful thing. I undid my mask's clasps, ripped the headset and belts away from me, and sat for a moment, savoring the weight of my body in my seat, and tried to will my stomach to settle. A hand landed on my shoulder. "You did okay, Doc. Everyone gets a wave of it on the first flight. It's a rite of passage." He leaned closer. "First time I took Farrer up, he puked into his helmet. He had to wear it all the way back to Earth." I barked a laugh, and Tony gave my shoulder a squeeze, then let me be. He did a series of checks I should have helped with, but he told me to take the time to settle myself. I really wanted to go for a walk outside, but I also wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I wanted to talk to Sebi. My regular cell phone was back in my room. Living quarters were located deep in the building, under the mountain and opposite the side I was on. The administrative section of UFA occupied the upper floors, with the control room looming high over the hangar. The elevator ride down to my room, then back up to ground level, wasn't going to do my queasy stomach any good. Just the thought of riding an elevator brought the nausea front and center. Here's to 5 flights of stairs and my greater fitness benefits. Note to self: keep my personal cell phone on me so I can skip outside when an opportunity presents. It wasn't quite lunchtime. We'd done the trip to the main ship and back in under 3 hours. The stairwells were quiet, and I could rest on landings and breathe hard all the way back outside and to the picnic tables with only my poor fitness. After regaining my breath for the second time that day and wondering at the state of my health, I toggled my cell phone on. 3 voicemails and 4 texts. Really, my family knew no bounds. Now they just had an excuse.
"You need to come home for the will reading."
Theo's voice was loud and dominant in my ear. As usual, I'd hoped to get his voicemail. I was never that lucky. He'd picked up on the first ring. Damn caller display.
"Mom would have wanted it."
I don't care.
"You need to sign some papers."
Again, we can do it digitally.
"We need help sorting through Mom's stuff."
Sebi's already doing a great job.
"Elise."
Theo. A deep sigh erupted from the phone. I could almost smell his minty breath.
"Could you just come home, please?"
Why? I was home for over 3 months, most of it in a hospice room. Instead of working, I lost my job because I sat in a hospice room for 3 months while Mom wasted away. Not like she knew I was there.
"She knew you were there. We all recognize your sacrifice, Elise. We all made sacrifices."
And what have you sacrificed, Theo?
"Elise."
No, seriously, I want to know. You sit there with your fancy suits, your Rolex and Beamer, and you lord over us serfs with your money and position, and I want to know what you sacrificed, oh glorious Theodore Anthony Marquette, brother mine. What have you sacrificed?
"Are you done?"
Fuck you.
"I paid for your education, among other things."
And? That was your great sacrifice? You sacrificed some spare dough so I could get an education? And that was not a sacrifice. It was a loan, and I am so glad I finally paid it off, asshole.
"Elise."
No, if that's all you've got, you loan me some money which you eventually got back compared to me losing the job of my dreams. It's no contest.
"Will you shut the fuck up for a minute?"
I clamped my mouth shut and fumed.
"You never said it was the job of your dreams. Why didn't you fight for it?"
I remembered Charlie Burton attempting to break the news gently to me. The head of archaeology and curation said, with much regret, he couldn't keep my job open for me. He'd waited for me for 3 months. I'd kept putting him off, thinking that if Mother would just hurry up and die, I could skip right back to Tel Aviv, to the department and my beloved job. But month after month, sitting in a hospital day in and day out, watching the nurses tend to my mother, had also had me wasting away. I had no answer for Theo. I'm not coming home. I'll sign whatever digitally. Bye. I ended the call. Then it occurred to me the fucker hadn't answered my question. Damn lawyer had turned the tables on me. I cursed a blue streak and roared at the sky. Remind me never to get you angry.
I turned to find Nathan standing behind me, a concerned look playing on his face.
Isn't there anywhere a person can go on this mountain for some privacy?
Not really. It kind of explains why people choose to live off-site. You might want to look into that after you're done training.
Right, 'cause I have so much time to do that.
When training's done,
Nathan stepped closer.
I could show you some decent neighborhoods.
Thanks, but I really don't have the headspace to even think about finding a place to live. My room is good for now. I pointed back to the building.
Family?
When I nodded, he continued.
You mentioned your mother had recently passed away. Do you need some time?
No, God, please. I need work. I need this job. Shit, I probably shouldn't have said it like that, and to one of the people who'd hired me. I bit the inside of my cheek. Well, not need, just to keep busy, to get on with my life. The fairer smirk made an appearance, and the ascending sun shadowed the dimple on his left cheek.
It's all good. I understand.
He turned to go inside.
You coming in for lunch?
I rubbed my stomach. It had finally settled, but my head was still on strike. I don't think so.
Chocolate might help.
He had a point. I began to follow him up to the front door. Did you really puke in your helmet on your first trip up?
Nah, I let Tony tell that story so everyone will feel better. Did it work?
Nope. I know bullshit when I smell it. Chapter 6. The next day, the team gathered into the Humvee that Nathan had driven to the airport the day of my interview. Turns out that all that room was for a purpose. All 7 of us fit inside with some gear in the back. Nathan turned from the driver's seat and handed out hoods.
Put them on,
was all he said before he started up the Humvee, and we took off. While I couldn't see anything, I could hear. Pavement turned to gravel under the large tires. We were zooming along back roads in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. There was a vague sense of relief that I was somewhere familiar. Sort of. There had been no briefing, just Nathan's blunt command over a text on my palm that morning. Report to the parking lot in 20. I'd clocked the equipment in the back of the Humvee before we donned the hoods. It seemed we were either being taken to some new secret place, or this was another test. Fuck, I was tired of tests. Spending a lifetime in and out of academia had rendered me somewhat, testy regarding tests. I had truly thought that upon finally obtaining my PhD, I'd be beyond tests. Undergrad had been an ultimate weeding expedition with papers and exams to sort out those who thought they were worthy of a degree. A master's degree was a swan dive compared to an undergrad degree. Exams and papers were cut to a fraction of what I'd had to wade through during my bachelor's, and I was under my own steam to pick and complete an original research topic. The first year of my PhD had been similar to my master's. Then the loom of comprehensive exams began. Stuffing that much information into my brain over the course of a year nearly did my poor brain in, especially since so much of my brain had been previously eaten away by restaurant food, Advil, and archaeological regulations in Alberta. And more. My brain just didn't work the same way it did during my master's. Too much had happened. Now it felt like I was starting all over again. Tests, proving myself, memorizing more regulations, more procedures, working with new people in potentially strange and remote situations. During the UFA interview, I'd had a sense that this job could be just like my days in consulting archaeology, just in space, but I'd pushed it aside. That thought was returning to my mind daily, stronger with each revisit. Especially at times like this when I was drop-kicked into scenarios I knew nothing about and more or less told to just get it done with no support from management. Yeah, I could feel my flashbacks to consulting archaeology looming. The vehicle was going along hairpin turns. My ears popped. Inside the hood, I was doing some deep breathing exercises I learned during my post-war therapy sessions and tried, in earnest, to just be in the moment. I lost track of time. Tony, Lansbridge, and Xander attempted some conversation, but AJ, surprisingly, spat at them to shut their trap so forcefully that we all kept silent. The mood swung from a fun time out to intense concern in a millisecond before Nathan stepped in and started chatting with AJ. No one else spoke, however. The vehicle was descending. My ears popped again. I'd heard stories of emergency service folks being snatched up during the war to be held for ransom by the Russians. This was part of the reason we never worked alone in the warehouse, even with security patrolling the perimeter. I hadn't known Nathan for long. I was used to relying on my intuition when out in the field, and my intuition said Nathan was good people. Maybe he wasn't as good as I wanted him to be. I remember my ID implant had felt like it was dancing in my chest before Nathan's text. I'd almost gone to the infirmary instead of the elevator. My people judgment wasn't great, admittedly. I fell for Gavin Cleary and his alleged study at the Dekla Oasis. I could be entirely wrong about Nathan. But I'd learned since Gavin. Hadn't I? No music, no conversation, just the rumble of gravel under the vehicle. The Humvee continued to turn around bends, my weight shifting in Canset's thigh leaning into mine. The deep breathing made life under my hood hot. It was becoming uncomfortable. Captain Nathan, shit. I blurted and started pulling at my hood. I felt a hand grab my knee, Canset, and I flinched back, slapping at the hand. Don't touch me!
Easy, Marquette, came Nathan's calm voice from the front of the vehicle. We're almost there. Can you do 5 minutes?
No! I yanked my hood off.
All right, Nathan said. Everyone, you might as well have a view.
We were beyond Gravel Road on a rutted dirt road. Boreal forest soared above us, tight to the road. Spruce trees. I saw willow and tamarack, so that meant occasional wet areas. I opened the window and breathed in the scent of clean air tinged with spruce and soil. My heart rate slowed. Breathing became easier.
Where are we?
AJ asked as Nathan pulled over. The Humvee skirted the shoulder, and the entire cab tipped to the right. Canset slid into me before he frantically pulled himself away.
We are in the middle of nowhere. Nathan turned off the engine and slid out of the vehicle.
I threw myself out of the door, savoring the ground beneath my feet, the breeze on my skin.
A lovely middle of nowhere.
Tony was also savoring the trees, blue sky, and sunlight. Purpose? AJ asked, and I wonder if he always needed a direction.
The purpose of today's exercise, Nathan said, is to make it back to the building. Together.
There was considerable mumbling and complaining from the guys. Lansbridge pulled his palm out from his cargo pants. He poked and slapped it a couple of times.
Don't bother with your palms, Nathan said. I had them disconnected from the network for today.
Without further ado, Nathan quickly climbed back into the driver's seat.
See you in a few hours, I hope.
The bastard was smiling as he said it. In a blink, the Humvee was speeding away from us. So much for all that equipment in the back. And good thing I'd had a hearty breakfast that morning. Good thing, too, I wasn't menstruating. Damn men thinking that whatever applied to them applied to women, too. The number of times I had to explain that women had certain needs, which often included access to bathroom facilities, were too many to count. Yes, I have changed my tampon in the bush. When I had one. Today, we'd been thrown into this situation without warning or preparation. Nathan may have wanted a female on the team, but he didn't know how to work with a female team member. AJ was walking back down the road. Come on, we might as well start walking. Does Nathan do this sort of thing often? I asked to no one in particular. Tony grabbed a handful of grasses from the ditch and answered,
No, this is the first. He might have been saving this one until the team was together.
Lansbridge and Xander jogged up to AJ. Cansett snuggled down into his jacket, which was zipped up to his nose. I dug around in my pants pockets. It had been a couple of weeks now at UFA, and I was learning that, despite the schedule on my palm, every day was a new day. Nathan was now throwing shit at us daily, and I never knew what a day would bring. I'd taken to loading up my cargo pants with odds and ends as my just-in-case brain from my consulting archaeology days was kicking in. In addition to my palm, I pulled out my cell phone, which Theo insisted on providing through a family plan, a Swiss Army knife, a twist tie, a couple of hair elastic ties, some tissues, a pen, a couple of receipts, a couple of granola bars, and a few individually wrapped candies. Yes, this made my pants a bit heavy, but I wore a belt, so no biggie. And it seemed I would now need to include tampons in my collection. In my jacket pockets, I had lip balm, my wallet, and more hair elastics. Hey, I had long hair, and one can never have too many hair elastics. The good news was my cell phone was charged. 3 bars were showing on the display. I took out my palm and looked up Curtis's number. My phone rang. Sebi, I can't talk, I answered.
I need to run something by you.
I can't, not now, I'll call you.
But
I disconnected, then called Curtis.
Hello?
It was tentative and wary, and frankly, I'm surprised Curtis accepted the call at all. Curtis, it's Elise.
Elise? What?
No time to talk. Nathan has dumped me and the team on a mountainside. I had the captive attention of my entire team. Awe, surprise, and gobsmacked shock were plastered on their faces. Tony was grinning. We need a way back to the building.
Okay.
Curtis switched into mission mode.
I need coordinates. Did you drive?
Yes, he drove us here and dumped us. We have no food, no shelter, and we're on foot. We'll figure out a possible location, or at least how far from the building we might be. Can you triangulate this cell phone signal?
Maybe. Probably not, but I'll try.
Okay, I gotta go because I don't want to drain the battery.
Got it. Call me back in an hour.
I took note of the time, 11:13 a.m. In that brief time, Sebi had sent me 3 texts. He needed help with a presentation. It was a work thing, and his texts reminded me of how he'd looked at the hospice and mother's funeral, frayed. I would call him back, I promised myself as I powered down my phone. I learned a number of things in archaeology which were reinforced in the war. Besides not getting separated from my lunch and not starting a relationship with a crew member, one of the most important things I learned was to conserve and protect emergency communication pathways.
Woman of the hour, Tony said.
If I weren't already married, Doc, AJ began, a full-toothed grin stretching from ear to ear. But Xander was focused on other things. Could he triangulate your signal? He'll try, but he wasn't hopeful. Lansbridge was shaking his head. Elise would need to keep her phone on to transmit the signal, which Curtis may or may not be able to triangulate. Then switch the thing back on and let's get out of here, Xander said as he stepped towards me. Tony and AJ were suddenly between me and Xander. Take a step back, Tommy. AJ held out one of his immense hands, his rosy pink palm contrasted with the rich ebony. It's not worth it, Xander, Lansbridge offered from beside me. The roaming will kill the battery quickly, maybe a couple of hours. We need to make it last. Xander backed off, and words came out of his mouth that I'd never heard. I assumed he was cursing in several different languages. Curtis is good. He's not as good as me. He used to be a programmer, then consultant. He helped Tony and me clean up the ship's hard drive. Tony knelt down and started scratching in the hard-packed dirt of the road. We were driving about 3 hours, right? Yeah, about that, AJ confirmed. Hey, Xander, did you catch how fast Nathan was driving before we stopped? Yeah.
Xander begrudgingly said. About 30 miles per hour.
Tony was trying to scratch numbers in the dirt. And that was on gravel. How long were we on pavement before that, do you figure? Here. I pulled out the pen and receipts from my pants pocket and held them out to Tony.
Sweet.
Tony pulled out a small notepad from his cargo pants and took my pen. I was suddenly thankful for all the old school tendencies of pilots. We crowded around Tony, who knelt down and wrote on the notepad on his knee.
Okay, if say we were on the highway doing 50 miles per hour for about an hour and a half, he scribbled, and then 30 on gravel, then
a really long friggin' way, Lansbridge blurted.
Oh, fuck.
Xander raked a hand through his hair. Cansett hadn't said a single word since we got into the Humvee 3 hours ago, and I was starting to get worried about him.
About 120 miles, Tony announced.
I pointed to the notepad. What's that in kilometers? Tony scribbled some more.
Fuck kilometers, Marquette. It's a long fucking way, Xander said. About 192 kilometers.
What's 192 divided by 5? I asked Tony, still on his knee, doing calculations. Why 5? AJ asked. What's with 5? People walk about 5 kilometers an hour, I said as Tony finished his calculations and whistled.
38.
38 what? Xander looked from me to Tony to AJ. 38 hours, AJ said, looking down the road. Maybe he was wondering if he'd eaten enough for breakfast. Maybe he was thinking he could jog back in 10 hours.
Maybe he'd be on his own for that one.
What? Xander was getting pretty wound up.
It would take us about 38 hours to walk back to UFA, Tony said.
Xander groaned loudly.
If we walk the same road Farrer took, and if our time and speed estimates are correct, and if we don't encounter any difficulties.
Xander shouted obscenities to the sky, which echoed against the trees and not-so-distant mountains.
Farrer said, see you in a few hours, son of a bitch.
Okay, folks, we've got an hour to figure out our location for Curtis, so let's start walking and look for landmarks, AJ said, attempting to redirect focus. Everyone, let's do a review of our resources. Check your pockets. I called out the contents of my pockets. Marquette, you keep those edibles under lock and key. No one eats anything unless it looks like we'll be out here tonight. Others had gum, mints. Cansett had a pouch of beach sand. Tony's pockets were somewhat like mine and tended toward the collection of things that might be useful, including paper, gum, a half roll of electrical tape, a pocket manual of airspace regulations, and a paperback novel. And I thought my pants were heavy. His jacket must make his shoulders ache. Condoms? Lansbridge burst when Tony called out his contents. You are seriously prepped.
Always, Tony grinned. But seems like no one else is.
I don't need to be. AJ was finally loosening up now that we were all walking at a brisk pace. I got my stash at home next to my beautiful wife. The good news was that everyone had their wallets. We were all wearing jackets, too. Who's familiar with the Denver area? I asked. I was still getting my bearings at UFA. Forget about knowing anything about regional environment. Anyone care to guess about our general location? Turns out we were all imports to Colorado, and no one spent time hiking or hunting in the mountains.
However, Tony said, striding beside me, I have flown over the area quite a bit. We're westish of Denver, not too far into the mountains. I'm guessing that Farrer took the highway out, then secondary roads. If we keep walking, we'll likely come to a marked secondary road.
Tony was quickly becoming my new best friend. West of Denver, about 200 kilometers on a gravel road. It was all intermittent pine with grasses and rock. Not the best intel, but better than nothing. Xander calmed down and the guys chattered as AJ kept our pace brisk. I sided up to Cansett. How you holding up? You haven't said much since we left the building. Cansett did a simultaneous nod and shrug, vaguely reminiscent of something a 5-year-old would do.
I'm okay, just not enthused about the situation.
You and Xander. I paused and let him have some breathing space. You have something to get home for? I just don't much like the outdoors. Kinda freaks me out. Wow, he was a real academic, this one. But you carry beach sand around with you, I said. It reminds me of home. You live in town with the rest of them? I thumbed towards the group of guys. Nah, I like not having to make my own meals. I don't need all that space either. This kind of floored me because I'd been housed in UFA crew rooms now for over 2 weeks, and I'd never seen Eric there after business hours. And I thought I was antisocial. As Cansett and I talked, the wind picked up. Clouds were forming in the western sky. In Alberta, the winds and weather came in predominantly from the west and north, over the Rocky Mountains. I suspected the same might occur in Colorado. Tony was looking at the western sky, too. If a pilot and archaeologist start to wonder about the weather, what does that mean? We exchanged a glance. It wasn't quite an hour, but I called Curtis anyway. We have a storm approaching.
Right, I see it. It should be at UFA in 10 minutes.
Xander strode up. Tell him to figure out where the hell we are and pick us up. I shushed him, and AJ pulled Xander back with a hand. Okay, then we're not too terribly far from the building as the crow flies.
Spill, hun. What do you see?
I did an exaggerated look at our surroundings so the guys would follow the gist of our conversation. Not much. We figured we're no more than 200 kilometers west-ish of Denver. It's all slopes, pine, and rocks out here. We're on a gravel road heading southeast-ish. Tony and Lancebridge were nodding and listening carefully. AJ was trying to calm Xander down.
Got it,
Curtis said.
Okay, here's the plan. Let's give the storm an hour. Well, hello, Mr. Ferrer.
I froze and shushed the guys. If Nathan figured out we were talking to Curtis, he could cut off our only source of communication. And I really didn't want to spend the night in the woods without food or shelter.
My mom in Baltimore.
I could hear the purr in Curtis's voice deepen and could almost feel his eyes trek across Nathan's body.
I'll tell her you said hi.
If this went on any longer, I'd have to power down and call back in another hour. The wind gusted, blowing into my back and pushing me. I glanced back at the incoming black clouds. This was no time for small talk. Tony came up behind me and provided some shelter from the increasing gusts. Curtis, I growled.
Okay, he's gone. Call me in an hour. I'll have a plan then.
Then he signed off. 2 voicemail and 4 texts from Sebi, each text growing increasingly distressed. Fuck, why did he have to pick now to have a meltdown? I powered down. Nathan showed up before we could really talk. Here's hoping he doesn't figure out what Curtis is doing and shut it all down. Ferrer would do that too, just to make a point, AJ said, nodding. The temperature had dropped and we were all still walking a gravel road with no intersecting roads or traffic. We need to take shelter, AJ yelled above the wind. It's just a summer storm, Xander countered. It'll blow over. AJ is right. There could be more in this storm than just a light rain, Tony countered. I tapped at Cansett's shoulder and veered off the road, through the ditch to some large spruce trees. I'd been caught in summer storms in northern Alberta. You get drenched. There was lightning. Then you had to function while wet and freezing. We were still in the mountains and temperatures weren't yet at summer's peak. I knew if I got substantially wet, I'd have a hard time getting warm again. Cansett was behind me. I didn't know if anyone else was. I was worried about my own health and safety, and I couldn't depend on anyone else for that. Among lodgepole pines and shrubs, I found a spruce tree with large boughs that hung low to the ground and crawled underneath. It was a tight fit, but it was worth it. Under the boughs, there was enough room for me to sit up against the trunk and wait out the storm. It was dry, and very little wind got through. I prayed it would be enough to keep out the incoming rain. I heard branches snapping. Ow! Shit! Cansett's shoulder nudged mine.
Then Tony's shoulder snuggled up on my other side.
Hey, Doc. Nice place. Couldn't let you and Canset have the place to yourself.
I heard voices and snapping of branches elsewhere, so it seemed the guys wouldn't be leaving me on my own. Just then, the sky opened up and a deluge let loose. Thunder is always louder in the mountains, whether it's because of the closeness of the sky, the echo off the rock, I don't know. I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was Zeus slamming an anvil next to the road. Holy fuck! It seemed Eric Canset knew some words after all. Our little spot under that spruce bough kept us dry. Water ran on the soil towards us, but my ass stayed dry, and I was warm sandwiched between two guys. The storm let up a while later. I'd nodded off and woke up when Tony shifted to peek out of our shelter. Voices. Reluctantly, I left the dry shelter. Water dripped from branches and leaves. The forest smelled of rich, moist soil and clean compost. It was a beautiful smell that I didn't often get a chance to relish. The storm may have passed by, but another one loomed in the western sky. What sunlight there was poked out from behind heavy clouds in dim stretches that implied, rather than demonstrated, a summer's day. We didn't have too much daylight left. I kept forgetting that Colorado didn't have the long summer evenings that Alberta did. That's what the northern latitudes give you. Long evenings that stretch past 10 o'clock and sunsets that go on forever. In Colorado, evenings change into night quickly at about 8:30. Tony, what time is it?
12:46.
We need to get moving. AJ was a pit bull with a bone, I tell ya. When do you think Farrer will have mercy and come rescue us? Lancebridge raised hopeful eyebrows. AJ let out a burst of laughter.
He won't. He's a Marine. He won't back down unless we're dying. Even then.
I caught Tony's eye and tapped my wrist. He held up 10 fingers. Then I looked back towards the west from where the storm had come. The skies didn't yet look clear. We could easily get a repeat of what we just went through. And yep, 10 minutes looked about right. I agree with AJ, I said. This may have been the first in a series of storms. We should keep dry and warm when we can and walk when we can. We can rest while waiting out a storm.
Too bad no one smokes anymore, Xander said as we broached the road once again and started our army-paced walk. A fire would be nice tonight.
I'm going to stash a couple lighters in my jacket when I get back.
Never know, Lancebridge said.
The storm drew in fast. We dove for another stand of spruce trees. This stand wasn't as established as the last ones, and we all got wet to some extent. Now I was cold. And when I was cold, I was bitchy. Hunger would soon set in, and then I'd be a real peach. The guys would be fearing for their lives. It was after 2 o'clock before I called Curtis again. Sorry, we...
Understood,
Curtis interrupted.
Here's the plan. We're out with a drone. I can track your palms, so make sure they're on. I can't track during a storm. Got it?
Got it. See you soon. No more texts or voicemails from Sebi. That was more troubling than his meltdown. But I couldn't do anything about it right now. I told the guys the plan, turned off my cell phone, and turned on my Palm. Still no network connection on my Palm. I really hoped Curtis's plan worked.
Holy shit, I'm hungry,
Lancebridge blurted as we broke into a brisk walk back on the gravel road. Too bad we hadn't seen anyone else. A vehicle would have been really nice about now. We got in an hour of walking before the sky started to darken and clouds blew in again. The guys allowed me to find another dry place and followed me in. I was now the designated shelter finder. This storm was longer. I got a couple hours' sleep huddled beneath the boughs of yet another spruce, sandwiched between Canset and Tony. The guys were serious furnaces, and being warm eased some of my bitchiness. My palm beat. Out of range. What does that mean? I asked no one in particular. Lancebridge sidled up to me as we continued our forced march. Your palm just figured out is disconnected from the building and the local satellite network. It should switch to field mode automatically. It's your settings. Here. I gave my palm to him. Your palm is networked to every other palm in UFA, but that's what Farrer shut down when he dropped us out here. When we're in the field, that will allow us to use our palms to talk to each other without a satellite or other external receiver. Kind of like handheld radios. When we're in the field. Right. This was consulting archaeology all over again. Not knowing where the hell I was, trying to find my way around in the bush, having equipment that didn't work right or none at all, and little to no support from back home. If Curtis got us out of this, I was going to buy him a case of his favorite wine. Fieldwork didn't work if there was no home-based support. On the plus side, I seemed to be with a group of guys who knew what they were doing. Once Xander managed to calm down, all the guys were in a state of acceptance to the experience. Not like this happened every day kind of assurance. Rather, they had a confidence they'd get out of this. Eventually. The sun was on the brim of the horizon when we reached a paved road that traveled north and south. "Which way, folks?" AJ asked the group. They all stared blankly around. "Any road signs?" "There!" Xander shouted and took off at a sprint. Xander stood panting, hands on hips, reading the sign. He didn't say anything. He just looked at the sign. Tony jogged up to him while the rest of us walked. Then we watched as Tony also stood looking at the sign. When we read the sign, I understood. It provided no useful information whatsoever. National Forest Access Red Dirt Road, with an arrow pointing up the road we'd just traveled. "Nothing like stating the obvious," Lansbridge muttered. "No bloody help at all." Xander finally flung up his arms, looking around for something, anything else. "All right, which way?" AJ asked. "North or south?" "Well, neither is really in our preferred direction of east," Tony said. My gut was pulling me north. This sort of thing happened when I was in the field. I found myself walking or driving in a direction that invariably sorted out a challenging situation. I'd been lost a grand total of 3 times in my entire life. Usually, I got lost because I was relying on signs or a GPS. When I relied on my gut and my internal compass, I arrived where I needed to be. "I'm going this way." I set off. Kansett, still unbelievably quiet, caught up and matched my stride. "On what are you basing your decision?" he whispered. "Intuition," I said. "Is that wise?" Now Tony had caught up. I was again sandwiched between my spruce tree rain buddies. "Intuition has saved my bacon a couple of times." "Ditto," I said to Kansett. "I trust it more than a GPS." Kansett returned to his thoughts, keeping pace with me and Tony. I didn't need to turn around to know the others were following. We passed a sign that read mile 23. "What time is it?" I asked Lansbridge. The sun was beginning to set, and I was worried we'd have to spend the night outdoors. Lansbridge thumbed his palm. "Nearly 8. I could tell by his voice that he was thinking the same thing as me, and likely everyone else. Where the hell was Curtis? And still we hadn't seen or heard a single vehicle. We were now on a paved road, so there was hope. Maybe. I was just about to power up my cell phone with our mile 23 information when headlights appeared over the horizon behind us. "Yes!" Xander pumped, his fist to the sky. A pickup truck slowed down and pulled up in front of us. AJ walked up to the driver's window and stood a pace away. "Hi there," he said. "Howdy," the driver said. The guys had maneuvered around me somehow, keeping me behind them and blocking my view of the driver. It was a man I could hear. Then, while their bodies blocked my view and AJ's conversation with the driver, the guys nudged each other and did some sort of hand signals. I didn't catch all of it, but there was something going on. Then the truck drove off. "Well, shit." Xander ran a hand through his hair and kicked errant gravel on the asphalt road. What? What happened? I asked. Lansbridge turned to me.
He's likely a white supremacist or a survivalist. Same thing usually, AJ said. We're lucky he didn't shoot me and Tony on the spot and take you captive. There were a bunch of rifles and supplies in the bed of his truck, Tony offered. Did you ask if we were going in the right direction? I asked. Yeah, AJ nodded, knowing I wasn't going to like the answer. We're a ways out, though. He figured a couple days' walk. Days! Xander burst. Where the hell is Curtis?
Headlights on the horizon in front of us, coming from the north. It seemed the night came alive west of Denver. Then my implant felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. I gasped, clutching at my sternum as Xander muttered and made to step out into the road.
Sweet Jesus, let this be something. Don't. Tony slapped Xander's arms down. Tony knew it too.
What? Run! I yelled, pulling my eyes from the headlights and willing myself to see the darkening ditch. AJ broke into a sprint. Take cover, now! He didn't have to yell. The terseness of his voice sliced through the hesitation that was gripping our group. I prayed it was dark enough for all of us to hide. Tony pulled at my jacket as he headed toward the ditch. I didn't need to be nudged. I plunged into the ditch and headed for a patch of brush. By the time I was around the bush and looking back at the road, the rest of the team had disappeared too. The headlights slowed as they approached our position. It was a pickup truck. A coincidence? In the dark, it appeared to be the same one that had left us no more than 5 minutes before. It pulled over, headlights shining down the road from where we had emerged onto the highway. The truck shut off. The engine ticked. The driver sat in the truck, waiting, listening. I heard myself breathing, my heart banging hard against my ribs. My scar itched and my implant seemed to palpitate in time to my beating heart. I rubbed a hand over it, willing it to ease. I wanted to believe the driver had returned to provide help, that he'd had second thoughts, that he was a good Samaritan because they still exist. I sat crouched, forcing myself to breathe slowly, to think the best. Tony had been wrong. My gut had been wrong. This was going to turn out all right. This guy had returned because he wanted to help, despite AJ's refusal. He'd call out, offer us help, and we'd get to Denver tonight. Then movement beside the truck, and a shot rang out. Loud. Close. Bushes about 10 meters to my right twitched as a bullet shot through them. So much for being wrong. Sometimes I hated being right. The echo of the gunshot rang through the midnight air. It pounded through my ears, and I strained to hear past it, to hear any groans of pain, of labored breathing. Nothing. A breeze came up and blew through the scrub brush, sending a rush through the evening air. Then I heard something. It sounded like a weed eater or small motorcycle, but in the sky. Shit! Curtis's drone! And this asshole was just itching to shoot something. Sure enough, another gunshot rang out and a metal twang sounded. The drone's engine sputtered and stopped. I heard it hit the rocky ground up the low ridge from us. That was enough for the neo-Nazi driver to sense that things were afoot. The truck started, and he pulled a U-turn and sped up the highway. Shit! I heard a cacophony of cursing, then footsteps. Sound off! The team yelled out their names. Lansbridge to my left with Canset. Tony wasn't far from me. Xander was down the ditch a ways. AJ, who I knew was the commanding voice, was up higher on the low ridge lining the road, nearer where the drone went down. Marquette, I called. I made my way up the ridge to where AJ had called. Stars were coming out, and the moon was half full. Beyond the light pollution of Denver, or even a small town, it was barely enough to see by. AJ, with his ebony skin, was difficult to see.
Yeah, it's a UFA drone.
Lansbridge had switched on his palm screen's light to assess the damage. Is it dead? Can Curtis still get a signal from it? I asked.
What do you say, Lancey? AJ asked.
Lansbridge continued to look over the downed drone. It looks like he turned the apparatus, pulled, and plucked at wires.
Ha! He was.
Was what, Lancey? Come on, enlighten us. Xander was growing increasingly agitated, and I glanced at Tony. Tony returned my glance and shook his head. Lansbridge stood, grinning. Curtis was using the drone as an antenna, a booster. Xander spun, holding up a hand. We all froze. Shit, had that redneck asshole returned? Maybe with friends? Then I heard it. A horn. Distorted music. Xander ran down the ridge, back up to the highway. Shit, Xander, AJ cursed and followed, but slowly. Considering what we'd just been through, the rest of us were cautious, watching as headlights appeared from whence the truck had gone. The music's volume increased, the horn honking incessantly. Somebody seriously wanted attention. I laughed, relief sweeping through my body, making me giddy. Eurovision music was bouncing off the ridges and into the night air. Xander was already doing jumping jacks in the middle of the highway, yelling to be heard above the horn and the music. A Jeep, with all its windows open, pulled up and straddled the highway lanes. Curtis leapt out. Xander caught him by surprise and hugged him, then kissed his cheek. I love you! Curtis staggered, momentarily stunned, before scooping me up into a bear hug. Hugs later, AJ said close by. We got hostiles in the area, and you may have just brought them all down on us. Hostiles? Curtis looked at me, wide-eyed. White supremacists with guns, I said. Curtis's lip curled in disgust. Curtis's Jeep wasn't one of those extended ones. It was one of the hobbyist versions. AJ, with his long legs, commandeered the shotgun seat. It was like packing a circus car with clowns, but we managed. Curtis drove. Tony, Xander, and Lansbridge crammed into the back seat. Cansett wedged himself into the small space at the back end whilst holding the broken drone. Meanwhile, I got to sit on Tony's lap.
You've got a bony ass, Marquette.
Deal with it. Curtis had brought help, too. Hi! She held the drone controller in one hand and held out the other to me as she sat on AJ's lap. I squinted at her. Marnie Feldman, I work in IT. Ah, laser tag last week. The woman with the short blue hair. She was redeemed. You were flying the drone, I said as things slipped into place in my mind. Her grin cut through the Jeep's dark interior. At your service. Tony pointed a finger at Marnie.
Do you have a license to fly that thing?
Marnie winked and put a finger to her lips. Curtis cut the music and insisted on hearing the story. Conversation was difficult. The soft top was on, but windows were still open because half the team was hanging out of them. I tried to get your palms linked back to the network, Marnie said, but Ferrer had them locked. Must have gone to Harrington. He's good, that one. Covered his bases. Her voice glowed with admiration. It was a long ride back to UFA. Thankfully, the only dangers we encountered were sore butts and muscle cramping. Cansett and I were the only ones with rooms at UFA, so everyone either drove the hour to Denver or found a place to crash for the rest of the night. I couldn't wait to see Nathan's face in the morning at breakfast. My palm beeped early the next morning with a note to meet in the team's conference room at 8 a.m. sharp. I had an office in the team's area, but still hadn't made my way there. It took me a couple of minutes of backtracking to find where I was going.
That was company property. You did not have permission to use it.
I could hear Nathan's voice as I entered the team's office area. He didn't sound happy. I rounded the corner and through the glass walls of a conference room, saw nearly the entire team, along with Curtis and Marnie, standing around the damaged drone. Tony came up behind me, and we both paused before entering the open door. Dr. Marquette called me requesting help. What was I supposed to do, sir?
Curtis stood straight and faced Nathan.
You refuse, and you ask her team lead. Me. It was a team exercise. Emphasis on team.
I handed my empty coffee cup to Tony.
Back off, Farrer.
I strode up to him. Curtis is part of the team. He's part of everyone's team. So is Marnie. If it wasn't for them, there could have been blood and injury last night. That was not an exercise. That was life and death. Curtis and Marnie saved our asses yesterday.
That is an exercise, Dr. Marquette. I expected you to extricate yourselves from situations like that because that's what fieldwork is like.
Then the red rage hit.
I know exactly what fieldwork is like, Farrer, and because of inferior support from leadership, I paused and let it sink in. I have experienced blood and injury. Your team, including Curtis and Marnie, I motioned to include them, performed beyond expectation. They were fucking brilliant. However, if this is how you treat your team, count me out. I had enough of this kind of shit 15 years ago. I was done with it then, and I'm more than done with it now.
I stood there fuming. There was likely steam coming from my nostrils. After blinking a few times, I saw that everyone had backed away from Nathan and me. We were in a standoff at the UFA corral. I was too old and far too experienced for the tongue-lashing he just dealt Curtis. It was also before my morning coffee. Nathan stood and took my measure. He looked around the room at everyone. Then he nodded.
Good to see the team is coming together. Nice work.
Then he turned and calmly walked into his office, closing the door softly behind him. Well, that hadn't gone as expected. I grabbed my coffee cup back from Tony, then left to find coffee. And maybe some chocolate. I had no more sat down in the cafeteria with my coffee, orange juice, and a plate of protein than the team, minus Curtis and Marnie, strode in and filled the table around me.
Never seen the like,
Tony said, grinning and swinging a leg over the back of the chair to sit down.
You, AJ?
AJ stretched his long legs under the table and looked across at me with a twinkle in his eye.
Nope,
he said. Can't say I have.
That was a thing of beauty, Doc,
Lansbridge said and squeezed my shoulder as he sat next to me. What got me was Eric Cansett saying, "You've got balls of steel, Marquette." I couldn't have done that. Xander, too, was grinning from ear to ear. I cleared my mouth of scrambled eggs and looked around the table at each of them. Has no one stood up to Farrer before? They all shook their heads.
Not that I've seen, and not like that,
Tony said.
And other than AJ, I've been here the longest.
Why not? AJ sat with his hands held in his lap, a picture of confident relaxation. Everybody trusts him, that's why. I saw the same thing in the Army. You trust someone, you don't question them. Everyone here trusts Nathan, except you. I don't know, AJ, Lansbridge said. Farrer's got that quiet cool.
Yeah, cool confidence,
Xander said with a dash of awe in his voice. Yeah, and I don't know what he'd do if I did sound off. It's kind of scary, but damn if there weren't times I wanted to do what you just did, Lansbridge gushed. I hope you do it again and again because it was beautiful. You're my hero. I took in each of their faces, the looks of awe and reverence, all aimed at me, and said, You guys are a bunch of wusses. Then I dug back into my breakfast. Barks of laughter broke out around the table. Chapter 7. My palm twittered with a new appointment, 2 days and another weekend at Curtis's later. Briefing room 210 at 9 a.m. Curtis had bought me flowers, chocolate, and lavished me that weekend with a mani-pedi, massage, and meals at some of Denver's highest-rated restaurants. It seems he, too, had never seen anyone stand up to Nathan. I was beginning to like the gratitude I was experiencing from the team. The food was much needed. After the mountain adventure, Nathan had crammed our schedules with combat training and gym time. The guys were going out of their way to teach me tips on holding a gun, how to shift my weight when delivering a punch, and spotting me when I attempted to increase my bench press weight. My muscles had really needed that weekend massage. I even managed to patch things up with Sebi by calling him and letting him talk. Curtis's kitchen was very clean by the time the call ended an hour and a half later. I found the designated conference room up near the lobby. It was the same room where I'd had the initial interview with UFA months ago. I met up with my team and filtered into the room where Director Derek and Nathan were already seated. Booklets were sitting on the table in front of each chair. Director Derek rose and welcomed us in. Nathan says you're coming together as a team and believes you're ready for our first contract. We all took our seats and settled in. A wall of monitors at the end of the conference room blinked from the UFA logo and was replaced by a picture of an orange planet that looked like a cross between Jupiter and Mars. This planet is the only one identified so far on the other side of the main gate that is able to sustain carbon-based life. There are 3 others, but this one appears habitable. Scientists have named it Luban 5, as it is the 5th planet in the Gliese-Luban system. Geophysical remote sensing indicates it is likely to be a source of metals and minerals that are also present in the asteroid belt closer to the red dwarf sun. One of our clients wants to acquire a rare mineral that may be found on Luban 5. There is an issue, however, possibly several. Derek paused as if assessing the pulse of the room. The planet may be inhabited. The monitor flashed to a series of blurry orangish images with dark, blurry dots. I was holding my breath. Now this was something. Our information is limited, Derek continued. The satellite we positioned in orbit around the planet was destroyed a short time after we left it. By what or who, we don't know. The images on the monitor shifted from the blurry ones to ones showing debris floating in orbit against the backdrop of the orange planet. There are also magnetic storms that render additional remote sensing difficult. We can't confirm evidence of inhabitants, their nature, or confirm the presence of resources on the planet. The primary objective of your mission is to obtain information. We need to know if there are sentient inhabitants on the planet, if there are resources there, and who's destroying the orbital sensing equipment. Oh, wow. It hit me. I was going to be an alien on another planet. Do we have any information on the attacks on the orbiting equipment before they were destroyed? Lansburge asked. Anything captured by Pegasus, the Chinese, or another ship in that system? Director Derek shook his head. Nothing. The Chinese seem more interested in the asteroid belt. We don't know if it was surface-to-space weapons or someone else with space travel capabilities. It would be good to know for a number of reasons. Foremost would be if we're safe in that system. So we're walking in blind to a potentially hostile situation, Cansett said. I had to hand it to the guy. When he spoke, he bottom-lined it. Then something else hit me. This was almost exactly like consulting archaeology. I was going to be walking into an unknown and potentially hostile situation to assess if there was anything there that would get in the way of what my client wanted. The similarities rolled in my stomach and made me nauseous. No wonder my resume had shone out to Nathan. I was exactly what he was looking for. I didn't realize I'd sunk my head into my hands until Nathan spoke. Nathan turned from the monitors to face us. I understand this isn't an optimal first assignment. There's a lot riding on this, though. If we can figure out who has the technology to destroy orbiting equipment and establish a relationship with them, well, that could open doors for us.
If we don't, then nobody may get any further beyond the main gate than the threshold.
Director Derek waved a hand around the table.
The booklet holds a catalog of all the information we currently have on Luban 5 and what surveyors have obtained in that system. Everything else is on the shared drive, which Nathan has access to. Let me know if you need anything else.
This last part was said primarily to Nathan. As Director Derek left, his eyes scanned the room, and I got the impression he was silently wishing us luck and hoping we'd come back alive. Nathan spun in his chair towards us.
We deploy in 2 days. Cansett, Marquette, Xander, you are on document duty. I'll get you access to the shared drive. You 3 are going to be our living encyclopedias of the Luban system. Feel free to concoct some scenarios of what might be going on. AJ, Lansbridge, and Tony, the last survey team brought back some of the debris from the orbiting equipment. The lab guys have it, and we're expecting a report. See if you can figure out what was used and how we can defend against it. Feel free to be creative. We'll meet again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. to share.
I'd retrieved the laptop from my room, then met Cansett and Xander in the Teams area. When I'd been here last week, Nathan had been dressing down Curtis for using a company drone to rescue us from white supremacists in the mountains. That confrontation had been my introduction to the area, and I hadn't been back since, instead seeking the silence of my room to work through my training. There were no cubicles here. Intermittent and filtered daylight shone into the area through the glass half walls of the offices lining a hallway adjoining a small open space with a kitchenette. The remembered conference room overlooked the hangar and the jumper ship, with slivers of daylight coming in through the windows at the top of the hangar doors. I wandered down the hallway, seeing the names of my team members outside each door. Nathan's door was beside the conference room, with ASAP James's office on the other side. No corner offices here, as the hallway ended in a windowless wall. My name was on a door at the end of the dead-end hallway. I stared at it, inspecting the letters of my name laser-cut into the material of the nameplate. PhD was listed after my name. My own office. At every single job I'd previously had, I'd had to share office space with others, either in a cubicle-filled open space or with desks in a room. Even as a field instructor at Tel Aviv University, I shared an office with 2 other instructors. At the PHR warehouse during the war, we each had a desk in a shared office space. Nothing was sacred except the dead we were aiming to identify. And I'd certainly not had my own office when I was a consulting archaeologist in Alberta 10 years ago. I'd been one of several senior archaeologists who were treated as cattle, corralled into cubicles in a claustrophobic attic space with dodgy electrical circuitry and very little insulation, keeping out the cold Canadian winters. All those years ago, and it was still yesterday. I raised my fob to the sensor plate by the office door. A beep sounded, and the lock clicked. Inside was a full, pristine office suite in mahogany-colored wood, a wraparound desk with an accompanying bookshelf. A proper black office chair sat behind the desk, and it faced a computer monitor.
Everything's synced. Cansett's voice came from behind and startled me. You don't have to worry about whatever you're working on your laptop. It should be available here.
Despite the daunting task ahead, the feeling of being just another head in the herd was fading. I headed back towards the conference room. Xander had pulled up the files on the shared drive. A wall of monitors covered the near wall of the conference room, and each one now held an image.
What Derek failed to mention, Xander said as Cansett and I entered, was that Tony and I were with the team that launched the satellite into Luban 5's orbit a month ago.
Was that the trip you won when you beat Lansbridge at target practice? Cansett asked. Xander paused in his typing and beamed.
Yeah, I think he was having an off day. Doesn't matter. I got to log in some flight time,
and he didn't.
How much do you have? I found myself surprised Tony seemed to be good for his word at teaching everyone how to fly.
Nearly 20 hours.
In 6 months, with opportunities for flight time shared between an increasing number of team members. Color me impressed. UFA was cross-training everyone.
I have less than an hour logged, Cansett said to me. But I'm sure we'll both start racking up some time once training is finished and we start working some contracts.
Xander clapped his hands together.
Okay, class. Where should we start?
2 hours later, I decided I wanted a large map of Lu-band 5 printed to scale. I was sick of looking at the monitors and trying to envision an aerial view of all the images pieced together. I was expecting a bit of teasing at my old school methods. Not a single question was asked except when Xander texted Nathan.
He wants to know how big.
I decided to push my luck. Tell him to include any Chinese data he can get his hands on, too. The next morning, we met in the team's conference room. Light coming from the windows overtop the hangar doors was weak and gray. It was overcast with rain expected. I looked down through our windows to the jumper sitting on the hangar floor. We'd be flying to a planet tomorrow, and the thought was surreal.
So the lab guys didn't find anything?
Xander asked, his coffee mug midway to his mouth. Lansbridge held up a finger. That isn't what I said. I said they can't identify anything unknown on the debris.
That makes no sense, Cansett muttered.
That makes complete sense. If you're a lab guy, Tony offered.
Today's Hawaiian shirt was pink, with fish.
Still doesn't make sense, Cansett said.
Nathan dipped the tea bag into his mug of hot water.
It means that the lab guys would know if there's something unidentifiable on the debris. There isn't.
That is what I said! Xander threw his hands up. So, what does that mean? I asked, directing my questions to Nathan and Lansbridge. AJ seemed to be too engrossed in the blurry images Xander had brought up on the monitors. Did they find anything they could identify? Lansbridge nodded and Tony answered.
They gave us a list of things they found. Can't pronounce any of them. We did, however, manage to get some Chinese data of Lu-band 5.
Nathan said as he tapped some keys on his laptop. New images sprung onto the monitors. The Chinese had been a bit more successful than us at getting good intel on Lu-band 5. Everyone gasped appropriately. Aerial images of a pattern on the ground. Can you zoom in? I asked and rose to stand at the back of the room. The image was already pixelated, but general patterns could be seen.
Is that a city?
Xander gasped. It's a fucking city, Lansbridge whispered.
A very human-like city,
Tony replied as he leaned back in his chair and ran hands through his hair. The glance between AJ and Nathan was almost audible.
What was that about, Farrer? I demanded.
All eyes swiveled to look at Nathan.
We've had reports that the Chinese have been manipulating data they release.
AJ turned in his chair to look at me. They've done it to information they've released to our clients. Images, geophysical data, you name it.
Then the clients get excited, hire us, and we send out surveyors to discover that nothing is there, Nathan finished.
Bad info is bad for the reputation, I acknowledged.
Right, Nathan said. But we gotta follow up.
In all, we managed to gather a few pieces of intelligence about Lu-band 5. It had lower oxygen levels and less gravity, which would make activities challenging. It may or may not, depending on the veracity of the Chinese data, have human-like inhabitants that were technologically advanced enough to live in at least one city. That meant they had a political and economic structure, probably even a belief system, although we had no clue what that might entail. Some of the planet was semi-arid with mineral-rich hills and rock formations. Cold highlands were located towards the poles. The magnetic storms, though, were the trick. They could potentially knock out or mess with our jumper's navigation and communication systems, making us a target for whoever destroyed the satellite. The storms were also unpredictable. Most of the planet was unpopulated, with the majority of the population centralized on one continent and in that one city. It was situated on a river, with roads converging there. Chinese imagery showed black dots on the river, which might be a few boats. For trading or fishing or survival or for leisure, we didn't know. But the main question, did they have technology to blow the satellite and potentially us out of the sky, was still unanswered. We needed to go to Luban 5 to get some answers. Our jumper ship was decidedly cozy when all of us were settled in our seats, outfitted in our suits and helmets. Nathan was co-pilot as Tony flew us up into orbit. We were going into stasis near Earth and come out when we were in the Luban system. Nobody but the ship's crew got to see the main gate. Even though I knew I wouldn't, I was really bummed out not to see it. I'd asked Tony about it before our flight.
All I know is that access to and through the main gate is limited. UFA needs to file a request, and it needs to be approved. I don't know who or what approves or denies. There are only a few ships that can make the trip, and Pegasus is one.
The Hubble telescope had captured an aura just behind Io years before. A blue and gold circle of light peeked out from behind the moon, as if to hint at the mysteries which lay beyond. The image was familiar and had become as iconic as Bill Anders' Earthrise photo from 1968. It had been plastered all over the media 3 years ago after the war had oversaturated the world for far too long. Suddenly humanity had hope and something else to focus on. The protection of the main gate astounded me. It kind of made sense, though. It made me wonder who was coming through the main gate before we found it. And if they had come through, why hadn't we met them? Aboard Pegasus, I followed the team to the stasis room that Jeff Metcalf, operations manager, had shown me last week. There were others already there. A crew of 7 was already in stasis.
Remember, this ship isn't UFA's. Constellation contracts out to whoever wants a trip to the main gate. They'll consolidate contracts to minimize runs to the main gate,
Nathan said, and I was reminded of Tony's explanation. A young woman, Asian from her dark hair and the epicanthic folds of her eyes, motioned me to a stasis chamber. She asked me to peel down to my underwear. My suit was placed in a storage cupboard. I'd shaved a couple of days ago for the massage in Denver. Good thing, too. There's nothing as daunting to a woman as being seen in all her hairy glory under bright lights. It's one of those things that doesn't really affect men, and so they don't think to tell the women. There is no, by the way, you're going into stasis in your underwear, so make sure you don't wear the ratty granny panties. Oh, and get that bikini wax, too. The technician, Ming Li, she said when I asked, attached sensors at different points around my body, inserted a butterfly needle into my hand, which was attached to an IV within the chamber, and then helped me into the chamber. I just about didn't make it. Wooziness overcame me and made me weak and clumsy. I heard from nearby,
"See you on the other side, folks."
I didn't recognize who said it. Again, when I woke, nobody warned me that I'd look and feel like shit. The guys appeared used to it and sat composing themselves while I scrambled back into my suit, while still semi-conscious.
"Well, Marquette, where's the fire?" Xander snickered.
I really had to use the toilet and wasn't going to parade past the guys in my underwear and cottage cheese thighs. Xander got an obscene gesture as I fumbled past him. We'd all agreed to spend some time doing aerial reconnaissance before landing. The guys from the lab worked with a couple of engineers and upgraded the navigation equipment on the jumper ship. We now had remote sensing and recording capabilities almost as good as those destroyed on the satellite. We were taking a risk flying around in the upper atmosphere. The jumper could be shot out of the sky. We could freak out the local population and incite a panic, if they looked up at the right time. If there was a local population. But this way, we could hopefully see an oncoming magnetic storm and boot it back into orbit before it downed us. The risks on the ground were higher. We'd be face to face with the unknown and with only our wits and a few self-defense moves to our benefit. The safety of our jumper ship would be a ways away, so we'd need to play it cool and casual. We'd need to melt into the population and quietly learn what we could.
What are you seeing?
I pulled at the safety harness. We'd opted to drape loose linen robes and scarves over our black EVA suits. Nathan and AJ insisted we also wear light armor because we didn't know what we'd be walking into. The smart material of my EVA suit was doing its best to regulate my temperature under the additional clothing and armor. Between the safety harness and the long flight and the layers of clothing, I could feel the anxiety and irritability swelling up inside me.
Are we there yet?
Kansett tapped my leg with his black boot.
It'll only get worse the more you think about it. I can't help but think about it because it's the only thing I can think about.
I sneered back and continued my attempts to pluck the safety harness away from my body.
We'll get your feet on the ground soon enough, Doc. The good news is that there is a city. We're looking for a landing spot now,
said Nathan's voice over the comm. Then Tony's voice.
Touchdown in 2 minutes.
The ship went to full power, and I swallowed the contents of my stomach back down my throat. New gravity competed with the ship's thrust, and my body strained against the forces. Bright light streamed down the narrow corridor between the closeted bunk beds and from the cockpit window. I twisted against my safety harness to see down the corridor and to get a glimpse of what a new planet looked like. The ship rocked, and I felt solidity beneath it.
Touchdown!
Tony's voice came over the comm. The guys snapped out of their harnesses. Nathan's calm voice said into my ear,
Remember that the air here will be difficult to breathe. We're safe to go without helmets, but switch out and wear a mask and goggles. Gravity's a bit light too, so watch your step. Light weapons only.
The seal of my helmet unlocked with a touch, and a sigh of air escaped. I detached the helmet from the cord to my palm and placed it beside me on the seat as I watched everyone get ready. Nathan stood at the cockpit's entry, a cream-colored linen shift falling to his knees and hiding most of the black EVA suit underneath. He accepted a plasma pistol, energy baton, and a few other items from AJ. They all disappeared under his linen shift. Then he put on a mask and goggles.
We're a couple kilometers from the city's outskirts in an unpopulated spot.
His voice came through his mask and into my earpiece again.
Keep your weapons holstered and under your robes. Use them only as a last resort in self-defense. This is reconnaissance. We want to make friends, not enemies. As discussed, let's figure out who or what destroyed our satellite. Anything else is icing on this trip. If you lose contact, meet back here in 2 hours.
He expertly tied a scarf into a turban with a tail hanging over his shoulder. A wave of anxiety ripped through me and brought tears to my eyes. My training was far from complete. This knowledge hit me suddenly as the guys busied around me with smooth, practiced efficiency. I was on an alien planet, and I hadn't the foggiest idea what I was doing. This was so different from being in Israel or even northern Alberta, hundreds of miles away from the nearest hospital and civilization. In Alberta, I knew what to do, where to go. In Israel, I knew who to call. Here, we only had ourselves. I blinked back tears, trying to hide everything I felt from whoever might glance my way. A pair of legs appeared in front of me.
Come on, Doc. Let's get you ready.
It was Nathan. Gentle hands pushed back my own linen shift to attach a plasma pistol and baton to hip clasps. He let the shift fall, then held up a flashbang and multi-tool to me, meeting my eyes.
Leg pockets,
he said, and he gave them to me. I did as told. That done, Nathan stood with a scarf draped over his shoulder.
Put on your mask and goggles.
He showed me another cord that attached my palm to the mask. Then he wrapped a scarf around my head.
3 times around, then tuck in the end,
he said. Landsberg and Kansett were fumbling with their own turbans and watched as Nathan finished mine. He stepped back and held up the loose ends of his turban.
This end tucks in here,
and showed by draping it across his mask and tucking it into the other side.
Tony, Can you log in and do a camera check? Already on it,
Tony said.
Kansett and Xander, push your scarves back around your goggles.
Nathan and I looked at Kansett. Nathan pushed back Kansett's scarf from the top of his goggles. Then I saw it. A tiny circle on the frame above the left eye. Nathan tapped Kansett's goggles so he knew where the camera was, then tucked Kansett's scarf into his turban.
Everyone's palms and cameras look good to go,
Tony announced. Nathan turned, looking us over and catching our eyes.
Are we set?
I felt the engines quiet and the vibration in the ship fade. Nods.
Any reservations?
Nathan's voice was calm. No cheerleading here. No adrenaline or fist pumps to the sky.
Loads.
I'm pretty sure that was Xander. I nodded and saw Kansett nod too.
Understood. Are you willing to give this a shot?
His voice lowered to nearly a whisper through my earpiece. Nods while I heard a
Yes, sir.
in AJ's husky voice. We were about to be aliens on another planet. Chapter 8. Our 6-person team disembarked from the side door of the jumper. I jumped down, and that's when I felt the weaker gravity. My feet should have hit the ground harder, and I wobbled. One of the guys reached out and stabilized me. The ground was hard-packed soil with a scattering of rust-colored shale. The light was bright after being in the ship's dim confines. Once my eyes adjusted, I had a slight shock. It looked like Kazakhstan, but more orange. Jagged ridges of rock jutted up in the distance. Drifts of dust and sand and dirt softened the barren landscape. Nathan pointed towards our right, past a rock formation.
We should have 30 minutes or so before we see any inhabitants.
We no more emerged onto the far side of the rock formation when we found what looked like a goat trail. 10 steps along that trail, we encountered our first inhabitant of Luban 5. A single individual appeared to be leading a 4-legged pack animal of sorts. The individual appeared to be completely human. 2 arms, 2 legs, bipedal with a head resting atop shoulders. We hadn't been far off our clothing guess. The individual, sex unknown, was wearing several layers of loose-fitting material upon a base structure of a tunic with pants. They were also wearing a headdress not entirely dissimilar to the ones we wore. 2 eyes peeked out from within the folds of fabric. "Sharon, then," they said, and held up a 5-fingered hand with an opposable thumb. We all moved off the trail to let him and his pack animal pass. The pack animal was the size of a donkey but had feet like a camel. It was carrying several bags and baskets stuffed full and balanced across its back. Xander remained close to the path and repeated,
Shahanthan.
as the individual passed us. That seemed to be enough of an introduction for the local to launch into a one-sided story, pointing and gesturing animatedly up and down the trail. Minutes passed. We waited as Xander stood listening and taking in the local inhabitants' words and gestures. AJ broke off and scouted ahead. The locals saw when AJ returned and took this as a sign we were impatient to continue our journey. They concluded with a string of sounds and pulled his pack animal down the trail.
That was interesting,
Lansbridge said. Nathan approached Xander.
Did you get anything out of that?
Xander shook his head.
Not much. I'm guessing he was traveling somewhere and was offering his knowledge of the trail to us, since we were going the way he had just come.
I looked towards the local individual who was now disappearing around an escarpment.
I wonder where they're going,
I muttered. Steppe landscape with rocky outcrops sloped down into a floodplain dotted with plots filled with rows of plants. Huts and small buildings dotted the farmland. People, because they were, the more I saw of them, were becoming more frequent. From tending to the growing plants, to leading pack animals, to traveling to or from the city in the near distance. The ones who tended the agricultural lands wore a simple tunic with sandals and headscarf. Towards the city itself, people began to distinguish themselves with clothing differences.
Smatterings of language burst here and there as people called to children or gossiped near the path we walked. Soon the farmland gave way to more buildings, larger buildings, and our path became more defined.
There's no defensive wall.
Cansett remarked as we seemed to enter the city itself.
No enemies?
Nathan asked. Cansett replied,
Or a wall wouldn't be an appropriate defense measure.
Nathan dropped back to walk with Cansett.
Would it be unusual for a population to not have an enemy they needed to defend against? Somebody always wants what someone else has. It's the human condition.
Cansett elaborated.
It would be very unusual to find a place that had navigated that without warfare.
Stone and mud buildings lined the street. A well was located in an open area, and people were lowering containers out to draw water. Children and animals ran amok through the streets.
This isn't a technologically advanced population,
I said.
They wouldn't know a satellite if they saw one, and wouldn't know one if it was in orbit. Yeah.
Nathan stopped walking and looked at our surroundings.
I was beginning to think that myself. Okay, let's split up and see if we can get an indication of some other, more technologically advanced population here. Any information at this point is welcome.
He pointed.
Landsbridge and Xander, west. Cansett and AJ, north. Marquette, you're going east with me.
East was towards the perimeter of the city. We emerged from a building-lined street to a market full of people and their wares. It was uncannily normal. They were people just like me and everyone else I'd ever met or excavated. Tents provided shelter from the breeze and sunlight as sellers negotiated with potential buyers for food, clothing, jewelry, and other assorted items. I followed Nathan through the market, trying to suck in as much information about the place as possible. People stepped out of our way, glancing back at us. Soon, the market quieted, and I felt watched. That's when it registered. There was no Mediterranean blue, no Moroccan red, no bright Indian silks. Instead, there was pale fruit, pale people, pale architecture. Everything here was subdued, half-hearted, tenuous. I'd seen all this before. The paleness life assumes once it is no longer your own, the bland colors of demoralization. These people had death in their eyes.
We're being watched,
I said.
Yes,
was all Nathan said. I absently scratched at my implant scar under my armor as I walked up to what appeared to be an old man with markings across his bald head. He had crude pottery laid out across a sheet of unbleached fabric in the shade of a building. I pointed to a small pot and lifted it up while he watched. It had nothing on the stuff we'd been digging up near Herod's palace. It was thick-walled, unglazed, and likely was fired at low temperatures. I tried to convey a smile at the wary merchant, then tenderly replaced the pot. I made to continue down the street, but Nathan stepped up behind me.
Shopping? No.
Absently shaking my head, I took stock of the wares of other merchants laid out upon similar pieces of fabric.
There's tons you can learn about a culture by what they make and sell or trade.
As I walked down the alley with Nathan trailing behind me, I noted the alley seemed to be in an area where what were probably poorer people sold their cottage industry goods. It was away from the marketplace and its businesses. Nothing here was mass manufactured. Nothing required a huge amount of skill and was likely the only thing that afforded these people the ability to feed themselves and their families.
What was our client looking to trade for?
I asked.
It's a rare metal on Earth. A superconductor, I think. Then we should...
Before I could finish, a bent old woman strode up to us, yelling and shooing us down the alley, opposite from the market. It was clear she thought we would bring trouble.
Xander, are you getting any of this? Nathan asked.
I paused and let the woman spout her verbiage at us. She looked an awful lot like any earthen granny giving a what for to a bunch of noisy young'uns. She hobbled along in a layered skirt and sandals. An intricately wound scarf about her head had come loose during her cursing. She had human-like features, from her mouth and teeth down to her stubby brown toes sticking out from her sandals.
Maybe something about you being in trouble?
Xander said through the comm. I held up my hands as Nathan backed us out of the alley into an open piazza where people walked quietly with their heads down. There was no market here, no tents, no shelters, nothing to bar my view of the stone and mud architecture that surrounded the piazza. A large monitor was affixed to the architecture in the piazza's corner, with thick cords spouting from its back and leading away down an alley. It was a stark contrast to the Neolithic type environment. Stacks of food, flowers, and other items were piled under the monitor. The monitor displayed an image of a large, flat, black rock on a pedestal, with lights shining down upon it in a darkened room. I'd done a stopover at the Tel Aviv U Field School when I packed up my apartment. They were still in the same spot they'd been digging for 3 years, an old site near Herod's palace that may or may not have been associated with Herod. Surveys the year before had found the foundation of a structure outside the main occupation area. The next year, we dug some trenches and figured out the outline, its size and shape. It was obviously important because it was a stone structure rather than wood. It had also been segregated from the rest of normal activity. Segregation usually meant a difference in status or power, usually accompanied by fear of that power. It was also stratigraphically lower than the main occupation, indicating it was older. Last year, we'd found a large flat rock at one end of the foundations, under the remains of the walls. The large flat rock had holes in it, and was in a position that I'd seen reserved for altars. We'd also found artifacts contemporary with the main occupation. Whatever it was, people had used it for many, many years. During my fieldwork there, I had dreams about that building, that rock, and that altar. On lunch breaks, I'd forego the company of the field crew and go sit under the stretched canvas of our excavation tent. I wasn't one to envision the layout of a structure, the human activity that had gone on, or what conversations had been. I preferred to just sit and soak up the atmosphere of the place. I sat in that excavation tent many lunch hours alone with that rock. I'd seen that rock a short while ago. This rock on Luban 5 looks so much like the one in Israel. And like the one on Earth, this one called to me too. The resemblance to the one on Earth was uncanny, and I was hit by the need to touch it, to feel it under my fingers, to smell the mustiness. The need was overwhelming, and it was scaring me. Bowls and plates of food, flowers, small dolls, necklaces of beads, all of it was piled under the monitor next to the store's door. It was so close. The urge to reach out and touch it filled me. I may have been in the midst of doing just that when I heard scuffling behind me, and I was violently pushed to the side. My knees buckled and I went down in a heap, my turban coming undone and masking my view.
It's okay. We mean no harm. It's okay.
I heard Nathan's calming voice in my earpiece. Then my chest nearly seized with a sense of dread. I said, disentangling myself from the yards of material around my head.
I agree,
he said, as if speaking to a sacred animal.
Just slowly.
I finally dragged myself to my feet. Gasps rang out, and I saw the locals draw back in fear, throwing their arms up around their heads, their eyes wide. Oh, fuck. They were all looking at me. Me and my red hair. I'd bet my books that not a single individual on Luban 5 had red hair under those headscarves, and if one ever existed, something very nasty had happened to them. I felt Nathan do a restock of the situation.
Okay, we're going to back away slowly. Tony, do you copy? I hear you, Nathan. We might need immediate evac. Be on alert. Everyone else, there are some monitors showing an altar thing. Don't approach the monitors. The locals don't like it.
The comm was staticky, but sounded with the guys confirming.
Marquette, start back the way we came. Go slow and wrap your scarf around your head so we don't attract any more attention. I'm not sure going back through the market is a good idea. One shout and they'll all be on us,
I said as I looked back towards the alleyway.
Okay? Find us another way. Just go slow.
Nathan was backing away from the old woman and a few people from the alleyway that had joined her. They may have been scared, but in numbers, they seemed emboldened. They were advancing as we backed away. I made my way over to another alleyway that I hoped skirted the marketplace by traveling more towards the city center. Inside the alleyway, people were fewer, and it appeared to be a residential area.
The first corner you see,
Nathan said, still radiating calmness.
Duck behind it and find somewhere to hide. I'll keep going and divert them. Stay there until I come back for you. You're in as much trouble as I am. Marquette.
Behind the smoothness of his voice, I heard a warning and a bit of anxiety.
Fine.
The alleyway did a slow bend to our left. An opening between buildings caught my eye. As we approached it, I saw the remnants of an older addition to the residence to which it was attached. It was a kind of lean-to thing, and I prayed it wasn't a refuse area or a privy.
Okay, there's a spot on the left. Copy that. On my mark, run for it. Go.
The lighter gravity helped me pick up my feet and run faster. I twisted and ducked between the buildings and down behind the rocks and partial wall. I had guessed right. It was a refuse pile for household waste. I tried not to think about it as, beneath my soles, I could feel the squishiness of rotting food and other things I didn't want to think of. I didn't know where Nathan went. No one followed me. There was no disruption to normal life in the alleyway. Minutes ticked by. My legs started to cramp. I shifted and watched from behind the partial stone wall. People walked past, but no one looked my way, and no one was running or searching.
Nathan, we have company,
Tony said.
I have an unidentified aircraft coming towards the city from the north.
Copy that.
I heard, and Nathan sounded distracted.
Do you have eyes on?
Negative. Only radar.
More minutes passed.
Marquette, I'm on my way back to you.
I finally heard his voice in my ear. Tony said,
The aircraft appears to have landed on the north side. You might have some company in the city.
A few minutes more, and a lone figure appeared in the alleyway, looking around. But the tunic was different. The boots, however, were UFA issued.
Marquette?
I stood up, working the prickling sensation out of my legs and my feet. Nathan approached, and in that instant, a klaxon-type sound blared through the city. Nathan pushed me back to where I was, and we both crouched down as people scurried along the street, all going in the same direction.
Do I want to know what we're standing in?
He asked without removing his eyes from the street.
Nope. Don't ask and I won't lie. Nathan?
Lansbridge's voice was barely audible through the alarm.
The sound is coming through the monitors. They're also showing some sort of... Xander, what is that? I'm guessing it is a written language, but don't ask me what it says.
Xander said.
Caution, danger, or something like that.
AJ's voice.
We see that too, but I don't think the words say danger. It's a directive to go somewhere.
Cansett broke in.
Everyone is heading somewhere. It's mass exodus. Follow them,
Nathan said.
Cansett and AJ, you're now part of the population. Lansbridge and Xander, try to hack the connection between the monitors and wherever they're sending the information. When Marquette and I can, we'll continue to do reconnaissance. You think they're watching when I was attacked?
I asked.
It's very coincidental,
Nathan said.
Sorry.
Nathan glanced at me.
Don't go all Canadian on me. I don't think this was you. Historically, redheads were thought of as witches. Red hair was evidence of witchcraft. They might hold similar superstitions and beliefs here. I don't think this was about you.
After a couple of minutes, the stream of people rushing past faded. Nathan stood and surveyed the area. He waved me over. That's when I saw he was holding another tunic. Behind the corner of the building, I pulled the dismantled turban from my head and pulled the tunic on. I rewrapped my turban, then we emerged into the alleyway.
I followed Nathan until he found a stairway up to a roof.
Why are we going up?
Atop, laundry hung, strung across wooden frames lining the flat roof. With a hand, Nathan motioned for me to keep low, and then I followed him, crouching through the billowing clothing and linens to the edge of the roof.
Oh, I get it,
I said.
You're lost.
Against the parapet, he peered over the edge.
Not lost, just curious.
I slid up next to him, and he pointed.
That's where the unknown craft came down.
I looked towards the north and could only see adobe and stone buildings. I couldn't see the ship Tony said had landed. However, there was one building that looked out of place. It hadn't been clearly visible in the pixelated aerial shot we'd acquired from the Chinese, its shape blending into the other semi-geometric patterns of the city. It was taller than all the other buildings, had a stepped pyramid shape, much like a Mayan temple. I thought it looked like a cheap Chichen Itza knockoff with the steps shining in the midday light.
What's that? I was going to ask you that,
Nathan said.
AJ, do you see some sort of temple towards the north? Yes, sir. Cansett and I were trying to do some discreet recon on it before, but now it seems we and the masses are heading right for it.
I could almost hear the smirk in AJ's voice. A sensation washed over me. Dread.
I don't like this,
I said, feeling woozy with unease.
Something doesn't feel right.
I was scanning the buildings, our roof, the streets below, looking for the root of how I suddenly felt. Nathan tapped my shoulder.
What's going on there?
He nodded at my hand, digging under my linen tunic and into my EVA suit. My skin was getting raw now, and my hand was acting of its own will.
My implant, it feels like it's crawling under my skin. Did you have this reaction? Nope. Might be you're getting an infection. I don't think we should stay here. Me neither. You can't afford to have an infection here.
He gave the temple in the distance one final look.
Come on, let's get back to the jumper.
We ducked and wove across the roof back to the stairway. Nathan's entire demeanor had changed. This was the U.S. Marine I'd heard of, but until now hadn't seen. The amiable Nathan had disappeared and was replaced by a predator. Quick, efficient, deadly. I was very glad he was on my side. Back down on the ground, I followed as Nathan glided, scanning the streets, doorways, and shadows. Nathan wove a zigzag path through the fields, stopping at refuse piles and abandoned outbuildings to look back to see if we were being followed. No one else was in the fields. I felt very exposed. Inside the jumper, Nathan swung the hatch shut and sealed it.
Let's have a look at your implant,
he pointed at me as he slid the bolt on an arm attached to the ceiling. A desk with 6 monitors descended, and our passenger area was turned into a command center. I peeled off my turban, goggles, mask, and was pulling the tunic over my head when Tony came through the passageway.
Whoa, you guys came back to get naked?
But he held a med kit and slid it over the desk to Nathan.
I knew you two had something special going on.
Tony winked, then turned to the monitors that were slowly blinking on and coming to life. The med kit could handle anything from a paper cut to a compound fracture and a heart attack. It was the size of a child's coffin. Don't know why my mind went in that direction. Nathan unzipped the kit and fished out some antiseptic and gauze. I unzipped the top of my EVA suit and looked down at my sternum just above my running bra. My implant no longer felt like it was jumping out of my chest. It wasn't itchy, and everything felt normal. Nathan turned, antiseptic in hand, and stopped. My skin was red from when I was scratching it, but nothing else appeared abnormal. Nathan peered at my chest through his goggles.
Point to your implant.
I did. He frowned.
How do you feel now?
Fine.
Huh.
He put back the antiseptic and dug out a tube.
Calamine lotion.
He held the tube out to me.
Might help with the itching.
Nathan?
Tony sat on the bench beside me.
Cansett and AJ are inside that pyramid temple. They're surrounded and can't talk.
Nathan moved the med kit to the floor, stripped off his headgear, then tapped my leg to slide over.
Bring up each camera on each monitor.
He reached over and pulled one of the other monitors, so now we had a wall of monitors, each one for each team member. Names were in the corner of each screen. Lansbridge's camera was showing a pair of hands splicing in a device. Xander's camera was doing a sweep of the street before resting periodically on Lansbridge as he did whatever hacking magic he was attempting. Canset's and AJ's cameras were similar. Each showed bodies crammed together in a darkly lit space. AJ's camera, however, could see more because he was taller, and what he saw glued me to the screen. The altar from the monitor was on a dais, and it was surrounded by soldiers in black armor and helmets carrying weapons. AJ, I said, and nearly pointed a finger through the monitor when he turned away. Shit! And I pulled my mask back to my face. Tony plucked my mask from my hand and rewired my earpiece.
AJ, can you pan back to the altar?
The image on the screen gave me a good view of the entire dais. 5 black armored soldiers flanked the altar, which was displayed atop 2 pedestals.
Can you zoom?
I asked AJ, then said to Tony,
Can we zoom in?
No, the only way we can see something closer is if they move closer.
Tony said as the view from AJ's camera moved sideways, then back. Nathan said beside me,
And Canset and AJ are fine right where they are.
I winced as a foreign voice boomed through my earpiece.
Shit!
I heard. Maybe Lance or Xander.
What the fuck is that? Shut up!
That was Xander. His camera was now showing hard, packed ground. I heard him murmuring along with the thunderous voice. It sounded like he was mimicking or sounding out the words as they were said. I felt myself still, along with Tony and Nathan on either side. Tony must have done something to the volume on our earpieces because the voice was now tolerable. The voice, possibly coming from one of the soldiers in the temple, continued for a few minutes. I hadn't heard anyone speak continuously in the local language, if that's what this was. The old woman had shouted at me. Kids playing in the street were shrieking. No one had spoken to me. Oh, wait, there was that man with the pack animal we met on the trail just steps away from the jumper. Several minutes ticked by as that voice boomed and spoke in a language I couldn't decipher. One soldier walked along the dais, running a gloved hand along the altar. At one point, Lansbridge let out a little yelp of triumph and was promptly shushed by Xander. Tony's palm beeped, and he pulled it out to read a text. Then he pulled around another monitor. After a few keystrokes, several windows of information began flicking across the screen. The quiet after the voice felt muffled and dampened.
People are dispersing.
AJ's voice came over the comm.
What do you want us to do?
I want a close-up of that altar.
The words jumped out of my mouth. Nathan held up a hand to still any more brilliant ideas that erupted from my mouth.
AJ and Canset, see if you can find some place to hide or figure out some way to get a good view of that altar.
AJ and Canset moved off.
Xander, what did you get from that?
I'm not sure. Gonna have to run it through the software to see if I can make sense of it.
I mouthed to Nathan, That's it? And he shook his head before saying,
Lansbridge, we've got your connection. I've spliced in a spare palm and tucked it away. Hopefully no one will notice it. Make your way towards the temple to provide some backup to AJ and Canset. Copy that.
AJ and Canset's cameras were showing a dimly lit space. I couldn't make out where they were. Maybe an alcove at the temple? Then their cameras moved and switched to the greenish tinge of night vision.
Canset, can you give Marquette what she wants?
I heard AJ say.
I'll keep a lookout. Canset,
I said.
Can you give me a view of the wall of the temple? I'm looking for pictures or writing or something.
There was no writing or glyphs or relief carvings, just blank walls showing the neat lines of the mortar joints where stone had been cut to fit.
I'm not seeing anything here,
Canset said. Just as he panned away, I caught sight of something.
Wait, go back. Go up.
I pointed at the screen. Cables,
If we had any doubt,
Tony said.
now we know for sure.
Nathan replied.
Okay, Canset, carry on. Give me some close-ups of the dais and the altar,
I said. Canset's camera swung around, tracing the thick cables as they wound across the ceiling, the floor, and the walls. The ceiling was high with lights, now dark, hanging from long cables. He panned around to the dais, walking along the edge, getting me a good look at the edge. But there again was nothing. No glyphs, no writing, no inscriptions. It was like it was made yesterday. The altar was another story. The black stone had an aura unlike anything around. It was old, out of time, and out of place.
Wait!
I lurched, jabbing a finger at the computer screen.
Go back. Canset, go back to your, left, go left.
Canset's camera panned back to the left. He'd been scanning the altar more closely, and I spied something not quite smooth about the overly pristine and polished stone.
Stop. There on the corner. What is that?
Canset's camera paused at the corner and gave me an inadequate view of what appeared to be a glyph. Or maybe it was just damage from transporting the stone to the temple. Whichever it was, it didn't fit with whatever else the stone altar appeared to be.
Shit. I want some light. No light.
Nathan's voice broke in.
There are cameras in there broadcasting across the city. Getting close, Canset, I urged. I think there's something there, on the corner.
My mouth went dry, and suddenly I understood. That's also when everything went to shit. Chapter 9. AJ's words pushed through the calm.
Get down, Canset!
Cameras jostled. Gunfire sounded my earpiece, making me flinch. Flashes flickered on the computer screens from the body cams. There was chaos in the temple. I couldn't see what was happening, and it was a jumble of abrupt sounds and flashing images.
Hang on,
Lansbridge called out.
We're nearly there. Shit!
Nathan's voice erupted.
Retreat and rendezvous. Say again, retreat and rendezvous.
Yells and anxious voices intermixed with gunfire and booming. More chaos and flashing, jostling images. I had gripped the edge of the table and was nearly shoving my face into each computer screen. Then a yelp of pain. Was that Canset's voice? I couldn't tell anymore. Everyone sounded so different in the noise and yelling.
Can we get any closer?
I asked Tony. He shook his head.
Not with that other ship sitting there. They could blow us out of the sky, just like the satellite.
I placed a hand over my earpiece, the embedded mic. So we just sit here? I whispered, but could hear my voice climbing an octave. Nathan was already standing. He donned a cloak of firm yet morose commitment.
Yes, we are someplace foreign with limited resources. Any move we make might sink us further.
I don't accept that.
I picked up my discarded accessories and started piecing myself back together.
Elise? No, you can't.
Tony said behind me. I finished putting myself back together and reached for the hatch lever. That's when Nathan's hand wrapped around mine.
Don't.
A single softly spoken word.
We can't. I need to.
My hand tugged under his, not so much against him, but against everything. I felt the frustrated rage boiling inside. It was the same rage that reared its ugly head every time I felt helpless, every time I felt unable to control my life. It was a familiar emotion and one I wasn't willing to push down. This familiar emotion allowed me to get shit done regardless of the situation or consequences.
Trust them to do what they need to do.
So close behind me, Nathan was a barrier I didn't know how to navigate. I was used to plowing through barriers with no thought to consequent damage. I didn't want to plow through Nathan. In the mere months I'd known him, he was someone I didn't want to hurt or to lose. So many people had been damaged and left as I walked away. Could it have been any different? I don't know. The truth was, I didn't know how to repair damage after I'd blown through, attempting to fix my perceived helplessness. Instead, I usually kept on walking, telling myself I was better without them telling me what I couldn't do, without them standing in my way. My entire body was clenched, bracing against the truth. I couldn't do a damn thing, and I hated it.
Heavy breathing coming through the calm. Running? Struggling against someone or something? Nathan's voice was lower, closer.
We won't leave them if possible. But right now, they need to help themselves. We can't do anything until that ship and those soldiers leave.
Through a haze of tears, I kicked the hatch and growled.
Did you just growl?
I heard from over Nathan's shoulder and also through the comm.
Head east and draw their attention. We're busting out of this popsicle stand.
Came over the comm in breathy spurts. It was AJ. I shouldered past Nathan, ripping the goggles and mask from my face as I sat beside Tony in front of the monitors again. The cameras showed they were back among the city streets again. AJ had found a wagon or a wheelbarrow and was pushing it down the street. Lansbridge was throwing something back to Xander.
Shahanthan,
I heard him say, along with some other words I didn't recognize. Kids were following them, shouting,
Sharanthan, Sharanthan.
in the background and jumping as Lance and Xander threw the item back and forth. Canset's camera was dark.
Nathan, we're on our way. Canset is hurt. It's not that bad.
A chorus of cheers in the background as Xander and Lansbridge teased the kids with the ball thing.
Dude,
Lansbridge said.
You got shot and will need medical attention.
AJ finished. The 33 minutes it took them to return to the ship felt like 33 hours. Xander kept up a dialogue with the kids for a while. Then I didn't hear anyone. Inside the ship, we retracted the command center. Nathan and Tony remasked.
Tony, keep an eye on that ship.
Nathan pointed to the cockpit.
We need to know if it does anything and be ready to leave if it does.
I heard heavy breathing coming through the comm, but no words. I desperately wanted to ask what was going on, but couldn't risk clogging up the channel. Finally, I heard a voice over the comm.
Approaching the ship. ETA 30 seconds. Right behind you, buddy,
Lansbridge said.
The ship just took off towards the north. I'm powering up. Here's hoping they aren't circling around.
Nathan cracked the hatch as the engines began to rumble. AJ pushed the hatch and jumped in. I tried to get out of the way, but was caught between the bench and AJ as he suddenly turned and started to pull Canset inside. I slipped and fell. There was blood on the floor. I tried to roll over and push myself up. My hand slipped, and I couldn't get a grip on the floor. The body behind me moved, and I finally managed to push myself away. There was blood everywhere, on my hand, on the floor, on Canset. Gunfire, screaming, a struggle. My mind flickered to the arid rockiness of Kazakhstan, the truck bouncing over rocks and dipping into and out of ruts on the so-called road. My body slamming into the side of the truck, the window lever jabbing into my thigh. Someone pushed me into my seat and safety harness. A mask slipped over my face. The ship lurched. Then gravity slammed into me in my seat and pushed and pushed. The ship rumbled. I could feel the strain against the ship. I had sweat trickling down my back, under my hair, and pooling in intimate places, just like driving back from the Kazakhstan-China border. Gunfire, screaming, a struggle. Then everything eased off. Silence.
Do you see them? No, nothing on the radar. I'm going for Pegasus.
An anxiousness that I'd rarely known engulfed me. Would the fuselage split open and fling us into space? Would pieces of Lansbridge's brain spatter into my face? Would UFA be able to identify me from my implant and return my remains to my family? Would they find my remains? Everything bad was suddenly possible and close. Too close. Too real and too present. Breath shot out from my mouth, hot and ragged. Comfort. Think of comfort, Elise. Home. Not UFA home, but home. In my bed in my apartment in Tel Aviv, listening to the call to prayer echo down the streets as I lay snug in the covers. I wanted home. The smell of my sheets, my coffee pot with my own mug, the way the rug in my living room curled up at the corner nearest the kitchen and tripped me
every single time. The neighbor's cat who sat in the window box of flowers and watched me as I brushed my teeth. Home was safe, because right now, this was not safe. Not safe. Gunshots, screaming, a struggle.
Shit.
I needed to run. Just run. Everything was too much. The weight, the pressure, the groaning metal, the stress, the look on Lansbridge's face across from me. I needed to get out. Run, get out, now. My hands tore off the mask, my hair catching in the headset as it ripped off. Pain shot through my scalp and catapulted my anxiety into something feral. The safety harness next, but dexterity failed me and curses spewed out of me.
Whoa, hey, Marquette!
I felt rather than heard AJ call across the cabin.
Xander, heads up!
Long, soft hands grabbed mine and were trying to pull them away from the safety harness. I batted them away, a panic's grip digging deep inside of me. My name was being said by strange voices, too many voices, near, far, deep, shallow.
What's going on back there?
A voice far away.
We got it, Cap.
There was now bodies crowded around me, dark shadows, a hand on my shoulder, another on my leg. Gunshots, screaming, a struggle. Run. Gotta run. Too much, too close. I grabbed at my safety harness again. Shouts and hands grabbed for me. I heard my name again. The ground seemed to shift beneath me. Movement. Everybody, sit down and shut up. Now. I flinched under the sharp command and hid under my arms, to slip under and fade away, invisible, where there was no pain and no accusing eyes, no screaming, no hands and arms and voices and struggling. A finger tapped my knee. Hey, Elise. That voice again, soft, near, coaxing. Look at my finger. Here. The finger tapped my knee. Look at my finger. Only my finger on your knee. It tapped again. Just my finger on your knee. Nothing else. There's nothing else. Just my finger on your knee. Tapping. Feel it. See it. Just my finger. That's it. I saw that finger through my raised arms. The trimmed nail, the clean cuticle. It didn't grip my knee or clench into a fist. It didn't fight or hurt. It just tapped. It was a finger that was long but strong. It would have calluses on the underside, I decided. It was one of several fingers on a hand that was muscled without being a slab of meat. Freckles and light hair shaded the top side of the hand, some working their way up the first phalange of the index finger that tapped my knee. Again. A pause, then tapped again. And again. Slowly, rhythmically. My focus narrowed down to that one finger. Tap, pause, tap, pause, tap. The texture of my EVA suit then came into focus. The curve of my knee. Then everything slammed back into me, like my brain had rebooted. My butt on the cold seat of the jumper, strapped in, the altar on Luban 5, Kansett getting injured, everyone piling back into the jumper. I looked through my raised arms. Nathan was crouched in front of me, green eyes locked onto mine, searching to see that my brain was, in fact, back inside my head. A sinking dread slid with icy precision all the way down my spine. Oh, shit. I raked my hands across my face to scrape away the greasy anxiety that was giving way to a sharp, piercing anxiety. I felt his finger come to rest on my knee. What happened? I looked around the cabin as all the guys, minus Tony, were lined up behind Nathan, standing or sitting. Each and every one of them looked like their puppy had just been hit by a car, and they were waiting for bad news. A hand squeezed my knee. You're okay now. It wasn't a question. Nathan was telling me my status.
We're on Pegasus. Get yourself into stasis ASAP. Home isn't far away. Got it?
He didn't blink. His irises were the color of cut grass today, the darker ring contrasting the bright green inside. His gaze bored into mine, willing me to be okay and to do as he said. I felt a familiar fire well in me at being told what to do. It grounded me and brought me back fully into my body. He must have seen the change because the dimple in his left cheek appeared and his eyes sparkled.
No arguments. Get your ass tucked away for the trip home.
He slapped my knee and stood. Chapter 10. Cansett had been hit in the shoulder by some sort of projectile. The people on Pegasus had bandaged him up to stop the bleeding, but he needed surgery back on Earth. We touched down at UFA and Cansett was whisked away. I wanted to follow the gurney, but Nathan grabbed my shoulder and steered me back. We needed to clean up the ship and do a download of all the data we'd collected. Cansett was in good hands. There was nothing we could do except our jobs. At some point, I'd sat down, just for a moment. The next thing I knew, Nathan was shaking me awake and telling me to go to my room. My eyelids flickered. My mind was foggy, and I was tripping over my own feet. I crashed and slept for 10 hours. I awoke to an email from Rhonda Fedirchuk, a counselor contracted to UFA. She'd requested I book a session or 3. Nathan texted saying I needed to get my implant checked. Maybe I had PTSD. It was a no-brainer that it was from the war because, well, what else could it be? I'd had nightmares, but who wouldn't after spending time in a warehouse full of grieving families and their dead, usually fragmented and decomposing, kin? For the most part, I stayed clear of the public boards where families looked at photos of the deceased and filled out forms to retrieve their loved ones' remains. I'd the mandatory 6 sessions of therapy after my job ended. The one nightmare that really shook me up seemed to go away when I extended my therapy a bit. Then I dusted off my hands and walked away from it all. In the 5 years since the war, I'd been fine. It was 5 years after all. I'd had none of the flashbacks they'd warned us about. No mood swings, no twitchiness. After the war, it had been good being back at Tel Aviv, back at the university where the occasional protests of Palestinians were my loudest and biggest issue. Fights in the streets, protests. It was all commonplace. It was Tel Aviv. If anything, after the war, things seemed to calm down a bit. Maybe the war had tired everyone out. Merchants reaching out to lure me into a sale were welcome now. The previous aggression had been tempered with a bit of humane compassion. Now I could make eye contact, shake my head, and they'd let me be. Nothing was as bad as the war, not even consulting archaeology. Everything else paled in comparison, so life settled back into a routine that was calm and sedate. Life was good. But now I was far away from Tel Aviv, and that seriously sucked. I didn't know if being away from my home in Tel Aviv was the cause. It seemed, however, that something had changed. Fuck. I really didn't need PTSD doing whatever it did. I wanted this job. Working at Tel Aviv U had been a dream. It was on my way to finally being a tenured professor, having security and a community. That dream had quickly been replaced by UFA. I didn't think anyone could outdo Charlie Burton as a great boss. Nathan was doing a pretty good job. He was better to look at, too. And the guys were growing on me, even if Xander could use a tuning up every now and again. I took a quick look at my schedule. My morning was empty. It seemed Nathan had given me a reprieve from combat training today. A team meeting was scheduled for after lunch. likely to go over everything. Nathan also included a note that Cansett was fine and in recovery. I wrote back to Rhonda that I'd be available in an hour. The infirmary had an opening at lunch. I texted Curtis. Coffee? Before I could put down my palm, it pinged.
Give me 20.
Time enough for a shower.
So tell me everything.
Curtis sat down with something that was the color of coffee and kind of smelled like it, but most certainly wasn't. What is that? I wrinkled my nose at his mug.
A coffee alternative. I only drink coffee on the weekends.
That's just cruel.
Too much caffeine makes me jumpy. This, he pointed to his mug, keeps you all from taking off into an incoming jet's path, so I call it a win. Now, details, Elise.
He cocked an eyebrow at me, and I withered under that glare. I spilled everything, including that I couldn't remember what the hell had happened on the way home.
Ferrer saves the day with a finger, huh? The fabulous fingers of Ferrer.
Don't, Curtis.
What?
He turned into an 8-year-old adult kid with big innocent eyes and a hand caught in a cookie jar. I wasn't going to say anything. Besides, if I know this place, it's already circulating. I don't know what happened. If he hadn't been there, well, I don't know. Curtis's hand was on mine.
Hun, you had a blip. We all have them. It's nothing to be worried about.
A blip? What the fuck is a blip?
When you temporarily lose sanity.
I've heard women get them all the time, regularly, say around a certain time of the month. Well, let me tell you, men get them too. They are just a bit more prone to violence when they get them.
Well, that's reassuring, I said,
thinking of the last time I had PMS. Cramps, bloating, and all-around bitchiness, yes, but no blip, anything like I just experienced. I asked about Rhonda and her techniques. Curtis was noncommittal.
I've heard she's okay. No raving reviews, just don't get her talking about sex, though. I heard that's why she was hired. They were afraid of an STD outbreak with everyone working long hours together in the building. She was supposed to put the fear of God into everyone's nether regions.
I choked on the last dregs of my coffee and started coughing.
Then again, maybe you two would be perfect for each other.
I'm leaving now. Gotta go get my head shrunk, then off to the gym. You go work off some of that frustration, Elise. It isn't flattering. It's not that I had high hopes for Rhonda. I didn't have any expectations. She was just really good at getting on my bad side. Tell me about your mother, Rhonda began. Why? I hear she died a couple of months ago. Yeah, after 3 months lying in a hospital, and this was the third time her cancer had returned. Well, how do you feel about that? Her question stunned me. How the fuck should I feel? My mother died. She had cancer. I'm now an orphan. How would you feel after all of that? And my temperature was suddenly the equivalent of the sun's surface. You sound angry. Hello? I am angry. You just implied I wasn't upset over my mother's death. I just asked how you felt. I loved my mother. I heard the words leave my mouth, but didn't feel them. I was listening to what my body was saying from somewhere just to the right of everything. I know you did. I stayed by her side every day until she died. What was going on? I asked myself. It was as if some alien tech was controlling my body and my personality had been pushed to the side. I'm sure you did everything. I don't appreciate your implication. I was standing. I don't think this is going to work out. Then I walked out the door. What had just happened? Xander was sitting in the waiting room outside. What are you doing here? The words popped out of my mouth, unsupervised. Just checking in on... You're checking in on me? Don't you have anything better to do than spy on me? God, why can't everybody just leave me alone? Xander froze. Huh? Back off, Xander, or I'll find a shovel and ram it up your ass. I stormed off. Red filtered my vision. Instead of going to the gym, I went back to my room, slammed the door, and sobbed so hard I could barely breathe. Again, I felt part of myself just somewhere off to the right thinking, what the fuck is going on? Was I having a psychotic break? Did I contract some sort of alien virus on Luban 5? The wave of insanity seemed to pass. I washed my face, pulled on a hoodie, and tucked my cell phone into my pocket. Then I jetted to the elevator, hoping against all hope that I wouldn't run into anyone on the way outside. To keep my head down in the elevator that insisted on stopping and picking up people, I texted my friend Kara. She'd been one of the few lifelines through all the turbulence. While I'd stayed single and kidless, though, she'd accumulated a little human. Her time was no longer her own. The text went through by the time the elevator reached the lobby. By the time I reached the parking lot, I'd received no reply. Shit. I was still staying away from the sand pits and the picnic tables out back, so I found a grassy spot near the front fence and tucked into the grass. This was the problem with academia. I had friends all over the world, but no one I really connected with and could trust. I knew lots of people, but didn't know them. They were acquaintances, colleagues. They weren't friends. They weren't people I could trust. I couldn't put my life or my soul into their hands. Moreover, it seemed all my trust had burned up before consulting archaeology. My mind flickered through memories of drudging through the boreal forest in Alberta, excavating northwest of Fort McMurray, walking the grasslands of Saskatchewan. So many times we'd been in the middle of nowhere, had to depend on our own skills and each other. Nearly every time I'd been stabbed in the back, left to fend for myself, against my colleagues, bears, and leadership. Even before consulting archaeology, during my grad program in Vancouver, fellow colleagues in the anthropology department were cutthroat. I'd been teaching a lab to introductory anthropology students with another grad student. We'd come to an agreement on how to mark the lab exam. Then she went back on everything we'd agreed to. I had students banging on my office door complaining about their grades and the way my so-called partner had marked their exam compared to the way I'd marked it. So much for a united front for better learning. Now those students thought it was okay to call a supraorbital ridge a brow ridge. So much for standardized disciplinary terminology. Let's just call osteological landmarks whatever we want and not care that it's inaccurate and not understood by others in the discipline. Why couldn't anyone just do what they said they were going to do? Now I was in Colorado, in the U.S., of all places. It was the last place I'd ever thought I'd end up. It was the land of guns and capitalistic government. It was so not me, yet here I was, working for a private corporation in a nation run by industry. And I was working in the remotest of remote places with a bunch of guys I barely knew. It was then the pattern of my life formed in front of my eyes. I was the song. I was the problem. Fuck. My phone rang. At that moment, I was scared to look at the call display. Luck would show it was Sebi or Theo, and I really needed to talk to someone, not them. Thankfully, the gods were looking the other way today. "Hey," I answered. "What's up, woman?" Kara's voice was a balm to my soul. I hadn't been aware of how ragged my soul felt until her voice rang through my ear. I worked my way up to and through my life so far, leaving out the parts that likely applied to the non-disclosure agreements I'd signed in triplicate. It'd been a while since we talked, so it took a while. Whoa, that's intense, right? It sounds like PTSD, hun. Fuck. I need this job, though. So go get yourself sorted out. These UFA dudes sound like they invest in their people. Yeah. If they don't invest in you, then do you really want to work for them? As usual, Kara was on point. I want to go back to Tel Aviv. I want my old job back. Sweetie, that ship has sailed. This is here and now. Go get some help. Get fixed and see if you still feel this way in 6 months. If you do, call up Tel Aviv and see if you can get back on the field school. Work your way back into the department. Again, on point. It all made sense. It was all grounded. It was all stuff I knew and needed to hear. It was advice I give myself if only I could just think. You're always welcome to come here for a bit. I have a whole basement I'm not using. You could co-parent with me. I blurted a laugh. You're not selling it. Oh, come on. You'd be a great mother. I'm not paying forward my shit, Kara, but thanks for the vote of confidence. Now, tell me about this guy with the finger. He sounded hot. Yes, Kara was the one who kept telling me I needed to get laid. Everything for her was solved or eased with sex. By the time I told Kara about Nathan and then about Curtis, I felt much better. Go talk to Nathan and ask for some help. See what he says. Then jump him. Gotta go, Kara. I disconnected, then stared at my palm, wondering what the hell I could say in an email or a text or, God forbid, a phone call to get help without admitting I needed help. Because I didn't. Not really. I just needed what? What did I need? There was a time when I thought all I needed was access to dead people, to dig in the dirt and fondle bones. I was merely a biological anthropologist who'd been away from her discipline too long. Was that all I needed now? You'd think my desire to be around dead people would have been quenched during the war. No, that need was soul deep. Even now, sitting in the rocky corner of the parking lot, I could feel my connection to the earth and knew that there was a gaping hole where dead people should be. So what did I need? Did I just need time? The problem was that I really didn't want to outline all my indiscretions and faults over the past couple of days as a way of asking for some leeway to figure out what the hell I did need. It was a catch-22. I wanted help without actually asking for it. It was like going to the restaurant and saying, I want some food. Then there'd be mass confusion, frustration, and either no food or a very large bill. I could well imagine walking out of the restaurant full of food that didn't satiate and with an empty wallet. I decided that maybe chocolate was the ticket for now. My phone rang. I looked at the caller ID. Theo. Fuck. I accepted the call. Theo.
Elise, when are you coming home? A weekend would suffice.
He was relentless. Truly. It was likely why he was a successful family lawyer. We discussed this. I'm not. It's the 21st century, Theo. We now have the ability for me to attend meetings virtually, sign documents electronically, and do everything remotely.
Seb's found some stuff in the house. He needs to run it by you.
I pulled the phone away and toggled through Sebi's text messages. He didn't mention anything.
It's a recent development.
I knew a ploy when I heard it. Nice try, Mr. Lawyer. I have a job I happen to really like, and I don't want to lose it again because of my family. Back off, Theo. A sigh erupted from the phone.
Fine. Look, there are just some things here that need to be taken care of, and it's easiest and quickest if you were to come home and to attend to them. Besides, your niece misses you.
Marion was 12. and was incorrigibly taking after me in all the ways her father loathed. Her one redeeming characteristic was that she was a daddy's girl. It didn't matter that she loved getting dirty, and I was her heroine because I played in the dirt. Theo would do anything for her, and she knew it. Fine, I'll see what I can do, but no expectations and no guarantees.
That's all I ask.
I ended the call with a sour taste in my mouth. My brother had pulled the niece card just because he knew he was losing, and I'd fallen for it. I knew it, and I hated that I'd succumbed. It was all just knee-jerk reactions I saw myself doing again and again, but couldn't do anything to stop. I was in a rut with my family that I desperately wanted to break out of. Thousands of miles of separation apparently couldn't break it, and I was starting to wonder if I could ever break free. After talking to Theo, my craving for chocolate was visceral. Hardly anyone was in the cafeteria. A smattering of people were fetching coffee or sitting alone with a newspaper. It reflected a work culture that people felt comfortable sitting to read the paper. In consulting archaeology, of which I was being constantly reminded, I barely had time to eat lunch, and sitting around socializing was met with cutting looks by colleagues in management. Academia wasn't that far off archaeology. People were usually too busy to sit around enjoying the newspaper. At the warehouse during the war, we were lucky if we got the newspaper, and no one wanted to read it anyway. I had started reading romance novels during the war. It was the furthest I could get away from reality. Catherine, queen of desserts and all things chocolate, and I were becoming friendly over the past couple of weeks. She was a plump woman in her 30s who relished bringing joy into people's lives. I didn't see Catherine this morning. Too bad, because I could have used some joy. Other kitchen staff hadn't started to lay out the lunch dessert table, so only cookies were available. Today's cookie selection was chocolate chip. I got another coffee and grabbed 2 cookies. Sitting in a corner, I stewed in a sense of isolated frustration. Why didn't Sebi ever ask how I was? Why was Theo always milking me for everything I had when I had nothing close to what he did? Why did I put up with it all? With each bite, I grew more pissed with myself. For reaming out Xander only minutes previous. For putting up with my family's bullshit. Sebi calls crying, and I drop everything. Theo puts conditions on my life, and I allow him. Mother says I'm worthless, and I believe her. And what was that blip yesterday about? I wasn't fit for space travel. Hell, I wasn't even fit for public consumption at this point. What the hell was wrong with me? I was such a fucking weakling. Contrary to what I told my teammates, I was the wuss. Returning to bed and never leaving was looking like a good idea. I could feel myself sinking into a self-loathing, depressive state that was all too familiar. I had an hour until my appointment at medical. I headed to the gym instead to beat myself up some more. My ID implant was fine. The tissue around it was fine. The nurse practitioner declared everything fine and sent me on my way after poking and scanning me every which way to next Sunday. It was the most action I'd had in years. I swung by the cafeteria again to pick up more cookies and coffee, then made my way to what was to become an epic team meeting. Someone at UFA had gone to some extra special trouble. Streamers, balloons, and a congratulations banner had been put up in the kitchenette of our area. I was pretty sure I knew who was behind the decorations. I texted Curtis. Thanks for the decorations.
Marnie helped. There's cake in the fridge.
He texted back. I texted a thanks to Marnie, then dug out the cake. Congratulations on first contact was written across the top.
I ran a finger along the edge of the cake, then stuck the wad of chocolate icing into my mouth. A wave of ecstasy nearly buckled my knees. Buttercream icing. Curtis is why some heterosexual women fall in love with gay men. Can't say I blame them. I cut myself a generous piece of cake, then, adequately fortified for the forthcoming meeting, turned to the conference room. Walking into the conference room for a team meeting was like walking into a classroom visit when the teacher's absent. Equipment was scattered across the large table. Xander was sitting on the table with his feet on a chair. Tony and Lancebridge were sharing a bowl of popcorn, with monitors showing what I assumed was video from someone's camera while on Luban 5. AJ sat towards the side, sipping from a mug. It could have held whiskey for how calm he was. From the commentary, you'd think they were watching a wrestling match. "Oh no! Don't do it! Don't! No!" Collective disappointed groans and shouts let out. I looked at the monitors. The video was of the alleyway where I'd hidden after being seen as a red-headed witch. It seems I'd stepped in a refuse pile that the guys found more repulsive than I did. "Of all the places to hide, Marquette," Xander said, "why a garbage pit?" I was seething and ready to spit nails. Just like that. It wasn't the state of the conference room. It wasn't the commentary. It was Xander. Like when I'd run into him at Rhonda's office. Xander's presence was like nails on a chalkboard. He grated on my nerves. He repulsed me. And I hadn't the foggiest idea why. Worse was that I didn't care. "To understand, Xander," I forced through gritted teeth, "you need to share a long history with other women of being persecuted, hunted, and burned at the stake." "Hey!" Tony pointed at my cake. Today's shirt was red. I swear that man had a shirt for every day of the week. "Where did you get that? There were only cookies at lunch." "Your ancestors were burned at the stake?" Xander asked, oblivious. I pointed Tony to the kitchenette. Xander was smacked in the leg by Tony as he walked by. "No, red-headed women were thought to be the concubines of the devil." "So?" I opened my mouth to rip him a new one when Nathan walked in. "She was scared for her life." Lancebridge added, "It's like in Star Wars when they ended up in the trash compactor." I'm still not sure Xander understood. The monitors changed from the video to an agenda. "CanSet surgery went well. He'll be in Denver for a few days," Nathan said, opening the meeting. Through mouthfuls of chocolate cake, Tony told us he had collected air and soil samples from Luban 5 while the rest of us were in the city. "It'll take a few days before we can get an analysis. And thanks to what was on Marquette's boots," Tony waved to the monitors and the previous footage, "we were able to provide a sample of biological material to the lab too. We should get a general idea of what is in Luban 5's environment." "Lancebridge, that palm you attached to the back of the monitor, have you had a look at what you downloaded from it?" Lancebridge shook his head. "Not yet. There seemed to be a lot of data by the size of what I downloaded. I'm also running it through virus software on an isolated laptop because I don't know what we might be getting into." "Okay, what have we learned about the inhabitants of Luban 5? "Just a bunch of people living with animals." Xander wrinkled his nose. "It's gross. Human history is filled with unsanitary conditions, and many groups around the world still live with their animals, pets excluded." The words erupted from my mouth, and a stunned silence followed before AJ spoke up. "We didn't see any other big buildings other than that temple. Don't know where the leaders of the city are at." "Can you bring up those aerial shots of the city, Tony?" Nathan asked.
Instead of Tony, Lance Bridges' fingers erupted in a flurry of key punching and mouse clicks. Then a high-res video of our flyby popped up, each monitor contributing to a larger picture. Streets crisscrossed and wove between buildings and their shadows. Smaller shadows showed people in the streets and alleys. Kiosks with awnings and small roofs reflected the daylight back at the camera. The stepped pyramid was a perfect square with squares stacked inside it. It was the only building with sharp corners and perfect geometry, and it was at the heart of the city. Nathan turned his eyes on me.
Ideas, Marquette?
I attempted to concentrate and mulled over the possibility that the building used to be for bureaucratic purposes by the city's leaders, and it was taken over by the soldiers and the altar. Or maybe it was a religious building, and its use reserved for ceremonial events. The event AJ and Cansett had witnessed didn't seem ritualistic, but more civil, like a town hall meeting. Nothing fit with what was in my current memory. I needed to do some research. I leaned back against the wall and mumbled, I don't know. It wasn't the professional sort of answer I should have given, but under the circumstances, I had no other. I thought you had experience in things like these. I felt like Xander was assessing me. Anthropology isn't an exact science. I barely managed to refrain from tacking asshole onto the end of the sentence.
Xander, Nathan said, did you make any headway with the language?
Hello, goodbye, shirt, and all pretty elementary stuff. It'll take me more than an hour to get to the conversational level. Takes a bit of rapport too, which is now non-existent.
Xander stuck his tongue out at me. I saw red and could feel heat rising up through my chest.
I'm plugging it into the linguistic software. It's tough when we weren't there long enough and didn't really talk to anyone. Don't get your hopes up. This will take a while.
What about the altar itself? Nathan prompted. There were offerings under the monitor we saw. Could the altar be of religious significance?
All eyes turned to me, even though I knew nothing. I really wish Cansett hadn't been shot, and not just because, he was shot. I wanted him here to help mediate the high expectations my team was throwing at me. Yeah, sure, maybe, I said, trying to breathe my way through the red haze. My gaze settled on the middle of the conference table, and I let my mind flicker back through my memories. The image flashed again in my mind, stirring the already storming need in my gut and fingertips. My eyes saw a length of clean, black stone. My heart saw a culture stripped of its faith. Is that what happened at the base of Herod's palace? Had Herod moved in and overridden what was there? Never had I felt this way toward an artifact or even a body, and it was shaking me. The only reference point I have is something similar I saw on Earth outside of Tel Aviv, near Herod's palace. Who is Herod when he's at home? Xander asked.
He was a king in Jerusalem about the time of Jesus,
Tony volunteered as he threw up some popcorn and caught it in his mouth. We all looked at him.
That's not common knowledge?
Nathan leaned onto the table, hands clasped.
Go over this with us, Marquette. Anthropology 101. What did you see outside of Tel Aviv near Herod's palace?
I sighed heavily. Shake it off, Marquette, I said to myself. This is no place to lose your cool. Herod's palace is located mostly on a mountain in the middle of the desert. We were excavating away from the main occupation area. Occupation area? Lansbridge asked. It's the main area where people settled and occupied. So we were outside of this main area trying to get a sense of how far the occupation or settlement spread. We came across the foundations of a building, and at the far end of the building was what we thought was an altar. It was a big slab of black rock, just like on the screens in the market. It had holes in it, too.
What did the people do with it? Nathan asked.
It's thought that people demonstrated their devotion to something on it.
Herod was a Jewish Roman king, so at that time, it could have been any number of deities being worshipped on that altar. At least from what I've been able to gather from the students at the excavation. I'd had to take their word for a lot of things because Roman or Judean history wasn't my thing. Dead bodies were my forte. "What does all this have to do with anything?" Xander asked. His leg was pulsing up and down, and a vibration was working its way through the conference table. I flashed him a sneer. The Romans had quite a few different altars, and they evolved over time. This type was pretty primitive. The Roman Empire was pretty agricultural. Most aspects of their lives and culture revolved around the agricultural seasons. The altar they found near Herod's palace is a large piece of black rock with holes in the top, presumably each to represent a deity. I was outlining an invisible altar with large waves in my hands to make sure Xander would understand. Tony nearly got a hand in the face a couple of times. We know of one ritual in which the chief or protector of the people let a handful of dirt fall upon the top of the altar. The act of letting the dirt fall where it may and not clearing the altar is the ultimate act of selfless devotion to the gods and, above all else, fate. To clear the altar would be to deny fate and take matters into your own hands, in essence, declaring yourself a god. The altar was called a ballast because it maintained stability and balance between nature and man. Tony nodded, appreciating the connection. "Kinda like the ballast in an aircraft. It keeps the balance between the fore and aft sections. Cool." Nathan held up a hand to still Xander's oncoming remark. "So why do they have screens everywhere with this altar?" "Dunno," I admitted. "Maybe they want everyone to see rituals when they happen, kind of like a broadcast of the Sugar Bowl. Cansett is a historian. He might have some ideas." AJ said, "So it's not a weapon?" I said, "No, but they might be weaponizing it against the masses to coerce them. The image on the monitors may be a constant reminder that the conquerors have the deities in their pocket. It's a way to keep the people submissive, if not pliable." Nathan's jaw worked. "One thing I do know, though," I continued. "Someone moved the altar. Its original place is not in that temple." Nathan did a double take at me. "How do you know that?" I asked Lansbridge to bring up Cansett's video just before things got hairy. The images on the monitors flashed back to the dark temple with my voice asking Cansett to go back. "Stop! There." I got up and pointed to the corner of the altar. "These scratches aren't the same age as the rest of the marks on the stone. The other marks are worn and look old, maybe from when it was cut from a quarry or shaped into what it is now. These aren't old. These are new. And I'd bet my books that this is transport trauma." "I don't get it." Xander had added picking at his cuticles to his knees' constant jig. "It's not a weapon, but it's being weaponized. It's not religious, but it kinda is. You see a few scratches and suddenly the altar is from someplace else. I mean, couldn't that just be wear or tear or something? It kinda sounds like you're seeing what you want to see." "Xander," Nathan started, but it was too late. Xander had stepped on my last nerve. The red demon erupted. I stood so fast my chair leapt out and bumped into the wall behind me. "Jesus, are you seriously questioning my assessment right now? Like 3 decades of fieldwork and 3 degrees isn't just a bunch of bullshit wrapped in smoke and mirrors." Xander blinked, caught off guard. "Those few scratches, that's tool scoring." I jabbed a finger towards the screen. "Those tool marks overlay the quarry marks, meaning they're more recent. They're also shallow, and they're different patterning than the very worn quarry marks. You don't just get that from time or weather, you get that from being rushed. That altar was moved and not with care." My body had begun to vibrate, my hands shaking. "I'm not making leaps. I'm connecting the goddamn dots. If you can't see that, fine. But don't insult me by acting like I'm some historical academic seeing spirits and tea leaves." The room went quiet. Xander opened his mouth, then shut it. "Stand down, everyone." Nathan had a way of making his words melt into my ear. He must have taken some human whisperer training because it worked. Xander dropped his eyes. I dropped back into my chair, continuing to steam. AJ pushed a hand over his bald pate. "There was this village we'd gone into during the war. We were to secure the village and ensure it didn't fall to the Russians. We had orders to get the civilians out so they wouldn't get killed or turn against us. They wouldn't leave. Nobody there spoke English. Only a few of us spoke any Mandarin, and none of us understood their dialect. No matter what we said or did, no one in the entire village would leave. The Russians came, and we managed to hold them off. The villagers didn't lift a finger either to help the Russians or to help us. Afterwards, we had medics come in and care for the wounded. One of them spoke to the villagers. Turns out, they were convinced that if they left their homes, they'd never be able to return, not even in death. They'd be shunned or something. I didn't understand it, but apparently if they left, it would be worse than dying. It'd be purgatory or something. And that's why they didn't leave or help. They were fine with dying just as long as they stayed in their village." "You're right, AJ," Nathan said. "We need to understand what's really going on with the locals." He looked down at me again. "What do we know about these people other than they don't like redheads?" "Yeah," I snorted. "But we don't know the root of that fear or hatred. It could be superstition, or maybe a previous leader was a redhead and slaughtered half the population. Or maybe a redhead spread disease like Typhoid Mary. We'll have to work under the assumption that anyone that doesn't look like them could be feared or hated. If we want to talk to them, we'll have to look like them first." I looked down the desk at AJ. "Sorry." Asap James's mouth split into a wide smile that almost glowed against his midnight skin. "Hey, no problem. I understand." "They're also not that tall," I continued. "Xander and Lansbridge might incite fear and suspicion when they try to dialogue with these people." "Well, the kids seem to like us," Lansbridge offered. Xander was wisely keeping his gob shut. "Children tend to be more open-minded and curious than adults. And we won't be negotiating with children," Nathan said. "That leaves Cansett and me." "Hey!" Tony stood up from his lean against the wall. "Am I chopped liver?" "You need to stay with the ship." Nathan looked pointedly at Tony. "Especially with another ship coming and going and the possibility of a magnetic storm hitting at any time." Lansbridge threw Tony a lifeline. "There's no ladies worth wooing anyway." "Where do you think the leaders of the city live?" Nathan directed to me. I looked to Lansbridge, who was now in a throwing match of elastics or something with Tony and Xander. I worked with adult-sized children. I snapped my fingers at them. "Hey, can you bring up that aerial video again?" Lansbridge threw something at Tony, then snatched the keyboard from Xander. "Hey!" The aerial photo returned, shifted, became three-dimensional, then rotated. Soon the pyramid returned. Lansbridge slowed down the video, and that's when we saw it. There were larger buildings, likely the homes of city leaders, attached to the back side of the pyramid. It was the equivalent of the mayor living in a 10,000-square-foot mansion, while the city's population was barely making ends meet. "Do you think the leader is in cahoots with the black stormtroopers?" Lansbridge asked. "We need to find out," Nathan replied and turned to me. "Can you write up a brief on your anthropological interpretation of what might be going on here? Feel free to be creative." Happy to leave the room, I grabbed my mug and plate and jetted out of the conference room before anyone could say anything. In my room, on my UFA-issued laptop, I tapped into the shared drive as Lansbridge had done. I'd had access all this time. I just hadn't needed it to use until now, except to retrieve HR forms. I brought up those videos again and had another look on my small laptop screen. The lighting was bad. Some videos were blurry. Despite all that, I was sure of what I saw. There was damage to the edge of the altar in specific places. It was recent damage, and it was damage I recognized from both the field and from museum specimens. In the field, we call it shovel trauma. It's what happens when a well-meaning archaeologist or laborer damages an artifact or bone with their excavation tool. It's usually a slice or crack revealing clean bone or artifact underneath. The altar had this type of damage near its ends. I'm guessing that those guys in black armor damaged the altar whilst transporting it to the temple, which helped validate my theory that the altar didn't belong in the temple. But if it didn't belong in the temple, then where? We still weren't any closer to figuring out why it was significant to the inhabitants of Luban 5 and the role of the black stormtroopers. Maybe if we found out the altar's original location and context, we could figure out its significance and use it to start a conversation. I continued to dig around on the shared drive, looking at both our data from the trip and other data collected from surveyors. Then I went down a few rabbit holes on the internet. The thing with figuring out how something, including a culture, worked was to figure out the rules. In the game show Jeopardy! Or any English language code breaking, the key was to figure out the most commonly used symbol, then look for patterns in how that symbol is used. For example, the letter E is the most commonly used letter in the English language. If you figure out what symbol represents E in a straight conversation type code, then you can tell by when and how often the letter E is used, what words are where, and then slowly figure out the rest of the alphabet by each symbol's relative location to the E symbol. There are some assumptions with this method: knowledge of the English language, and that code is a simple translation of a single symbol for a single Roman alphabet character. For other languages like Chinese, Japanese, or Korean, the letters used aren't based on sounds, they are based on ideas or concepts. Extending this idea to culture was kind of loosey-goosey. The basic idea was to figure out the foundation of that culture. In many areas of Earth, culture is primarily faith-based. The culture we experience is built upon several millennia of observing our environment and postulating that it was all based on cause and effect. If you do X, then Y happened. However, there were many things which escaped this simple causal-type relationship, yet these great mysteries somehow needed to be explained by ever-questioning human brains. This wasn't all out of idle curiosity. Early humans were constantly at risk of injury, death, or disease. Creating a solid or believable explanation would increase an individual's and group's survival. This explanation, it is thought, became the basis for the need to communicate. It's one thing for one person to have figured out that the river was higher in spring and had more fish. It was much more valuable to communicate that knowledge to the group because it would help ensure the group's survival. It wasn't enough, however, for humans to observe their environment to increase their chances of survival. Enterprising individuals took this further and postulated that powerful, unseen beings caused those things that otherwise couldn't be explained. Not only were humans at risk of harm from the seen environment, but they were also at risk from the unseen environment. From paganism and shamanism to myth-based systems and multi- and monotheistic systems, evolutionary psychology reasons that faith and religion developed to support the trust and reciprocity needed within a human group to survive. A human alone is more likely to die. A human with a group is more likely to survive, as well as the group. Trust and reciprocity were needed to ensure group cohesion. What better way to develop trust than to develop a belief that other groups were bad and yours were good? All of this is to say that the basics of human culture are built around the survival of the group. The inhabitants of Luban 5 had at least one culture. They had a belief system. They had a language. But all of this was likely based on the need to communicate and trust. Trust and communication
to survive. Alien cultures we were encountering were nothing like ours, and this included definitions of ethics, right and wrong, true and false, and anything else we take for granted in our shared perspective. Even though we have different languages and cultures on Earth, for the most part we share a similar idea of pain and happiness that's all based in our mammalian biology. This then forms the basis of what we consider right and wrong, what causes or ameliorates pain. The major divisions of right and wrong with humans come from differences in religions. For example, Buddhists believe suffering is pain and the root of our existence, and is caused by attachment to the illusion of reality. On the other hand, Christians, Catholics in particular, believe that suffering is good because that is what Christ endured. Buddhists try to ease pain, Catholics wallow in it. The pain is real, but humans interpret it in terms of good and bad, depending on their religious perspective. We couldn't take for granted that any alien culture we attempted to communicate with had the same interpretation of good and bad as us. If humans couldn't agree on good and bad, then we definitely shouldn't assume that our ideal definition would match that of an alien culture. The bottom line was that if the bad guys could weaponize the religion against the inhabitants of Luban 5, we could use it to become friends. We just needed to understand it so we could use it to communicate that we were friends instead of using it like the bad guys and communicate we were more bad guys. I sank into the work of Margaret Mead and other ethnographers. Then I looked down a few rabbit holes of altars around the world and through time. I threw some ideas down in writing, inspired by experience, training, and connections I had made with help from impromptu research. Then I wrote Nathan an email and fired the whole thing to him. A knock at my door. I had just pressed send. There was no way it could be Nathan following up. Sure enough, he stood outside. "May I come in?" I waved him in. I saw his keen gaze catch on my desk, the open laptop, my scribbles on a page. There was only one chair, so he perched on the edge of my bed. "How did things go with Rhonda?" Then I remembered why I was cloistered in my room and the question he had yet to ask. "I'd rather not talk about it." I crossed my arms and rolled my chair away. "Okay, I get that." He paused and shifted so that his elbows rested on his knees. "Look, I'll level with you. I need a team, a real, cohesive group." He threaded his fingers together. "That works together and for each other. We need to have each other's backs. We need to buy into this for it to work. I hired you for your brain, but I'm getting the sense your heart isn't in this." He peered up at me from his perch over his knees. "I really want you to be part of this team. I need someone like you, exactly like you, but you're no use to the team when you're not at your best game." I remained still and silent, mind spinning. That familiar sense of never measuring up welling from deep inside and threatening to drown me yet again. I stood, placing my chair between him and me, and forced out, "What if this is it? What if this is my best game?" I dared him to acknowledge my weaknesses and limitations and accept them. "Bullshit." He sat up slowly, stretching from his crouched position. "Double bullshit. I don't believe that for a minute." "You have an awful lot of confidence in someone you barely know." "I've seen your resume. I know what you're capable of." I ticked points off my fingers. "I haven't been in space before. I don't deal well with the living or with living cultures or with aliens or with weapons." "Your resume showed me you're willing and able to learn and adapt on the fly if necessary. You've been in some rough situations and come through. That's someone I want on my team." "Isn't that a bit contradictory? You want someone exactly like me, but not?" "Acknowledged." He nodded, mulling over his thoughts while his eyes traced back to my desk. "Then let me say this." His eyes found mine again.
I want you without the flashbacks. He heaved a heavy breath and stared at the floor. Look, I have PTSD. I was in the war when I was in the Marines. I saw some shit and I ended up with the works. The flashbacks, nightmares, mood swings. But I got help. It is possible to cope with the shit without it eating you alive. His eyes found mine again. You had a flashback on the way back from Luban 5. You were barely functioning, and I was worried. Those horrible memories flooded back into my mind. I remember how they enveloped me, how the ship had disappeared and I'd been back in that moment. Shame rose deep and penetrating, and I wanted nothing more than to curl up in a corner and vanish. PTSD can interfere with life. Until now, maybe you didn't have any symptoms, or maybe they were minor and weren't affecting how you function. I'm worried it'll happen again and the mission will suffer, that someone will get hurt. Each was a punch and made me feel exposed and targeted. I wanted him to leave, to just shut up and go away. I want to help you, if you want the help. If Rhonda isn't your cup of tea, that's fine. Just find someone else. Get help. UFA will pay for it. My anger flared molten. Shall I order up a couple inches of height while I'm at it? Maybe throw in some social niceties to sweeten the pot. Maybe bigger breasts, or maybe I'll change my sex altogether. Elise, this isn't... He caught himself and looked at the floor, jaw working. Then he stood, arms hanging limply, and looked at me. Just looked, dead in the eye. No expression, no movement, no sound. Just looked right through me. I didn't know if he was going to hit me, yell at me, or kiss me. It was the same way he looked right through my soul at the airport when we first met. He was seeing me, and I really didn't like it. That quick, easy rage dissipated. Terror slipped in. Unease crawled up from my stomach. I desperately wanted to tear my eyes away from his. My arms curled around my body, and I felt the wall against my back. I was going to be accused of something, undermined or blackmailed into something I didn't want to do. He was searching for some way to get at me, get into me, or use me or manipulate me. My freeze-up on the ship and subsequent outburst at Xander were perfect weapons to use against me, and I'd regretted that I slipped up. This had happened too many times in the past. Nearly 10 years ago, Theo and Mother used my debt to try to get me to sell the cabin Dad left me or to leave archaeology. They had used me against myself, and I deeply resented them for it. Knowledge was power, and my family wielded it with skill. While there wasn't much I could do to erase personal knowledge from my family's minds, I could definitely keep others from such information. As much as I wanted to respect and trust Nathan, I couldn't. I didn't dare. I didn't want him or anyone to see inside me. I didn't want them to access the secrets I kept there. I needed to keep myself safe from leverage and extortion. In 2 steps, Nathan crossed the floor and was right in front of me, near enough for me to smell the chamomile tea on his breath, near enough for me to count the freckles across his nose and cheeks, near enough for all my anger to melt in the warmth of his body. His gaze still held no emotion, yet his eyes bored into mine, as if willing me to just look, just listen. But I couldn't hear whatever he was trying to communicate to me. If he was trying to say something to me, I didn't know what it was. My body, on the other hand, was speaking its own language. So close to him, my insides were melting. I felt my body lean into him. My arms slid against each other, coming undone, ready to reach out. Saliva pooled in my mouth.
A flutter worked its way from deep in my stomach and was stretching up to my throat and down to places I thought long dormant. My lips parted, and I tasted the scent of chamomile.
Get your shit sorted, Marquette.
Before I could register it, his eyes hardened, his abrupt voice broke through the silence, and he was gone. I collapsed against the closed door. An emotional tidal wave took me under, from the spike of incandescent anger to raging rantiness to cold absence. I'd risked a step towards vulnerability and had it tossed back in my face. I was unwanted. I had been found lacking. Once again, I had been measured against some invisible and unspoken criteria and was rejected. Rejected as an employee, a team member, a person, and as a woman. I was discarded, crumpled up and thrown away, kicked away like yesterday's trash. Nathan had walked away. I don't know how long I sat against that door, numb, staring at nothing and not thinking. Eventually, I rose. My palm said it was nearly the end of the working day. An official-looking email stated I was on 2 weeks' leave, starting immediately. I texted Curtis, who responded instantly. Then I changed my clothes and packed my duffel bag. I left my UFA clothing and anything else that wasn't mine and exited UFA. Chapter 11. Curtis had taken one look at me and my duffel bag in the parking lot and hadn't said a word. No words were said on the 50-minute drive into Denver as Eurovision music played. Inside his condo, he finally broke down and asked, "What do you need?" "A bed, a shower, and a flight home." When I emerged from the shower, a printout was laying on the guest bed. One-way, nonstop airfare to Calgary for early tomorrow morning. It really was a shame Curtis was gay. I would have married him on the spot. I emailed him funds even though he insisted it was unnecessary, then fell into a fitful sleep. The next morning, I found a note on the kitchen counter. "Text me when you arrive. XO." More than 4 hours later at the Calgary airport, after texting Curtis, I opted for a taxi instead of Sebi. I really didn't want Sebi to pick me up at the airport. I didn't want anyone to pick me up. I wanted to sneak in and slide into bed in the room above Mother's garage and just curl up for a week or two. But they were working on selling the house after they cleaned it up, and I'd left my keys with Sebi. If it had been the house, I could break in. I'd done it before. It'd been a while, but I was fairly sure I could still scale the side of the house and force open my old bedroom window. The last thing I wanted was to be in my old bedroom, or in the house. I stayed in the room above the garage while I waited for Mother to die at the hospital. I felt a calling to crawl under the blankets in that bedroom and wallow. I needed to wallow. I needed some place to go to lick my wounds and fester for a while. Why I needed to go home is something I hadn't really thought about, much like why I'd sat vigil while my mother was dying. It was instinct, something I just needed to do. The front door was locked. The back door was locked. The door to the apartment above the garage was locked. I dropped my carry-on, picked up an ornamental rock from the garden, and pounded on the apartment door until the knob fell off. I threw down the rock, picked up my bag, then headed upstairs. It took 20 minutes for the cops to arrive. It seems Theo had installed an alarm system on the garage and the upstairs apartments since I'd been gone. I texted both him and Sebi, but the cops still showed up. Thankfully, I wasn't on the toilet when they arrived at the head of the stairway, utility belts jangling. They'd called up the stairs. I invited them in, got a lecture about protocol and scaring family members and neighbors and wasting police time. I offered them tea, but they declined. Maybe they'd bill Theo for the call-out. Was it my intention to cause such a fuss? No, I just wanted to get to bed and stay there. My mind was laser-targeted on this goal, and I'd forgotten what was involved in getting to bed unmolested. They were just leaving when Sebi arrived. Why didn't you call when you got in? I don't know. I thought you weren't coming home. I wasn't. Theo said you weren't. That he needed to get you stuff digitally. Yes? So what happened? What's going on? I just want to sleep for a bit, Sebi. Is that too much? Nothing had been touched from when I left it a few weeks ago. Had it really only been a few weeks? Somehow my entire life had changed in a blink. I pulled sheets and a duvet from the linen closet and started making the bed. Sebi stood, gaping like a proverbial fish, chestnut curly hair askew and face flushed. Elise, are you okay? For the first time, I took stock and answered truthfully. No. Because really, I wasn't. Not by a long shot. And I hadn't the foggiest idea what to do about it. He sat down upon the sofa, and I reflexively braced myself. I'm kind of glad you're here. I could use some help. No, I said, perhaps a little too firmly. I need to sleep, and you need to leave. I pointed downstairs to the door. Go. The hurt puppy look was one Sebi had perfected a long time ago. It made me feel I took after my mother way too much, and the self-loathing that had started yesterday sunk in deeper. Sebi, I caved, I need some time to myself. Please. He left soon after that, leaving spare keys to the apartment and house with the alarm code. And after that, I finally crawled into a familiar bed in an almost home and fell into a sleepy oblivion, alone and isolated from the cruel outside world. At 4:23 a.m. the next morning, I woke up sobbing from the nightmare. 5 years and nothing. Then I see an alien altar and whammo, insta-nightmare. WTF. Nathan was right. I wasn't fit for teamwork. I wasn't even fit for real life. I got up and turned on the kettle. It was early afternoon in Tel Aviv, so I sent Dr. Robassi an email asking if she considered doing an online session. In Ireland, it was almost noon. It was also near the end of June. I texted Aideen. My phone rang.
I'm just getting the girls down for lunch now. We're having sandwiches and apple slices and Nutella.
There were background voices.
And then the girls are going to watch TV while Mammy and Elise have a chat.
I can wait, I tried.
No, I'll just get the girls sorted and then they can have some space.
Aideen gave a running commentary in her teacher's voice as she sliced up apple, got the girls in front of Peppa Pig, then shut a door. I heard her sigh.
There. Now tell me now. What are you doing at home and not flying around the world?
I fucked up. Bad. My voice was thick and tears had welled in my eyes.
Then unfuck it.
It all sounded so simple coming from her mouth with that thick Irish accent. Just do X and all will be grand. X could be, have another pint, tell someone to fuck off, or buy the damn shoes. Everything sounded better in an Irish accent and everything could be fixed by simply doing X. I don't know how.
Have you asked?
I don't know who to ask.
Well, who'd you fuck it up with?
My team leader.
Oh, did you ask him?
Okay, so my mind wasn't quite what it usually was. Nathan was right. I wasn't at the top of my game. He had told me how to fix the situation, and I just hadn't heard him. But it seemed it was merely one of the many things I hadn't heard. The rest remained unspoken, and I didn't know how to unfuck that. There was no one quite like the Irish for seeing through the bullshit and cutting through it. He said I should consider therapy, I said. Been there, done that. I'm not a big fan of therapy.
Why?
I heard another door opening in the background, then birds chirping. They always want to talk about my family.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I don't want to talk about them.
Why not?
'Cause they're fucked up?
Well, that sounds exactly why you should be talking about them with a therapist.
It feels like I'm giving them more airtime when they already suck the air out of the room. I'd be giving them exactly what they want, and I don't want that. Have you ever seen a therapist?
Yes. In Ireland, they're called a trip to the spa followed by hot whiskey.
I snorted, and a snot bubble formed in my nostril. As I cleaned myself up, Aideen continued.
Elise, if therapy will help, then why not try it? What have you got to lose? What have you got to gain?
There were reasons Aideen and Kara were still in my life decades after we'd first met. I'd trust them with my life and my books. They always told me what I needed to hear rather than what I wanted to hear.
I'd always wondered why you were so intent on traveling all over the world. Why you were never settled down. Why you were still single.
I chose to be single, I interrupted.
Right, but why did you make that choice?
Aideen let the words hang in the air between us before she continued.
Maybe a therapist could help you face your fucked up family and stop running from them.
I'd always thought I was running away from my family for the right reasons. My reasons. Being tenured at a university somewhere, having security, and being part of a community had always been a priority. It was a driving force. Everything would sort itself out when I had a PhD and was tenured. The PhD happened, but getting tenure didn't. I didn't get past being on a temporary, but annually renewed, contract. And that community I'd been searching for was looking like a pipe dream. The archaeology department at Tel Aviv had some good people, but it was mired in bureaucracy and egos vying for attention. For so long, I'd been running towards what I wanted, but I was beginning to see that what I wanted either didn't exist or wasn't mine to have. Yet, Aideen was right. I was still running. The question was, why? Had I been running towards my future, or had I been running from my past all this time? You might consider charging by the hour with advice like that. Aideen laughed, and I heard Peppa Pig in the background.
I have faith in you, Elise. Go and fuck your life and let me know how it goes. Maybe you can give me some pointers.
She begged off as Peppa Pig had finished, and so had the girls' lunch. Dr. Robassi had responded that she didn't do online sessions, but wished me luck with finding a new therapist in Calgary. It had been a long shot. I toggled through the internet on my phone, searching for therapists in Calgary. By 6 a.m., I found someone who had expertise with PTSD, so I emailed, made some tea, and waited for a reply. I laid down the law as I sat on the therapist's sofa. I had an incident at work where I thought I was back at the war near the Kazakhstan border in China. I don't want to talk about my family or my recently dead mother. I need to get these flashbacks under control so I can get back to work. I have 2 weeks. We can work with that, he said, and I booked in for 6 therapy sessions over the next 2 weeks. I was granted 2 days reprieve after that first night when I'd broken into the apartment. Then Sebi showed up again. Sebi's voice came from the bottom of the stairs. Elise? I was halfway through a novel and slipping into a nap on the small sofa in the apartment's living room. No matter how strenuously I'd stated to my family I did not want to be disturbed, I knew they'd show up. It was their nature. Maybe I should have stayed in Denver at Curtis's. Fuck off, I called. I need some help with Dad's old papers. Call Theo. He's busy and you're here. I texted Theo. Get your ass over here and do your lawyer job with Sebi. I had lost all track of time other than when it was light or dark. Calgary was still basking in the residue of the longest day of the year, with well-lit evenings extending past 10 p.m. Daylight didn't translate into normal waking hours. If Sebi was here, I was guessing it was now non-business hours. Therefore, Theo had no excuse not to take care of business here. I attempted to roll over and ignore the footsteps coming up the stairs. There had been whispering, and I cringed. Sebi had brought Justin, his 10-year-old son, because things just couldn't get messier, and the next generation needed to witness the familial dysfunction firsthand. I really need some help with Dad's old files. I don't know what to throw out and what to turn over to his company. That should have been sorted out decades ago. Just burn the works. I had my nose stuffed into a novel. Not like I was reading, though. I'm trying to do my due diligence, like Theo said. All I wanted was silence and comfort. Again, it was idiotic to think I'd find it at my childhood home. I threw back the blanket and sat up. Nobody's going to care after 30 years. What's the problem here? Sebastian stared back at me, wide-eyed. Then I saw the rings under his eyes, the drawn lines around his mouth, the sallowness of his face. He was Mother's son, a mama's boy, and until now, I hadn't recognized how Mother's death might have been affecting him. I scrubbed my hands over my face and into my moppish hair. You're overthinking things, Seb. Just burn the works. The company would destroy anything you give them. Nobody keeps things for that long except historians and archaeologists. But Theo said, Theo is being an overly cautious control freak. You need to move forward with clearing out the house to sell it. Burning the papers will keep them from being a confidentiality risk, which is likely what everyone is worried about. 20 minutes later, we collected the boxes from the front hall and were lighting a fire in the fire pit that Sebi had built when he had the apartment over the garage built. Justin was ecstatic and stared at the flames with the eyes of a pyromaniac in the making. Seb had brought some beer, so we each grabbed one, then parked ourselves into Mother's dainty wrought iron patio set in front of the fire to keep an eye on the little emerging fire fiend. Elise? I waited. Finally, yes? Sebi hesitated some more before finally, why did you come back? Theo said some papers needed signing. No, not now. Before, when Mom was in the hospital. This time I was silent, not because I didn't want to answer, but because I couldn't. It was a knee-jerk reaction. Elise, I'm dying. Those words had caused me to drop everything, including what I thought was my dream job and the first home I'd had in a long time. There'd been no thought. I was in action mode. I'd come back to Calgary, parked myself in the apartment above the garage, and stayed for 3 months until she finally died. Then I left again. The thing was, I'd asked myself Sebi's question for months. Why the hell had I come back? I'd arrived in Calgary with my suitcase and an urgent sense that things needed to get done. It was archaeology all over again. It was the war all over again. It was Crisis Management 101, and I fell back into old habits. At least during the war, people were already dead, but the living relatives who called and visited and emailed wanted answers, and they wanted them now. They were worse than the archaeological clients I'd had back in the day because they had genuine cause to worry. And their emotions affected me with their urgency and anguish. I'm glad the war ended. I was done with people grieving. Then Mother landed in a hospice, and I was thrown back into it. The war, I guess. I don't know, I replied. The war? Sebi's gaze was doubtful, his beer halfway to his mouth. Justin, oblivious to the weight of the conversation, tossed another stick into the fire and watched it crackle. To his credit, Sebi and others had heard the war excuse many times before. It usually tumbled out when I hadn't the foggiest idea what I was doing, which was a lot lately. I took a slow sip of my beer. Okay, so why do you think I came back? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. The side gate clanged open. Auntie Elise! A shriek erupted from the side of the house. My favorite and only niece sprang from the shadows of the house and ran at me. Any other time in the past few days, that shriek likely would have caused me to duck and scramble or lash out in defense. Yeah, my nerves were frayed. The 11-year-old was almost my height and wrapped me in a bear hug that, until that moment, I hadn't realized I needed. Her feet were doing a dance and she was gyrating in my grasp. Oh my God, I'm so glad you're here! Dad said you weren't coming! She leaned back, still gripping my shoulders. He said you have a new job that pays you to travel. That is just so...
Marion.
Theo's voice erupted from behind us. His dad voice was softer than his lawyer voice and was tinged with a bit of exasperation I'd often heard in Mother's voice. In chinos and a polo shirt, he showed off that he wasn't letting age affect his physique. While Sebi was getting a dad bod, Theo was all lean athleticism. He was probably running around a tennis court and had hired a personal trainer. Marion slunk away to poke the fire with Justin.
Elise, glad you found your way home.
I didn't want to explain anything to him, especially with my niece and nephew right there, so I just ignored him.
What's going on?
Burning Dad's old files, Sebi said as he dumped another box of papers into the fire pit. Justin's stare was fixed on the bouncing embers and fresh flames.
You couldn't wait until I got here before doing this?
I rolled my eyes. They don't care, Theo. It's been 30 years.
You're enabling this?
Theo turned to me.
That's proprietary material.
If it was that important, Dad's old company would have asked for it long before now, I continued.
Maybe they don't know it was here.
Don't ask, don't tell. Light it up, Seb.
I can't know about this.
Theo turned away as Sebi dumped another box of papers into the fire pit. Marion and Justin danced around the fire pit like it was Beltane. Then leave. Theo's jaw clenched.
You texted me to get my ass over here.
Too late. We may do without you. Theo strode up and pulled me back from the fire pit. Hey, hands off! I wriggled out of his grasp. Marion paused and looked on. He lowered his voice with a glance to his daughter. Why are you here? His hazel eyes bore into mine.
You said you weren't coming home.
I can do whatever I want. Back off. I flipped him the bird and turned back to the fire. I smiled at Marion, who returned to her Beltane dance around the flames. Jesus Christ, Sebi muttered. You two aren't capable of turning it off, are you? Sebi got a stereo earful.
What are you talking about?
Sebi pointed with his stick, its end smoking and ashen. This, you. He pointed at Theo. Being the controlling lawyer who always knows what's right, the constant need to be the authority in the room, and you, he turned to point the smoking stick to me, the defiant one, always bucking the system just because you can. Are you happy yet? Oh, that last bit stung. Now that Mom's dead, can we just drop the drama? We get it, Theo. You're the golden child whom Mom actually respected. And Elise will always be the rebel because Mom hated it. Theo exhaled through his nose, nostrils flaring. This isn't about Mom. This is about doing what's right. Like you handled the power of attorney? The words were out of my mouth before I could stop them. Silence. This was not going the way I'd hoped, but hoping and knowing were two different things. I knew my family, but hope always sprung eternal when I thought we could actually discuss things like a normal family. Be the change you want to see in the world, Gandhi had said,
However, where my family was concerned, I just couldn't make that first move toward change. We all seemed to be caught in some sort of karmic rut that kept us locked in our behavioral patterns. Theo turned to me slowly, the firelight flickering across the hard lines of his face. What's that supposed to mean? I looked away and grabbed my abandoned beer. Nothing. Marion suddenly piped up. Can we go inside and play? Sebi sighed, rubbing his temples. Yeah, go inside. The kids ran off and he called, Just don't break anything. No, go ahead. Say it, Theo tempted. The raging red demon had been unleashed. I couldn't see straight. Everything was red-tinged. So I figured, what the hell? I saw you, I said, voice steady but low, carefully placing my beer bottle on the table. I saw you hold her hand and make her sign power of attorney over to you. Sebi's head whipped to Theo. What? Theo held up a hand to still the oncoming objections. That isn't what happened. She was having trouble holding the pen. Then you should have brought a tablet or filmed her consent, I rebuked. You're the lawyer. You know these things. Theo was now pacing and running a hand through his dark auburn hair. You could have visited it on a good day, you know. She did have those. I know, he spun and hissed at me. What? I threw out my hands and waited for an excuse. Theo's mouth pressed into a hard line. I thought she was just having a bad day, that this was just another episode, that we didn't need... I pulled another beer out of the pack. Yeah, well, you should have. I flopped back down into a wrought iron chair and cracked open the bottle. Sebi followed suit, and we were staring at the fire for several moments. Aren't there any other chairs? Theo finally asked as he stood nearby. Nope, Sebi said and sipped his beer. Theo exhaled. Fine, look. Maybe it's good we're all here. We need to have an actual conversation about the house. My bullshit detector went off. Even my implant did a bit of a jig. Why? My eyes switched between my brothers. We're selling it, right? That's what we agreed to back in April. Theo stood over us. Seb, have you made any progress clearing things out? Yes, clearly. Seb gestured to the fire. Theo ignored the jab. And what about the appraisal? Did you schedule that yet? By the time you get the house cleaned and appraised, we'll be going into winter. The market isn't great in winter. It might be better to rent it out for a while. Wait, I held up my hand. We already decided we were selling. But as usual, I was ignored. Sebi leaned back, crossing his arms. Being a landlord is a lot of work. Calgary has a good rental economy. We could make some money. Theo pleaded his case. No, I yelled. Sebi and Theo were locked in a conversation all their own. We agreed to sell. Theo went in for the kill. A little extra would be nice. Sebi's expression shuddered. It would be, but I'm not willing to be a landlord. Theo leaned forward. If you need help. Sebi, don't. Just don't, I said. Sebi turned to me, finally breaking free of Theo's hypnotic manipulation. I wasn't going to. Just remember what he and Mom did to me, I said before I downed the rest of my beer. Theo muttered and leaned back. For fuck's sakes, it was 10 years ago, and I said I was sorry. It's not about the time or the apology, Theo, I spat back. It was emotional blackmail. You shouldn't have done it in the first place. 10 years ago, Theo and Mom conspired to maneuver me into doing the one thing I didn't want to do. Sell my dad's cabin. It was the only thing of any value that I owned, and Theo had demanded I repay him the money he'd lent me for school. Turned out that it was just a ploy to get me back under their thumbs. It was an incredibly low move,
and the primary reason why I was so blissfully happy to use my UFA signing bonus to pay Theo off. And this here is you doing the same shit. Sebi continued to me.
The situation with Dad's cabin wasn't cool.
He turned back to Theo.
I don't need help, Theo. I need this process to be done so I can move on.
There was a haunted sound to his voice that said this was about more than just selling the house.
Theo exhaled. Okay, fine. Then we need to get going on the cleaning and appraisal.
Sebi turned to me.
Can you help while you're here?
She can, Theo butted in. I shot Theo a death glare. I can do a bit, but don't rely on me. I'm only here for 2 weeks, and it's because I'm on leave. I have appointments I need to keep. Why are you? Theo started, but was interrupted. Auntie Elise! Marion ran across the lawn. My teacher said there is a missing link in human evolution and that aliens mated with apes and created humans. Do you think that aliens came through the main gate?
Well, I hadn't heard that one in a while. The main gate twist was new. Your teacher's full of shit.
Elise, Theo growled. I glared back at him and dared him to do something more. Say something, anything, because I was seriously itching for a fight and we hadn't come close to having it out. Can you come by my school and tell my teacher that? Marion's grin was bright, her eyes sparkling. Theo was getting it from both sides now. Too bad for him. Marion wasn't just our grandmother's name. One of these days, Marion will figure out that she has the same name as Indiana Jones's girlfriend, and he'll rule the day she found out. Good thing Harrison Ford died before they made that much-rumored 4th movie. I'm sure they would have brought Marion back into Indy's life. Then Theo would have really regretted Marion's name. Sure, Pumpkin. I tore my eyes from Theo. I'm a bit busy, but you organize a date and I'll do my best to be there. Marion turned to Justin, who'd come up behind her. My teacher's going down. She mimed some kind of play gang sign and tacked on a jig to which my nephew joined in. How's Ashley? I asked Theo. Ashley was one of the few reasons why I remained alive after enduring too many family events.
Fine. Why don't you come for dinner on Sunday night and see her?
I didn't have a hope in hell of objecting. Marion had heard the invitation and pleaded so hard, I thought she'd burst a blood vessel. Sunday would come too soon. It was deep into the night when I awoke. Darkness retreated to corners as consciousness came back to me, heavy and demanding. Light from the street peeked out from behind the curtains and reminded me of where I was. I shrank farther down into the duvet and blankets, but restlessness had me twitching and shifting. I got up and made myself a tea. The clock on the stove read 3:23 a.m. Cup in hand, I wandered over to the house. I inserted the key into the deadbolt, unsure I really wanted to do this, be here, in this house. Musty perfume hit my nose as soon as I opened the door. Even months after her absence, my mother's perfume lingered. It was as much a part of this house as its furniture, its layout. It would take renovations, fresh paint, new carpeting, new flooring. Even then, I wasn't sure the scent could be separated from the house itself. I felt myself flinching. Memories welled up. Critical voices, the sound of heels on the entry's wooden floor, fabric rustling. I pushed myself forward out of the entryway. The formal dining room sat in muted light from the large windows overlooking the street. For a moment, it was all peaceful. No family arguments, no empty place at the head of the table. Sebi had already gone through Mother's china cabinet. I guess Trisha wanted the set. God only knew what for. Labels with pens, paper, and masking tape were on the table. I walked through the kitchen, opened cupboards and the pantry. I remembered which cups were my mother's favorites, her favorite teapot. My father's cereal was no longer in the cupboard. I knew this, but still looked for it. Remnants of Sebastian's efforts littered the breakfast nook. Empty and half-full boxes lined the walls. Knickknacks and family photos in frames and wrapping paper were piled on the table. I walked on. I rounded the back of the house with only one place pulling me forward. Up the stairs, hang a left. No counting of steps, no touch points. It was as familiar as the hair on my head. I didn't need to look inside my brother's rooms to know they'd be unchanged. They had children, my mother explained. The kids needed someplace to sleep when they stayed with Grandma. Inside my old bedroom, only the smell was familiar. Everything else had changed. It seemed my mother had taken up hobbies. Tubes of watercolors, paper, brushes lined a long table under the bedroom window. A barely started project was indecipherable in the weak light from beyond the window. The walls had been painted, and the murals I'd attempted in my youth were now gone. Only the carpet was the same. I sank down, running my hands along the old carpet, tracing the shadows, remembering how many times I sat like this, feeling so isolated and disconnected, and wondering how I ended up in this family. Mother's voice cutting into Dad downstairs because he and I had gone to the cabin for the weekend. Listening to Dad leave in the morning and knowing I would not see him for days. Feeling the vibrations from Theo's and Sibby's footsteps as they left for school or an extracurricular activity. Sibby's gentle knock on my door, Theo's attempt to open my locked door and wrestle the handle. "Why can't you be more like your brothers?" My mother's voice cut through it all and peeled me open, raw and exposed. Did she know it would cut me to remodel the one refuge I knew as a child? Did she care? In honesty, my bedroom had ceased to be a place of refuge long before I left home. It was a place to sleep and get free food, but the reminder of my childhood's innocence still lingered in the corners and shadows, the sound of the vent in the roof flickering in the summer breeze. I could almost taste the old anticipation that kept me up, too excited to sleep, because my dad and I would be going to the mountains the next morning. My dad was gone, almost 30 years ago. He'd never lived the life he really wanted, and the woman who'd kept him from living was now dead. It was all so tragic. Shakespearean, really. My dad gave up himself for a woman who didn't love him. That's when the sobbing started. It rose up and took me under, quaking me from the inside out and rendering me useless. All those times my dad wanted a better, richer life, and all those times he was thwarted, maneuvered back into place by my mother's machinations. It was torturous watching him bend and cower and give way when I knew all he wanted was just to be himself, to live a little, to smile, to know a bit of freedom. My teeth ground through the tears, and I thought of Sebby's comment that I rebelled out of spite. Did I? It felt more than that, like I was exercising a right. Maybe I was rebelling because my dad never did. As a fresh wave of sobs erupted, I caught a glance of a head from outside the bedroom door. A head covered in a green scarf. But I was too weak, too overcome to truly notice. It was a flicker that was subsumed by a tsunami of emotion. There was too much to deal with, too much to care about, and not enough energy to go around. It was all trivial, yet monumental, and nothing I could grab onto. So I lay there on my old familiar carpet and let it all take me instead. 4 therapy sessions later, I phoned Theo the next day. "I'm not coming over for Sunday dinner."
We need to talk about the house.
I didn't respond, mostly because I didn't know what to say that wouldn't start a fight.
Can I ask why you're not coming for dinner?
I knew this was coming, so I'd rehearsed. "I'm exhausted. The therapist says it's normal, but I need to rest."
Why are you in therapy?
The war.
That ended 5 years ago.
And that was where my rehearsal lines ended. I wanted to end the call and curl up with another romance novel. Telling Theo would be admitting weakness, some other place he could poke and twist until I gave in. But I knew Theo would pursue this, relentlessly. "I have PTSD."
How?
His voice was incredulous, full of doubt.
You weren't a soldier. You said you worked in a warehouse.
"I don't want to talk about it. Please give my apologies to Marion."
Oh, come on, Elise. Marion wants...
I said no, Theo. I mean it.
Okay.
I could feel another accusation about me being weird and out of sorts rearing up and framing this as all my issues and that I was the problem. "No, you can't use Marion to get me to do things. You can't use my debt to make me do things. You're not holding anything over me anymore. You are done coercing me and using me against myself. That might be an accepted tactic in law and in court, but not with family and not with me. I'm done. I quit. I'm not telling you anything anymore, and you're done bending me to your will." The phone was silent. I heard him breathing. I didn't know if that was a good sign or not. Theo, the lawyer, could just be circling the wagons and reloading his weapons.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you felt like that.
This time, I was silent. I wasn't expecting Theo to be human. Then, because I could feel the dead air needed to be filled, "Well, now you do."
For the record, I don't...
"No, there is no for the record, Theo. This is me, a family member, expressing how I feel. There's no justification for making me feel like shit and manipulating me into doing things I don't want to do."
Is this about the cabin? That was years ago.
The cabin was just one of several things over the years. God, don't you get it? You weaponize people against themselves. Mom did it and you do it. I don't care if you do it to others. Maybe it's a useful skill as a lawyer, but you no longer get to treat me like shit to get your way. It stops. Now, here, no more.
Okay.
I could hear the wheels turning in his head.
Do you want to come over tonight and talk about it?
No! I slammed the phone down. But it was a cell phone, so I picked it up and pressed the end button really hard. Twice. Then I yelled at it and threw it across the room. Chapter 12. I sent the therapy bills to Nathan. My UFA-issued POM was on my desk in Colorado, so I sent him stuff from my personal email. There were no email bounces, no questions. Also, there were no replies. The therapist said he was being paid, so I tried not to worry about it. Days were spent in bed, reading or going for slow walks around my childhood neighborhood. I was exhausted most of the time. The therapist said this was normal and not to push myself. I tried not to think about the scent of hospice that seeped out of my memory and clung to my nostrils. I tried not to think about the nightmare that woke me up nearly every night. I also tried not to think of the house where I'd lived for over 2 decades, right next door. The Saturday before I left Calgary, I picked up a new cell phone and set up my own account, complete with a new phone number.
I signed over my firstborn to the carrier. What they didn't want for assurances these days. Yes, I promised to pay my bill. Yes, that truly was me on the driver's license, despite the photo looking like a 90-year-old man's mugshot. Yes, I promise I won't engage in drug smuggling with said phone. I can't promise I won't spoil myself silly watching cat videos. Outside the store, I sat in the busy mall and transferred over phone numbers for Curtis, Aideen, and Kara, and texted them my new number. I debated sending Sebi my new number. I knew he'd just give it to Theo. Instead, I allowed myself the little luxury of deciding later. A text came through my old phone. It was from Theo. "We should rent the house." I nearly screamed. In the busy mall. It took a full 22 minutes and a chocolate chip brownie for me to calm down. I set the format option on the old phone and watched as the screen blanked out. Connection was now cut. And suddenly I felt quite free. A giggle rose, and I wondered if I'd become hysterical. I left the phone on the counter of the garage apartment and left Calgary without texting Theo back. I'd arrived at Curtis's late Sunday night, and we drove to the UFA mountain Monday morning, with me venting about Theo and the house. "You could demand they buy you out," Curtis replied. "I can do that?" Curtis gave me a side-eyed look that had me questioning my own intelligence. "Have them buy you out of your portion of the estate. Then you can have the cash and they can do whatever they want." This confirmed Curtis was an unsung genius. I was glad he was on my side. I wanted one day to settle in at UFA and avoid the team. I wasn't ready for the questions or the looks. However, I sent Nathan a brief email that morning. I'm back. As luck would have it, I ran into Xander after going through security. People streamed by on their way to their offices. Curtis, the nasty little man, abandoned me to whatever Xander would make of the situation. "Hey," Xander said, awkward tentativeness working its way through his body. "Hey," I nodded, shame and remorse flooding me to the point of blindness. "How's the—" "Look, We talked over each other. This was going to be one of those conversations, and I really didn't want it to be. I needed things to get back to normal, ASAP, if only for my own peace of mind. Before the weird requisite pause set in, I jumped back in. "I'm sorry I snapped at you. I was way out of line. Things were weird, and I'm hoping they're not anymore. Can we be good?" The grin that appeared on Xander's face nearly split it in two. "Abso-fucking-lutely," he made to hug me, then froze. "Can I hug you?" I rolled my eyes. "Fine." Then I was enveloped in a bear hug of muscled arms and chest and a faint scent of cologne, likely from his morning routine. It felt way too good. Okay. I pushed away, feeling that rise of desire in me that was becoming more and more common. This was a teammate. This was Xander, for Pete's sake. 2 weeks of therapy wasn't enough to delve into all the weirdness that had come up lately. Before he pulled away from me completely, in Xander fashion, he pushed the line just a little further. He landed a big kiss on my cheek, then strode down the hall, waving. "Later, Doc." "Asshole," I muttered with a smile pulling at my mouth. I puttered around the building, submitting paperwork, visiting the gym, and Catherine, queen of desserts and all things chocolate. I even stopped by the office where Rhonda set up shop when she was providing condoms and therapy to UFA. At the top of the hour, she was between clients, so I popped my head into her office. I wanted to apologize for my behavior a couple weeks ago. She sat, looking a bit stunned. Yes, I was a bit stunned too. I wasn't used to dishing out so many apologies in one day. By 1 p.m., I was lying in my bed, finishing a romance novel, when Curtis texted. Tom Xander kissed you? Fuck. The UFA grapevine was on fire today. The next morning, we convened in the team conference room. Everyone acted as if nothing had happened, and I was thankful for that. I noted that Cansett wasn't wearing a sling for the injury he'd sustained on Luban 5. How's the shoulder? I asked as we sat. Sore, he grimaced. Rehab sucks. Nathan waited until we'd settled. I've been hanging on to some good news that arrived a couple of days ago. We might know who the people in black armor are, Nathan stated as we all sat around the table. Wait! Xander held up a hand to Nathan. Lancy and I figured out a name for them. Who? AJ asked. The bad guys in black armor, Xander said, incredulous. We can't keep calling them the unknown alien group. We propose. He paused for effect. The Imperial Force. Tony burst out laughing. Cansett rolled his eyes. What? That's seriously cheesy, Cansett said. I think UAG has a nice sinister quality, AJ offered. It's just another acronym in a sea of acronyms, Xander countered. Cansett tried again. We don't even know if they're part of an empire. He made air quotes with his fingers. They look like black stormtroopers, so it works. Lansbridge leaned forward, defending the idea. Nathan looked at me and raised an eyebrow, as if to say, This is what you missed. I couldn't help it. I grinned and my heart remembered all those lovely moments in the field with my archaeological crews, having strange and wacky conversations just like this. This time, however, we couldn't blame the heat, the mosquitoes, or the lack of sugar. Nathan cleared his throat. Can we get back to the topic at hand? Until otherwise stated, the unknown alien group in black armor will be referred to as UAG. Xander coughed into his hand. The cough sounded suspiciously like black stormtroopers. Nathan glanced at him, then back to the rest of us as we tried to stifle laughter and smiles. Thanks to some new imagery our client has recently shared, I heard the implication there. The client held back information, but Nathan didn't elaborate. We have strong evidence they aren't indigenous to Luban 5. They are another alien group. He nodded to Lansbridge, who brought up an image on the monitors along the wall. A black spot in an area of beige and brown grew and resolved as the image zoomed in. Lansbridge zoomed in as the resolution decreased, then finally he settled the image. It was an encampment or base of a black, predatory-looking ship sitting beside metal buildings. It looked small but fairly well established, like they were an outpost or way station, only there to provide the necessities as folks and supplies transferred in and out. They were meant to keep an eye on things, and all from the backyard of Luban 5. We haven't been able to find another one of these encampments elsewhere on the planet via the remote images released by the client. AJ stood up and pointed out, Looks like a command center here. Living quarters, sanitation. Can you zoom in more? The image zoomed in again. Lansbridge shook his head. That's as good as it gets without losing all cohesion. The image was grainy, but I could just make out the dark lines from the ship to the metal buildings. Either the ships are energy sources for the encampment, or vice versa, AJ observed. This is from surveyors or the satellite? I asked. Satellite, Nathan said. I asked, how did the client get this information if we think the UAG destroyed the satellite? It seems the UAGs are pretty territorial about Luban 5. Nathan replied, This was one of the last images the client got before the satellite was destroyed. We were told that the client was hanging on to the images as proprietary information. Xander asked,
You think the client was trying to mine the images for info about alien tech?
Before Nathan could reply, Lansbridge snuck in.
I would. It's possible, Nathan replied with a dismissive shrug I took to mean that the reason was above his pay grade. Now, the client is leaning towards the likelihood that the environment is shielding the encampment, that there's something in the geology or landscape, not technology. The client is interested in determining what it is so they can either duplicate or acquire it. This, of course, is in addition to mining rights on Luban 5.
Tony turned to me.
Remember when we landed next to that rock formation?
I nodded.
I had picked that place because there was radiation messing with my navigation and sensing equipment. It was light, but I had hoped it was enough to mask out our presence from the UAG. We were really lucky to find that place and not get picked up by the UAG's sensors. The UAG may be making use of pockets of that radiation elsewhere on the planet, as well as magnetic storms.
So then the question is, who are the UAG hiding from? Cansett said as he looked at the monitor. Lansbridge was panning the image and zooming in and out. Wait, I said again and held up a hand. Lance, can you go back to the image and zoom out? The image zoomed out, and when the resolution returned, I stood up and walked to the back of the room, against the wall opposite the monitors. Zoom out some more, as much as you can with this image. I waved as if I wanted him to back the image far away from me. Lansbridge complied, and I had a good look at the environment around the encampment. Archaeology is a destructive approach and labor-intensive. When a site is excavated, the act of excavation destroys the context surrounding the site. The site or artifacts are dug up, destroyed, from their original context and sometimes reconstituted elsewhere. Anything other than artifacts or context from other cultures or occupations are often destroyed completely in order to get to the objective. Digging up a site doesn't preserve it, it destroys it. We usually dig up sites to save them from modern development activities, or because the knowledge gained outweighs any destruction done. It's often argued that historic sites are best preserved in their original context, buried and away from modern destructive forces. It's not in the best interest of tourism, but it is in the best interest of the archaeological site. And because archaeology involves serious hard labor, you gotta make sure that you're using that labor as effectively as possible. You don't want to dig in a spot and find nothing. That's days, weeks, or years lost. One of the best ways to determine if you're digging in the right spot is to have a bird's eye view of the landscape. The landscape can provide clues to where the archaeological sites are and their shape. After years of looking at remote images like aerial photos and LiDAR, my eye had become accustomed to picking out possible buried archaeological features. Can you zoom in over there? I pointed to the lower right of the image. The encampment was abutting a rocky outcrop in an environment that still reminded me of Kazakhstan. I pointed to a shaded area on the far right side of the rocky outcrop, on the side opposite the encampment. The dark and sharp angles of the shadows caught my eye. It was subtle, but to my eye, it was distinct. The image zoomed in slowly, resolution resolving as the image continuously drew into the shaded area. At last, I saw it. A rectangular shape, only the corner of which I'd picked out from the larger image. That's not natural. I spun my finger, anticipation running through me. Can you get in closer? The image drew in one more time, becoming grainier. That's as good as it gets, Lansbridge said. I squinted and traced my finger in the air, outlining the shape. My intuition was tugging at me. The rectangular shape had its own rectangular shadows. There were shadowed lines on the ground leading to the rectangle. That's a building. And this line here, I strode up to the monitors, the guys rolling their chairs out of my way, and ran a finger along the line leading to the building. Is likely a road or path that people travel to get to the building. Can you zoom out and see where it leads? The image zoomed out and moved, following the line until the quilt-like pattern of farmland appeared.
That's where we parked before,
Tony said, pointing to a rock formation at the lower edge of the screen.
That man with the pack animal, Xander said. He was on his way to someplace.
Sure enough, the line of the path snaked from the city, past our parking spot, along the rocky landscape to the formation that separated the UAGs from this new, unknown building.
Whoa,
Cansett said. We'd parked within a few kilometers of the UAG and didn't even know it. I continued. There are no other buildings around this formation, and that path is used enough to show on remote imagery. This is someplace people travel to often enough that the path is apparent from afar. And it's interesting that it's located within this area of natural shielding.
What are you getting at, Doc? Nathan asked.
There are several places on Earth that indigenous and ancient people considered sacred that have also found to have natural magnetic anomalies. Nose Hill in Calgary was but one of these places. The inhabitants of Luban 5 could have done the same thing, felt something different about that rock formation, decided it was sacred, then built something there. What about that temple in the city? AJ asked. I'm willing to bet the locals didn't build it, I said, or at least not without the prompting of the UAG. My intuition wanted to be there, at that building, inside it. There was something there. I think the altar came from this building. If we can get inside, we might get leverage on communicating with the local inhabitants. The room erupted. What? We can't. Did you see how close that encampment is? I don't want to get killed. Nathan held his hands up to the team.
Just calm down, everyone.
With reluctance, the guys grumbled into silence.
Let's hear what Marquette has to say.
He turned back to me with the sparkle in his eye and said,
The floor is yours, Doc.
Why dig in one spot rather than another? Why spend valuable resources in one area when another area appeared just as compelling? It was a justification I was used to providing to the powers that be and to my crews. Keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer, was the justification I gave my teammates. Quiet as the team waited for more. Xander was the first.
That's it?
He blurted. Cansett, however, picked it up. No, that makes sense. It's something all over Earth's history. You trust your friends, so you give them a long leash. You keep those you don't trust on a short leash. You keep tabs on them so you can limit damage or anticipate their next move. If I was leery of a new group, I'd want to keep eyes on them all the time. I'd be parked in their backyard somewhere, watching. That's what this new group is doing. They've parked in the locals' backyard. All the evidence we've seen so far, the monitors in the city showing an artifact that has some sort of significance to the population, the incongruent technology between the inhabitants of Luban 5 and the UAG, the way the UAG call a town hall meeting, the coincidence of the UAGs suddenly showing up after Elise's scuffle with the locals, the UAGs, we suppose, destroying a satellite that was going to do remote sensing of the planet, and now this. I'd be hard-pressed to find another scenario that fits with everything we've seen. The UAGs are here, subjugating the locals for a reason. They are parked in the backyard and keeping others away from the inhabitants of Luban 5 for a reason. I'd say that where they're parked is either because they needed to be hidden from others or because they want access to something that rock formation offers. Or both. That outcrop, he pointed to the screen showing the rectangular building, has significance, if only because the UAGs are so close to it. We already know how the UAGs are sitting on the locals. They're holding their artifact hostage. If we're going to figure out why, that would be the place to look. Fair? We're not an infiltration team. We're reconnaissance, AJ said in earnest.
I hear you, Nathan acknowledged. Sometimes you gotta infiltrate to get the intelligence.
Silence hung heavily in the room.
I didn't know if it was the dread or realization that this was what the team, what UFA, had been aiming for all along. I didn't know what they were worried about, really. They'd been there a lot longer than I had. They'd spent a lot more time training for things like stealth and combat. Sure, only AJ and Farrer had a background in the military, but they'd all been preparing. When I ran my mind through the past couple of months, I had accumulated maybe 2 weeks of combat training. I should be the one voicing objections instead of proposing a risky plan. It all made sense. I'd seen how AJ and Farrer operated together, two former military types who seemed to operate by a manual the rest of us didn't know about. They communicated by glances. They coordinated a team that also communicated in looks and hand signals. It was a group of people cross-trained in case someone is unavailable, Nathan had said. It also instilled respect in the other's expertise and natural talents. I'd been invited into a well-formed yet still developing team in every sense of the word. I had to wonder what the hell Nathan had been thinking when he hired me. But, considering that plan again, it was the only one I could come up with to get us closer to our objective. It was the only lead we had. We paused for a refreshment break and I made for the door. "Hey, Doc, hold up." I turned and watched AJ stride across the conference room. "You going for coffee?" He nodded toward my empty coffee cup. "Yeah, I'd appreciate a good cup," and nodded to the little machine on the counter of our kitchenette. I'd tried it previously and been very disappointed with the results. "You want one?" "Nah, I'll walk with you, though." I tried not to read anything into that. We were halfway down the hall when AJ spoke. "How was your time off?" I knew this was coming. Thought maybe it'd come from Nathan first. "Good, I got some shit done." "Cool." The sound of our footsteps bounced off the walls. We made our way as others passed by, some bustling, some sauntering and chatting. Was there something else? I looked up at this towering wall of muscled black man beside me. Not for the first time, I wondered who he really was, what had brought him to UFA, and what his wife thought he did, and what life had been like for him in the U.S. Army. I had a bad bout of the shakes a while back. Couldn't even hold a fork to my mouth. The Army discharged me because I couldn't hold a gun anymore. I got a pension and they took care of me. But that wasn't what I needed. People walked by us as we pushed open the swinging doors to the cafeteria. It was quieter than the usual meal times. Casual and small team meetings, however, were taking place at tables around the hall. This was the conference room for those who didn't have a conference room. I liked it. It had coffee and food. I did finally get the help I needed. Took a while, AJ continued as he grabbed a cup. I just wanted to say that there's no shame in it. It happens to the best of us. There was something in his voice then, and I wondered who else on the team had the shakes. Nathan had admitted to PTSD, so I extrapolated. Does 3 out of 7 team members make a pattern? Get yourself some help and make sure it sticks. I like you, and I think you make a good addition to the team. I paused and looked at Aesop James as he stirred milk into his coffee. Thanks, AJ. That means a lot. His eyes finally found mine, and he smiled a smile that I hadn't seen previously from him. It was warm, rich, and full of empathy. He nodded, apparently satisfied with our conversation. I filled up my cup, then we made our way back to the Team Farrer conference room to plug holes in whatever plan we came up with. The next day, we flew out to Pegasus for a return trip to Luban 5. Tony skimmed the surface of the planet for a few hundred kilometers, hoping that we were under whatever sensing capabilities the UAG had. We'd been lucky last time, so we were trying to follow whatever magical path had allowed us that luck. We parked at our last spot, which was about 15 kilometers from the UAG's encampment and the possible temple. We needed to give the impression that we didn't know they had an encampment nearby, if they caught us on their sensing gear.
Straight trajectory in and straight trajectory out, Tony had said. During the day, temperatures soared toward baking, with little to no shelter from the sun. Luban 5 was a lot like Kazakhstan.
These smart EVA suits need an AC upgrade,
I said as sweat rained down my goggles and mask. I desperately wanted to rip the mask from my face, but the lower oxygen levels made that inadvisable. I felt the sweat drip down my forehead and run around the seal of the mask. The only saving grace was the scarf wrapped around my head. Right now, the scarf was protecting my head from the direct light of the sun. Tony was the lucky one right now, sitting in the comfort of the ship as he monitored things from afar. We donned our linen tunics and headscarves again, so we resembled the locals. We also wanted to give the impression we were travelers, much like the one we met a few weeks ago. We each carried a bag of goods that we hoped looked like offerings. Inside my bag were dried flowers, some sweetgrass braids, and sage bundles I'd picked up at a Denver New Age shop, and a loaf of bread. The guys toted bags topped with dried flowers, but deeper down were some additional resources we all decided were necessary. First contact was about developing a trusting relationship. We wanted to develop a relationship with the inhabitants of Luban 5, not necessarily with the UAG, who had already tried to kill us once. We needed to protect ourselves while also investigating the nature of the UAG-Luban 5 relationship. Getting information just to get dead or injured wasn't a good method of exploration. That walk to the distant outcrop reminded me, once again, of my consulting archaeology days. It had been a time when you'd think we were trying to save the planet for all the arduous and health-threatening shit we were made to do. Sure, archaeological and historic resources were finite and fragile, but flying a bunch of poorly trained and ill-equipped young city folk out to the middle of nowhere to do hard labor in harsh environments was beyond the realm of reason. On the way back from coffee yesterday, AJ told me the U.S. Army prepared the recruits for those harsh environments by training them well and equipping them with a command structure and field-tested gear. Archaeology had none of that. They hired you based on your academic qualifications. Academic qualifications that had led you to be soft and weak because you'd been sitting at a desk all day and night and living in your head. Then threw you into the bush without leadership and with equipment that you had to purchase yourself. Of course, all my equipment was secondhand, and I'd only acquired it because experience had shown me what happened when I didn't have it. In the brief time I'd been at UFA, I'd received more and better training than I could have imagined. The training they'd been putting me through for the past few weeks, everything from physical and combat training to communications, medical, mechanical, and flight training, would have been very helpful during my consulting archaeology days. They, like the military, understood you depended on each other when in the field, and you needed to be prepared for anything. I'd never done archaeology in Kazakhstan, only in Canada, the U.S., Ireland, Jordan, and Israel. Every country was different. Each had their own laws around antiquity, which governed who could dig where and what happened to any artifacts discovered. Each also had their own environments, which always needed to be navigated. From climate and insects and animals to the local cultures and what ordinary people thought of archaeologists. Just like academic archaeology differed from consulting archaeology, working with the dead during a war was different from working with them in an archaeological context.
Tell us a story, Marquette,
AJ said through the comm in my ear and interrupted Xander and Lansbridge's far-fetched theories about aliens and their place in our history.
Tell us a story about doing archaeology.
I didn't want my mind to continue down the Kazakhstan path, so I chose something as far from the Middle East as I could get.
The Alberta government once asked me to use my feminine wiles to retrieve some ill-gotten artifacts.
A chorus of chuckles and amazement rippled through the team.
You? Feminine charm? This I gotta hear.
Xander's voice cut through the cacophony.
Oh, they didn't spin it quite like that, of course,
I continued.
But that's what happened. A First Nation guy had knowingly been searching for and digging up artifacts at a really old site. The entire community knew what he was doing and what the site was. The government regulator got wind of it. He also knew I was doing work in the area, sometimes with the community. So he asked me, next time I was there, to ask to speak to this gentleman and ask to see those artifacts. And just like that, he showed them to you?
Kansit's voice came through the comm.
Just like that, I said. He was proud of what he'd found. He wanted to be seen and acknowledged. Even better, seen and acknowledged by an actual archaeologist. It took me a bit on my part to convince him the artifacts belonged to everyone and not just him, and that he needed to give them up. But we got there in the end. What do you mean, belong to everyone?
Lansbridge asked.
He found them. Finders keepers, right? Not in Canada,
I answered.
In Canada, artifacts are property of the Crown and belong to everyone in Canada. Crown?
Lansbridge asked.
Like the Queen? More like government, but yes. Canada is part of the Commonwealth, so the Queen is our sovereign. If the artifacts belong to everyone, what happened to them?
Nathan's voice came through.
They went to a museum where everyone could have access to them. Indiana Jones, man!
Xander's enthusiasm wove through my ear.
They went into that warehouse, never to be seen again. Not a warehouse, our provincial museum. They were likely analyzed and put on display. What were the artifacts?
AJ asked.
Really old spear points, like 1,000 or more years old.
That got the appropriate oohs and ahs from the guys.
They were beautiful points, well made and of some high quality materials. It's too bad they were taken out of context when that gentleman dug them up. We could have gotten some really good information about the occupation and dated the site and found out more about the people who lived back then. Wait a second. Didn't you say the guy who had the points was First Nations?
Kansit was a quick one, if silent.
Yep. Then was he entitled to them?
I could hear the anticipation in the team as they waited for my response.
Who's to say he's related to the group who left those points there? It's like me going back to France and declaring a castle is mine, or a painting is mine just because I have French ancestry. I'd have to provide evidence that my relatives owned it rather than someone else's. It's the same for any person in Canada, First Nations or not. First Nations is a term to describe Indigenous people of Canada. It doesn't denote one single cultural group. First Nations in Canada, like elsewhere, are a group of people comprised of many cultural groups with distinct languages and dialects and domestic politics. It isn't one cohesive group that covered all of North America and left artifacts all over the place.
I continued.
It's actually in the First Nations' best interest that archaeologists do analysis on the artifacts and sites they investigate. It allows evidence to be obtained that may help First Nations groups decide who occupied the sites and left the artifacts. It would help in legal proceedings where repatriation of artifacts or remains is in dispute.
The guys spent most of the rest of our walk to the outcrop in quiet contemplation. At least I gave them something other than aliens and conspiracies to think about. Chapter 13. It was over an hour's walk to the outcrop following the well-worn path. Despite the traveler we'd met on our last visit, we neither met nor saw anyone else on our walk. I kept my eyes to the ground, scanning constantly for humanoid-made artifacts and refuse. It was something that had become natural to me. After a quick sweep of my surroundings to get a sense of the landforms, my eyes fell to the ground. I loved bones and longed to exercise my bioanthropological skills, but I'd been employed as an archaeologist too long to give up the habits. My eyes finally rose when I heard through my comm.
Heads up, people. Look sharp.
The top of a stone building emerged from the rock formation as we descended from the summit of a low rolling hill. The rock formation was in a shallow gorge, the rock emerging from the flat and sometimes rolling hills of the steppe landscape. We descended into the gorge, the temperature dropping on my exposed skin and cutting the ever-present breeze. Our view of the building disappeared as we wound through the gorge. The structure emerged fully as we rounded the last bend in the rust-colored rocky landscape. It appeared to have been carved out of the rock formation. As we rounded the corner, I glimpsed the rear and saw that the building, what I was calling a temple, seemed to be still attached to the hill. It was stepped, much like the one in the city. No statues or adornments sat at the top. As we drew closer, irregularities in the stone surface caught the light. Unlike the temple in the city, the angles of this temple were irregular and rough. They weren't mirror smooth and reflective. We followed the worn path to the front entrance, the guys scanning the surrounding outcrops for our mysterious UAGs. A carved rectangular entrance awaited us. Seemingly carved entirely from the gorge's rock face, I saw no mortar joints. It reminded me of Petra in Jordan, that famous city carved into the sandstone outcrops. The building was really a cavern, maybe natural, maybe carved into the rock, probably both. This temple, however, lacked the Hellenistic architecture of Petra and instead seemed to be more like the step temples of the Maya of Central America. It was very similar to the one in the city. Maybe the UAGs had appropriated the shape and improved upon it with their urban rendition. I walked up to the entrance with a confident step because, I kept reminding myself, if that local traveler could do it, so could we. The large entryway had no doors. Carvings had been cut into the walls, yet eroded over time. I traced a finger over them, but couldn't make out anything decipherable in the sandstone.
Anybody see anything?
Nathan's voice in my ear and beside me. He'd been glued to my side ever since we'd approached the rock formation. The guys were faced away from the path, looking into the surrounding escarpments that created a small gorge that the path had followed down to the temple. Lansbridge held a Geiger counter and was scanning the entrance for anything electromagnetic. I looked over his shoulder and remembered when I'd been out in the Drumheller area with a paleontologist. That area, too, had natural low-level radiation, and the paleontologist asked me to record the levels as he looked for late Cretaceous fossils. Lansbridge had the device silenced, but the display showed a moderate amount, no matter which way he turned.
It's low-level radiation, enough to interfere with the jumper's navigation and sensing equipment. Likely all natural. Okay, keep your eyes peeled, everyone. We'll be in an enclosed space and more likely to be surprised and cornered. Weapons?
AJ asked, gesturing to the canvas bag he held.
Not yet. Let's see what we're getting into. Observe and talk first.
Then Nathan waved, and we followed him inside. Even in Israel, on and off for over 7 years, I hadn't visited too many archaeological sites designated as tourist stops. But I had been to a few synagogues and churches as well as the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Hard not to when you live in such a place. The Luban 5 temple was simple. The entrance led us down a corridor which opened into an expanse that was maybe 20 feet high. Daylight seeped in through the narrow channels and gave us a dim light to walk through. Plain straight columns rose from their square foundations up to the ceiling. Again, I could see shadows on the columns, but couldn't make out any pictures or glyphs. In the center of the open space was a mound of offerings. Dried flowers, trinkets, bowls full of powders and things I couldn't place.
Everyone stop where you are,
I said. I could feel the anticipation ripple through the team.
What is it, Doc?
I leaned and ducked, trying to get a look at the dust and dirt on the stone floor.
Those offerings are old. I'm trying to see if there are any fresh footprints.
My EVA suit had a light built into the sleeve, and I shone it across the floor at a steep angle. Other than our recent footprints, I couldn't make out any other disturbances. I made my way around the floor, then slowly up toward the mound of offerings.
I can't see any footprints from anyone other than us.
That meant that the traveler a couple weeks ago hadn't come in here. It also meant that the UAGs weren't coming in here. I was now confused.
What do you think?
Nathan asked.
I could feel everyone waiting on me to make a decision.
I don't know,
I finally said.
We need to secure the area and see if anyone else is here.
Nathan said beside me.
We need to be safe.
I conceded. Nathan told everyone to spread out and check the perimeter and look for signs of use. My gut was egging me on, my implant scar itching, so I kept at my investigation of the offerings. Yep, everything was old. The powdery substance in bowls seemed like it was desiccated food. Dried flowers crumbled under my slight touch. I leaned over the edge of the mound and looked toward the floor in the center. After slightly pushing back some of the offerings, my flashlight illuminated the revealed stone floor, and I saw glyphs on the underlying black stone.
Xander, do you have any examples of Blue Band 5 written language? Only what flashed on the monitors that day, and that might not be theirs. Why?
Footsteps. Then Xander was kneeling beside me.
Cool. Haven't the foggiest idea, though.
He started to push away the offerings. I held his arm back.
Wait.
I stood back, retrieved my camera from my pants pocket, then took pictures of everything I could manage and from every angle. Video from my goggles camera would be good. Static photos were better. Would this help us understand the relationship between the technologically unadvanced local inhabitants and the technologically advanced UAG? Could this give us the reason the UAGs had an out-of-place altar in a temple that was also out of place? I didn't know. All information was valuable at this point. Xander stood back and watched me. Yeah, I knew what I was like when I was in investigation mode. The only way you could get knowledge from the past was usually to dig it up, disturbing it, or slicing it open. It was a hard truth. As such, I tried my damnedest to record the shit out of everything before I started slicing and dicing a site. You never know what you're digging into or through, and usually Murphy's Law kicked in. Another irrefutable law of archaeology is that the very thing that will date your site or be the most valuable artifact will be the very thing that is destroyed in the excavation. That lovely burial urn that cannot be dated because your crew just dug through the associated hearth that had lots of dateable charcoal. The huge spear point of untarnished obsidian, which is now no more than a pretty artifact because some well-meaning crew member had washed it in muddy water and cleaned it of any blood, hair, or other biological remnants. It had all happened, often. And spending the time recording the shit out of a site before digging also allowed me time. Time to see what the site was about, how it was situated within its environment, how people may have approached it, used it, and perceived it. Time allowed me to understand a site, what happened there, how it was initially developed, and why it was finally abandoned. Like a doctor examining a human body, I'd learned to read a site. I could also read human remains. Upon the human skeleton was written the life of the person. You just needed to take the time and have the skill to read it.
Let's gently push back some of these offerings from the center toward the edge to see more of the glyphs. Gently,
I urged as Xander went in with a bit too much gusto. And sure enough, my gut didn't mislead me. Under the offerings were two large scars in the black stone. Glyphs wove around the scars.
What do you think?
Nathan crouched beside me. Xander had become quiet and waited on my other side. I envisioned the altar from our videos and did some mental measuring.
I think the altar we saw in the city was originally from here.
I pointed to the two scars.
It sat on pedestals here. However,
I waved a hand around at the offerings.
People have been here since to either pay tribute or rearrange what was already here. That's why the scars were covered. It's been some time since they did it. Devotions may have transferred to another place, which would make sense with the offerings we saw under the monitors in the city. Did you find any other evidence of people around outside?
I glanced at the guys standing around us. Everyone shook their heads.
Didn't see signs of anyone. There are lots of corridors, though,
AJ said.
It'd take time to check 'em all out.
I walked around the mound of offerings, soles of my boots crunching in the shards of pottery, incense, nutshells, and other disintegrating items. We hadn't excavated under the altar in Israel, so we didn't know if anything was under it. In truth, we hadn't even thought there might be. I knelt down and, with a gloved hand, brushed aside some of the offerings from the floor. Carvings in the stone, glyphs with pictures in relief. Really well done. Also, really old. Most of the sharp edges had been eroded, and the stone was nearly blank in some areas. The stone with the glyphs was black, just like the altar, and stood out against the orange of the surrounding rock. My gut was still telling me something was off. I sat back on my heels, and under my knees, I felt the edge of the floor. I shifted back and pushed away the offerings. One stone sat higher than the floor. My instinct sharpened, and I had a thought.
Push the offerings toward the center,
I said, and heard the excitement in my voice. The guys jumped to it, and then Lansbridge yelped.
I found something. A gap. Follow it around,
I said, feeling the itch in my palms intensify.
Clear it off.
Anticipation grew and spread through the team.
I'm on an archaeological dig,
whispered Xander in a suppressed squeal. Within moments, the offerings were returned to the middle, and a space between a center stone and the rest of the black ritual space was made clear.
What are you thinking?
Nathan asked. I had my suspicions, but wanted to be sure.
We need something to lift the center rock. Shovels?
We had packed folding military-style entrenching tools in our offerings bags. There were many uses for a good shovel. I just hoped these were up to this task.
Can we get someone to stand point, just in case? We're about to do something that the locals wouldn't like.
Cansett volunteered and ran down to the entrance. After some grunting, some creative leverage with another tool, and a rock retrieved from outside, we finally pried up the stone and slid a corner of it aside, enough that I could shine a light into the revealed space. My heart skipped a beat. I felt the same thing every single time. That surge of adrenaline, the pure alignment between my purpose and the universe.
Hello, beautiful,
I said to the mummified corpse. We had lifted a stone lid on an occupied sarcophagus. Again, I was astounded. The history and artifacts, cultures and people this side of the main gate were startlingly similar to that back on Earth. It was almost scary how similar it all was. My team had crept up to the sarcophagus and now stood beside me, staring down into its depths. I pulled a pencil from the pocket of my EVA suit. Xander had nudged Nathan aside and was nearly climbing inside the sarcophagus.
Xander, give me some light.
I gently plied back a loosened piece of stiff fabric from the mummy.
Back in the day, before I did archaeology,
I paused as I caught sight of the stitching up the mummy's torso. I could hear my team breathing. No doubt they were afraid my poking around would arouse the corpse from its eternal sleep.
I was a biological anthropologist. Most of my training was in how to read a human skeleton. Biological anthropologists, including me, try to estimate the sex, age, height, and sometimes ancestry of the person, as well as their occupation and how they died.
I moved down the length of the sarcophagus. I had to push Xander out of the way. I peered into the dark depths of the burial chamber.
Xander, light. Pay attention.
Light flashed abruptly under the unbroken lid towards the feet. Several jars were wrapped in place between the legs, the sarcophagus, and the stone walls of the chamber.
Holy shit!
Xander gawked.
You're seriously weird. What's this?
And he stuck his arm right into the mummy. I smacked his arm good and hard. He yelped and jumped back.
Hands off! A mummy is extremely fragile and susceptible to the outside environment.
Nathan instructed them, including Xander, to do another perimeter check, then lit up his flashlight as I positioned myself to ensure my goggles camera and handheld camera got good shots.
Has this guy been dead long?
I don't know. Considering the conditions,
I indicated the arid cavern with a wave.
he's in pretty good shape. I have no idea what process they use for mummification, but from first look, the mummy appears strikingly similar to those from ancient Egypt back on Earth. Mummification for them was an intense process save for the higher echelons of society, or at least those who could afford it.
Unlike a typical Egyptian mummy, this one's face, dried to a high leathery sheen, had been left exposed. The rest of the head was covered by some sort of close-fitting headgear made of metal, leather, fabric. It was all guesses without closer examination. The eyes were closed. The lips had receded somewhat from the teeth. The wrappings on the right shoulder had been disturbed. Perhaps some animal had feasted on them. The wrappings themselves were a woven fabric, now brown and stiffened with age, or perhaps something applied to the mummy. The Egyptians used strips of linen to wrap the corpse. Whatever fabric these folks had used was shaped more like large rectangles, but worked the same way.
How do you do it?
The silence of the cave had crept up, sitting on my shoulder as Nathan seemed to be doing.
Do what?
I tried to remain preoccupied with figuring out as much as possible about my dead person. It had been too long since I'd been around a dead person, and I intended to make the most of it.
Continue to deal with the dead after what you saw during the war. It's what I do.
I looked over my shoulder at him.
It's who I am. Everyone has a family and everyone has a story. I want to know the story and find the truth of people.
The more accurate story, of course, was that I'd gone back to Tel Aviv, got myself a job at the university digging in the sands of Israel, and thought I was successfully putting the death and the nightmares behind me. Dealing with the ancient dead and the artifacts they left behind, I added. It helps us learn about them. Maybe it helps us better understand ourselves and others. But Nathan wasn't dealing with history. His posture was rigid, and beneath his goggles, his eyes were wide. He was flashing, I thought as I saw his eyes flit across the corpse. He's seeing it all over again. I could swear I caught sight of a scarf-covered head to my right. Nathan extracted his attention from the mummy.
Okay.
Swallowing the memories.
What can you tell us about this dead person?
Dead guy. At least from what I can see, it is male. The locals we've observed look like us, so I'm basing my assumption on human characteristics. His face looks like a guy. Prominent brow ridges, squarish jaw. He was older when he died. There's a bit of arthritis at the exposed shoulder, and his teeth look fairly worn. If we had a CT scanner available, we could learn a lot more. And, of course, if I could open up the wrappings, I'd have a better idea. But we are not going to do that.
Just then, my ID implant seemed to jump between my ribs and skin. My hand shot to my chest, as if to keep the implant from pushing through my torso.
Nathan?
But I didn't get any further. His eyes were already on mine. Canset's voice erupted through the comm.
We have company. ETA 2 minutes.
Then a garbled voice and some raised voices.
Shit!
AJ's voice came.
We have an issue. Xander's down.
AJ, stay with Xander. Canset and Lansbridge, get back here. Tony, respond. We might need an evacuation.
The comm crackled with static. Tony's voice was garbled. Running footsteps sounded.
Locals coming.
Canset said as we all pushed and shoved the black stone back into place above the sarcophagus. We attempted to push and arrange the offerings into something more like what we'd found. I did a quick final scan of the contents of the cave. The lid was back on the coffin. Obvious signs of tampering were minimized. I wiped around the floor and obscured most of the footprints.
Everyone, down on your knees. Huh?
Lansbridge gaped. Nathan, quick on the draw as usual, grabbed Lansbridge's shoulder and shoved him down.
Kneel like an altar boy and look penitent.
It was close. We'd just taken up position when the light from the cave entrance flickered. In the sudden quiet, I heard murmurs coming from AJ and Xander, who were deeper inside the temple's cavernous space. I prayed they'd keep quiet. I bowed my head. They did the same as people approached us from behind. They stopped. Whispering ensued. Then I heard a single set of footsteps and a voice that spoke a language I found similar to Icelandic. Of all the times for us to lose our linguistics expert. I bowed my head deeper, mumbled,
Amen.
Then stood and turned. Nathan and the others were following my lead.
We are strangers who arrived here by chance. We wanted to pay our respects. We wanted to honor the ancestors. We meant no harm.
Hopefully they held their ancestors in high regard, like much of Earth's cultures. The humanoid was close enough to see that he looked like a human male, except that when he blinked, I noticed that he had a third eyelid that was slower to draw back. Nictitating membranes, or a third eyelid, were common in the animal kingdom. Fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, mammals like cats and polar bears, but rare in primates, although lemurs and gorillas had them. They'd become a vestigial feature for Earth humans. The environment on Luban 5, though, seemed to select for this feature. Made sense. It was awfully arid here. Protected against sand and dust, too. Camels back on Earth had these extra eyelids. The man in front of me was wearing a red cape over a white toga-like robe. He also had a scarf headdress wrapped around his head. The other individuals, 8, all possibly men, were dressed alike. All had long hair in various dark shades, tied back in a long braid, and looked vaguely Mongolian. But they seemed more monkish in their robes rather than the nomadic hunting people. Every individual, too, had a long, curved sword hanging from their hip. He spoke Icelandic again. The man stepped closer, squinting at the disturbed offerings and the edge of the sarcophagus that I hoped was camouflaged again. Well, shit. Then a string of incoherent grumbles and what I assumed were words erupted from a dark corner of the temple.
It's okay, buddy. Xander, it's okay.
AJ urged, but Xander was not listening. The men spun, hands to swords, and approached the corner.
AJ, locals approaching. No sudden or threatening moves.
Nathan spoke through our comms. We slowly followed the men, watching from a distance as they found AJ sitting on the floor with Xander. Xander had his head in his hands, rocking back and forth, mumbling.
My comrade is unwell.
AJ tried to tell them. Suddenly, Xander's head snapped up, and he spoke to the local men in something very much not English. They gasped, stepped back, then whispered amongst themselves.
WTF?
Lansbridge whispered through our comms. Tony's voice followed on Lansbridge's.
Advise, Bearer. I'm ready for takeoff.
Nathan responded to Tony.
Give us 5.
Copy that.
Things happened quickly. The local men grabbed Xander's arms and escorted him toward the entrance of the temple.
Farrer, what's happening?
AJ looked up, helpless. Nathan looked to me and then to one of the offering bags we brought in. I shook my head. No violence or guns. Not yet. I strode up to the leading man.
Please, why are you taking our individual?
The lead monk stopped and swung his eyes toward me. An image abruptly appeared in my head. Monks sitting on the floor with fresh offerings of fruit and incense, surrounding an individual sitting in the center. The temple glowed with lines and orbs of light embedded in the walls and floor and columns. I stopped and gasped, looking back at the lead monk.
What?
Nathan was suddenly beside me.
What just happened? I don't know.
Was as much as I could offer. The lead monk strode away, the others leading Xander off. I still didn't know if they were taking Xander away for punishment or for treatment. But before I could question the monk, UAGs swarmed into the temple and started firing weapons. We all scattered. Nathan threw me behind one of the columns. Even the locals took cover. Projectiles struck the walls and floor, sending dangerous shards of stone flying in random directions.
This was not what I had envisioned, Doc.
Nathan winced as projectiles and rock shards flew in our direction. He pulled the flashbangs from his pants pocket and was taking stock.
Status report, everyone. Sound off,
he ordered. The team had sought cover about the room, some with locals beside them. UAGs were blocking the entrance. Nathan listened to the team report, then looked me dead in the eye.
How are you doing? Spiffy,
I said and meant it.
Get me out of this and I'll buy you a drink.
The fairer smirk appeared, then he gave orders.
Time to put that combat training to use, folks. Cansett and Lansbridge, lay down some cover fire. AJ, see if you can get in behind the UAGs. Try to protect the locals. Flashbangs coming out in 5 seconds.
Nathan pointed to his ears, then pointed down. I nodded and covered my ears, happy to stay where I was. Then he flung the flashbangs from around the column and added to the ear-shattering cacophony. After the initial flash, Nathan disappeared around the column. An eternity or a couple minutes later, silence rang loudly in the temple.
Anyone?
Tony's voice was tense.
Stop.
Tony?
Nathan's voice came over the comm.
Come in. Do you copy?
The comm was silent. I stepped out from behind the cover of the column. 5 UAG lay in the temple between the entranceway and the sarcophagus.
Clear,
AJ said as he, Lansbridge, and Cansett returned from a sweep of the temple. Nathan nudged a prone UAG with a foot.
They're dead.
He held a pulse rifle from our offerings bag.
I thought I hit 1 or 2, but I'm pretty sure they weren't killing shots. Same here,
AJ said. The locals emerged from their hiding places. A couple monks look a bit zoned, like they'd been concussed. I lifted my hands in what I hoped was a universal sign of openness and surrender.
Enemy?
I pointed to the UAG, who still weren't moving. However, the local men were non-committal. Xander then seemed to come out of whatever trance he'd been in and rounded the column towards us. He looked me dead in the eye. An icy fear crept into my stomach and worked its way through my veins. My implant jumped in my chest and I gasped. Another image flashed into my mind. Xander was no longer Xander. He stood alone in the temple, looked me straight in the eye, and said without using his mouth,
Leave, leave, leave.
A woman in a green headscarf stepped out from behind Xander. Her hands were bloody. The words reverberated through my skull, and I was sure the stone beneath me moved. Then shouts rang out.
Leave.
The word was coupled with a shock of terror. A scream, gunfire.
Marquette!
I ran and bounced off Tony as he ran in.
Whoa!
He held onto my shoulders, breathing hard.
We need to leave, now!
The words came out heavy and hard. I threw off his grasp. Need to run. Get out. Leave now. A scream, gunfire.
Leave.
Behind me, I heard,
Quick.
and Tony saying,
Leave. There's a storm coming in.
gunshots, screaming, a struggle. Outside, the wind was a torrent and whipped sand and dirt down the length of the gorge. My footsteps banged against the rocky ground in time with my racing heartbeat. At the entrance to the gorge, I emerged onto the step, and a violent wind knocked me over. I landed in a heap. When I pushed myself up, electricity danced over my gloves. Red and purple sparkling orbs skidded across the ground. Hands around my shoulders hauled me upright.
What's going on? Look at me!
Green eyes behind goggles drilled into mine.
Tell me, what happened?
The blind panic faded with Nathan in front of me. Behind him, the sky had changed from a warm golden glow to a tempest of eerie greens, purples, and reds. Lightning shot across the dark sky in the distance. My implant jumped again and I stiffened. Nathan's pupils dilated.
Leave, leave, leave.
The voice erupted in my mind.
We need to leave.
I struggled out of his grasp and lunged for the jumper. The body of the jumper seemed to sparkle and shimmer with a magic light. My fingers tingled as I grabbed the door and hauled myself inside. Tony had already primed the jumper and the engines were humming. I strapped myself in as Nathan and the others filed in and secured themselves.
It's okay. We're leaving.
I whispered to Xander, not Xander, not knowing if he could hear me.
We're leaving.
I was thrust down into my seat as the jumper lifted off, and we left Xander behind. Chapter 14. Nathan's voice came over the comm.
Pegasus is on this side of the gate and has room. We're heading home because we don't know how long that storm will last, and we aren't outfitted for sustained orbit.
Soon enough, I felt the engines shift their power. The magnets grabbed the hull, and the ship powered down. Nathan emerged from the cockpit.
Let's not dawdle. Get into stasis so we can get home.
Aren't we going to debrief? I asked. My brain had re-engaged, and I needed to figure out what the hell had happened back there.
We will when we get home,
was all Nathan said. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw AJ and Lansbridge tuck one of the offerings bags into a cubby under the bench. I held my tongue as long as I could. As soon as we touched down outside the hangar, I could no longer contain myself.
What the fuck is going on?
Marquette's back to her usual self,
Lansbridge commented. Nathan finally made an appearance. It seemed Tony had paused his post-flight checks so he could be in on the conversation. Tony slid past Nathan and stood with his back to the loading ramp.
Everybody, comms off. None of this leaves the ship.
His eyes shifted to me.
Marquette, what happened back there? You experienced something no one else did.
I popped off my helmet. Well, first, one of the monks showed me a vision of their ancestor, the one that's in the sarcophagus. He was revered. It seems, too, that his spirit is possessing Xander, because then Xander appeared in my mind and told me to leave. Everyone was quiet as the metal of the jumper ticked and settled. What? You don't think? Nathan held up a hand.
Okay, something happened.
Damn right something happened, I shot back.
Regardless, Tony spoke up. It got us out of there. It was touch and go to outrun that magnetic storm. We almost didn't make it out.
Yes, then there's that, Nathan conceded. What? I demanded. What am I missing? The cabin fell silent again. It was more than a pregnant pause. It was a quiet that signaled a change of status. Nathan looked at the metal floor of the hull long and hard before saying,
We couldn't get to Xander. We had to leave him. The monks had pulled him back, and it seemed the temple was going to come down on them all. It was good you left when you did, but there's something happened back there that I can't explain.
Join the club, I shot back. Nathan looked to AJ.
We looked at the bodies of the UAG. It didn't make any sense that they'd be dead.
And? AJ spoke up. Their chests were caved in, like they'd been hit by a huge bowling ball. My mind fumbled with this new information. AJ continued. There was nothing we did or had that could have done that to the UAG. The only variables we can't account for are the environment and the monk people. You think they killed the UAG? I was still trying to make sense of this. How? Cansett asked. In the silence, AJ, Nathan, and Lansbridge shared a look.
We don't know, Nathan finally said. But we couldn't risk it happening to us.
There was something pointed about that last bit that I took to mean me, rather than the three of us who were in the ritual chamber under the temple.
We also couldn't risk that the UAG sent for reinforcements before they died. Their backup could be en route right now. We needed to vacate the system immediately because they could retaliate.
My mind tripped. Xander!
I suspect Xander will be safe with the monks if the monks were capable of killing those UAG.
Possessed? Cansett leaned his elbows on his knees and asked me, Really? I shrugged, holding my hands open. That's what I saw. But how would they... Cansett started, staring at me like I had some new Borg-like tech sprouting out of my face. Nathan nodded to AJ and Lansbridge. AJ reached into the storage cubby under the bench and pulled out the offerings bag.
"There's something we need to tell you,"
Nathan said. "We snagged some alien tech." Lansbridge grinned, digging out a UAG weapon. AJ emptied the bag. He and Lansbridge held out what looked like a couple of pulse rifles, a comm device, and a couple other items.
"The knowledge of which does not leave this ship," Nathan warned.
"Okay, I'll bite," I said. "We're not allowed," AJ said. "I thought UFA was allowed by contract," I said.
"Memories only," Nathan replied.
"I really don't get this. Sooner or later, someone with an eidetic memory is going to visit an alien planet, and they will recreate the tech or they'll sell their memories to the highest bidder. How is that different from bringing back actual tech?" "We'd be making it from materials found on Earth," Lansbridge said. "Alien tech is a risk because we don't know what it contains, both in terms of material and how it works." "Isn't that the point?" I was so lost here. Lansbridge continued. "If we bring back alien tech and it has AI or viruses and gets into the internet, we're screwed. Think contagious disease, but it's in the tech. And then think Skynet from Terminator, extreme ghost in the machine."
"What about the data from the palm you plugged into that monitor in the city?" asked Cansett.
"That never happened, and everything else is kept on an isolated and encrypted laptop." An appropriate silence. "Wait." This time it was Cansett holding up a hand to still the conversation. "Xander was possessed by an alien spirit. Marquette had aliens in her brain. The UAG died by mysterious means and who may or may not have called for backup. You brought back their tech, which could do God knows what. And we left Xander there." Cansett's nostrils flared. Suddenly I was enjoying this. First I was shot, now we're acquiring weird alien tech and leaving behind teammates? What the fuck is going on? Did you not feel that quake? It was San Francisco in there, Lansbridge shouted. Xander might already be dead, AJ said. Nathan held up his hands, trying to quell the erupting argument.
"It's not a decision I made lightly, Eric. A magnetic storm was coming in. It was either leave Xander or get stranded."
Tony spoke up.
"I barely had time to get us all out of there."
Cansett sat simmering, hands spread, waiting for a suitable justification.
"Okay."
Tony rubbed a hand through his hair, standing it up in a thick mess, and squatted down so he was eye to eye with Cansett.
"You've taken the medical training, so think of the jumper's engine like a heart. It pumps energy through the whole system, keeps us moving, keeps us alive. A magnetic storm is like a sudden massive electrical surge hitting the heart, making it misfire or even shut down. The storm floods space with charged particles which can fry circuits, scramble our navigation, and even overload the reactor's shielding. If we were caught in it, we could lose power, drift blind, or worse. Our reactor could go into emergency shutdown, and then we're all just sitting ducks, waiting to be rescued. And that's if we're lucky."
"And if we're not lucky?" Cansett asked.
"The engine blows and we all die," Tony stated.
"Okay then. So many warm and fuzzy thoughts in this meeting." Nathan, still standing, held up a placating hand.
"I take responsibility for everything. Pulling you out, deciding to bring back the tech, and to leave Xander. I thought we were safe, that we were all safe. Things changed and I needed to make a snap decision to keep the team safe. If we didn't leave, we may not have had the chance to go back for Xander."
At that, Cansett snapped his mouth shut and ground his teeth.
"We are at an extreme disadvantage on Luban 5. We have to assume that means we are at the same disadvantage anywhere on the other side of Main Gate, We have no effective shielding. We carry no weapons other than small arms. We're sitting ducks to anyone who has weapons on their ships. With the UAGs, we're probably facing a group that has been traveling to other planets and maybe conquering them for maybe centuries. We are likely to encounter others. We need to level up for whatever we're going to encounter on the other side of the main gate. This has nothing to do with Earth. As far as I'm concerned, this, he pointed to the tech in Lansbridge's palm, is now UFA property and is for self-defense. It doesn't leave the company, and no one outside the company needs to know about it.
So you're putting that NDA to use, I said.
I am.
Nathan looked at each one of us, fixing us with that cool, appraising gaze. Once his eyes landed on mine, I nodded, but noted he wasn't just looking at me for my assent. He was also asking if I was all right. I nodded again, then he moved on.
Lansbridge and AJ, can you help Tony with the checks? The ship took on a lot of dust and dirt. Marquette, go get checked out in the infirmary. A full workup. Canset, you and I will do inventory and gear maintenance. We'll debrief tomorrow morning in our conference room.
The nightmares started again with a vengeance. Good thing this place was soundproof and didn't house too many people at night. Anyone still here was awake and in the labs deep in the mountain. But it was more than just the nightmare. Xander was now plaguing my dream state. I shucked off my sheets. I peeled off my sweat-soaked t-shirt and used it to wipe off the sweat dripping down my neck, face, and chest. Tossing aside the shirt, I looked at my palm. 2:38 a.m. was too damn early or too damn late to do anything but sleep. Yet sleep was the one thing I couldn't do. Even in Ireland, Aideen would still be in bed because she was on summer vacation from her teaching job. At that moment, I regretted not giving Sebi my phone number. A text, even a whining, nagging text, would have been a comfort right now. I needed to do something other than think about Xander and not texting Sebi. That path led to danger. We'd finally arrived back fairly late. By the time I had emerged from the infirmary, I was bleary-eyed and craving some shut-eye. I'd been medically cleared by the lone nurse practitioner on duty, but they had taken numerous vials of blood for testing. I wondered, though, if any Earth lab, even if they detected them, could identify alien hallucinogens I might have inhaled. With a debrief scheduled for early the next morning, I think even the Denver guys crashed at UFA for what was left of the night. The UFA building at night wasn't a welcoming place. There were parts, deep in the mountain and underground where I didn't have access, that were lively at night. The living quarters section was quiet. Too quiet. It was a solid type of quiet where you could barely hear the HVAC. Everything was muffled. It was weird. I changed my sweat-drenched shirt for another drier one, pulled on my cargo pants, a big sweater, palmed my palm, and headed into the hall. Yep, this wasn't helping my nightmares at all. I passed Canset's door and kept going, all the way down the corridor lit only by my palm and the emergency lighting. An exit sign beckoned from the end of the hall. I heard my name whispered. I stopped, listened. I heard nothing, so I carried on. I was going to invest in a mini-fridge for my room when I had a moment to myself. And a hot plate. And a kettle. Okay, maybe I'd look into an apartment in Denver sooner than later. Eventually, I came to the elevators. Anyone who's seen Star Wars and Star Trek has also seen the Aliens films. No good came from riding an elevator in a horror movie. But I really didn't want to venture into that echoey stairwell. I pushed the elevator button.
Evening,
I screamed, jumped back into the elevator wall, and threw my palm at the voice. When I regained my senses, a security guard was crouched low, wide-eyed, and waiting for me to do an encore of my exorcist impersonation. Holy Hannah in a handbasket! Could you not do that? If there was a chance of me getting any sleep this night, it was royally blown now. Sorry, force of habit. He held out a hand. Frank, security. I shook his hand and retrieved my palm. You have a set of lungs on ya, that's for sure. He grinned. What are you doing up? Frank was a chatty guy. I'd never met Frank at the lobby security gate. Couldn't sleep and apparently wanted to make sure no one else did either. I scanned the doors down the corridor, but all was still. You didn't wake no one up. You could be jackhammering in the next room and they wouldn't hear you, if you know what I mean. He wiggled his eyebrows, and I suddenly didn't want to be having this conversation right now with this man. The bing of the elevator arriving sent my heart skittering anew. Midnight snack? Frank asked. Tea, I said. You okay on your own? A look of concern brought Frank's chattiness to pause. I jumped into the awaiting elevator and jammed my finger into the button. Twice. Perfectly, I said with as much confidence as I could muster, and pushed the button again. The kitchen staff, bless their hearts, never closed the kitchen. The staff went home at night, but left everything open so night staff could help themselves. It was all with the condition, of course, that mess was to be cleaned up. I slapped on the lights and bustled about, trying my best to ignore the echoes and strange noises bouncing off the walls. Sounds sound different depending on where you are. I learned that from being outside and in weird places too much throughout my life. A gunshot sounds different outside than inside. Footsteps sound different on wooden floors than tile and concrete. In the UFA building, all sound was deadened, except in places like the kitchen. With all its tile and stainless steel, the kitchen bounced sound enough to make up for the rest of the building. I couldn't find a kettle and didn't want to start up one of the big urns, so I boiled water in a pan and set about finding some of Nathan's favorite chamomile tea. A voice slunk along the tiled floor and whispered my name again. Frank? A rustle of fabric bounced from the doorway into the cafeteria. Don't mess around, Frank. I'll shoot you. I took the boiling water off the burner and shut down the stove. I slid an empty pot from the stash below the kitchen counter, then step by silent step, armed with the pot, I made my way to the doorway. I crouched at the door jamb and peered around the frame. I had only turned on the lights in the kitchen. Through the swing doors, the cafeteria remained in shadows, with light coming in through the tall windows overlooking the parking lot. Nearest me, the tables and upturned chairs made strange shadows along the floor and ceiling. Deeper in, all was blackness. The emergency exit sign glowed above the doors at the far end of the room. A figure stepped out into the light. Xander.
Return the altar. Return the peace.
The voice of Xander, not Xander, sounded in my mind again. I pulled back to shake my head, and a hand landed on my shoulder. I dropped the pot. The clatter of my screams echoed through the hall and came back to me tenfold. I ran to the far corner. A door stood open from my earlier explorations. The walk-in pantry was a massive closet full of food and was where tea was kept. I slammed the door shut behind me, then saw there was no lock. Damn safety precautions. I pulled a couple of bags of flour off a pallet, then wedged the pallet under the door lever, with the bags of flour now piled against it. I grabbed an armful of cans as throwing weapons, then backed myself into the far corner, and waited. That's when I remembered that I'd sat down my palm on the kitchen counter. That's also when I realized that, as I was slamming the pantry door, I saw a bloodied woman with a green headscarf standing in the middle of the kitchen. It was official. I was going crazy. I awoke to the pantry door jostling and voices outside. Nothing like an adrenaline crash to knock a person out. I arranged myself as best I could, then pulled back the flour bags and pallet. "Good morning," I said as I emerged to 3 wide-eyed women and a couple of men. Catherine, queen of desserts and all things chocolate, was one of them. Aesop James was another. "Glad to see you. I was locked in there while looking for some tea." They would surely tell everyone today how a PhD had locked herself in the unlockable pantry. I'd be hearing about it for days. AJ raised an eyebrow at me. I strode up to him and held out my hand. He handed me my palm. Then I headed into the cafeteria. The kitchen staff had gone about their business without gaining entry to the pantry. As such, breakfast was in full swing, minus refills of sundries from the pantry, and the cafeteria was bustling. I kept my head high and my eyes averted as I made good work of the lengthy walk from the kitchen to the cafeteria doors. It wasn't quick enough, however. Halfway across, the room burst into applause with some cheers and whistles. Scratch the above. I was going to be hearing about this for weeks. Cleaned up and dressed, I checked my palm. The UFA grapevine was in full efficiency mode. "Curtis."
What happened? You okay? I want the 411.
AJ. "You need to talk."
Lansbridge. How many PhDs does it take to open a door?
Tony.
Flight lessons canceled until you learn how to open a door.
Canset. "I have some nice peppermint tea you can have." Nathan.
I have tea. I'll put some on your desk.
I ignored everyone and replied to Curtis instead. "Need to find an apartment in Denver. Help?" His reply was immediate. "Yes!" Teasing via texting seemed to be enough to get it out of everyone's system. Or Nathan prohibited any mention of the kitchen incident because the team debriefing that morning went smoothly. Nathan gave me one of his soul-searching looks as everyone pretended it didn't happen. Our discussion of the mission on Luban 5 was brief. More of an opportunity to get our story straight so Nathan could write his report to Director Derek and our client. Call it experience, call it cover your ass. I spent the morning writing up my own account of what had happened because I knew one day it would come in handy. Staring at the computer also helped me ignore the feeling that there was something just outside my peripheral vision. I met Curtis outside for a picnic lunch. There was a laser tag game going on in the play area north of the hangar, and a small crowd cheered and yelled. Outside, the cell phone in my pants pocket beeped. Sebi emailed me saying Theo wanted to talk. I still hadn't given him my new number, and I had blocked Theo's email address. Apparently, they were just now figuring it out.
Okay, sweetie, spill. You've kept me in suspense all morning.
Where to start? I don't think I can go back to Luban 5. Curtis kept quiet, although I knew he was chomping at the bit. Something happened, and I don't think it's over.
I heard Xander got left because you needed to get ahead of a magnetic storm.
Yeah, I think that's the official version.
What really happened?
I told Curtis about what happened on Luban 5 while omitting the part about the UAG bodies and alien tech.
Holy handles in a whorehouse. But you're okay, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm hearing voices, seeing Xander and things that aren't real. How can that be? Was I affected by something? I had my mask on. I'm afraid if I go back, it'll be worse. Now that I'd spoken the words, I could feel a sense of dread seeping through my body.
Have you talked to anyone since it happened?
The guys looked at me like I was crazy. Maybe I am.
My head slunk forward into my hands. I don't think I can do this job, Curtis. God, I'm gonna have to go home to Calgary and live with my family. Fuck, I can't do that. My family is... What 43-year-old is jobless and has to move home? Then it hit me. Oh my God, I don't have a home anymore. I'm homeless. They're selling the house. I couldn't go back even if I wanted to. Curtis reached out across the picnic table and grabbed my shoulders.
Hey, hun, focus. Come back to me.
I attempted to breathe again and met his eyes.
You aren't going anywhere.
Curtis raised a cautioning finger at me.
I'm not letting you. You're one of the few decent people in this place. UFA has too many veterans and geeks, and you provide some much-needed balance. I need you. Here. And yes, it is all about me.
He winked at me, then whipped out his palm from his pocket and typed, thumbs flying.
Hallucinogens like LSD last for a few hours, up to 24 hours, he read. You got back late last night, so you're well within that. There have been cases of prolonged exposure having lasting effects, but...
Tongue between his teeth, he read and performed magic on his palm. Then,
more research needs to be done.
I highly doubt this was LSD.
'Cause you know.
The sarcasm was strong with this one.
Maybe,
I retorted.
You don't know shit, Doc.
He'd quirked an eyebrow at me, and just like that raised finger and wink, it spoke volumes.
Look, go talk to the guys. See how they're feeling.
I rolled my eyes but nodded. The deep sense of dread still filled me. This differed from the sense of knowing that I often had, knowing where to dig or that someone was approaching the temple entrance on Luban 5. My gut wasn't telling me, here, or watch out. Everything in me clenched and froze when I thought about returning to Luban 5. I was terrified of going back. Xander was around every corner since we returned home. Walking the halls of the UFA building was a new adventure and suspense. He was everywhere, in my waking periphery and front and center in my dreams. It was guilt, I told myself. I felt guilty we'd left him behind. But the woman in the green headscarf was lingering too. What did that mean? Did the monks do something, or was this just a symptom of visiting Luban 5? Regardless, I was scared down through my bones that another visit would cause more nightmares, more visions, more loss of control, more loss of my grasp on reality. I was already having enough trouble as it was with the mood swings, randiness, and my brain spouting new PTSD symptoms faster than I could get into therapy. My handle on balance and sanity felt tenuous, and in addition to having sleepless nights, I was exhausted from having to keep up appearances. My fingers rubbed over my implant scar, and I wondered fleetingly why its itching wasn't guiding me this time. Curtis spoke up before I made it 2 steps.
We'll get you a place in Denver soon. The spare room is yours until you do. Then again, maybe we should consider shacking up permanently.
I gave him a weak smile, but I knew I wouldn't. I couldn't subject him to whatever was terrorizing me. As I walked back into the lobby, my phone chirped. An email from Sebi. It had been days since I'd spoken with him. I was overdue. Hey, I said when he picked up. What's up? You have a different phone number, he said. It's my work phone. I shouldn't be using it for personal calls, I lied.
Okay. I thought you should hear it from me. I think we should rent out Mom's house.
Fuck. You leave the planet and all hell breaks loose. We decided to sell it.
Yeah, I know.
Theo's got a good plan, though. We could make some money out of this. Passive income and all that. Do I have any say in this?
Well, yeah. But it's a good idea.
I disconnected and continued to the Teams area. Nothing good was going to come of this day. I could just tell. Many of the offices of my teammates were closed.
Lansbridge, Cansett, Xander, AJ, Tony. Nathan, however, was in. "Can I have a minute?" I said when I tapped on his open door.
Sure, have a seat.
He gestured to a chair in front of his desk. His office smelled of him. Laundry soap with a hint of sandalwood and chamomile tea. A cup was on the coaster to the side of his computer. "Where is everyone?" I asked when I sat.
"Down in the hangar, working on the jumper. It took a lot of dust and debris from the storm yesterday. We also need to run through a bunch of checks to make sure she's good to go."
Ah. I took a deep breath. "So you mentioned you had PTSD. You had nightmares." He leaned back, hands laced together, his eyes piercing me with that soul gaze.
"Yep, that's right."
I swallowed my pride. "What about hallucinations?" A pause as Nathan continued to take my measure.
"My nightmares were pretty real, and they bled into my waking life. But no hallucinations."
He swung his chair to the end of his desk and leaned over his knees at me.
"Hey."
He tapped my knee with a finger.
"What's going on? Are you having hallucinations?"
Suddenly, this visit didn't seem like a good idea. "Maybe. Dunno."
"Is that what happened in the temple?"
"No, that was different. At least, I thought it was different. Yesterday in the temple was a lifetime and a whole other planetary system away. That was real."
"You said you saw an image of the monk's ancestor. That was real?"
The orange glow of the temple orbs and lights reflecting off the skin of the elder monk was still sharp in my memory. That was real. I could feel it.
"You also said you saw Xander talk to you, after the monks had taken Xander away."
That was also real.
"So why do you think you're having hallucinations?"
And there I was brought up short.
"How can you tell the difference?"
"You're suggesting that what I saw wasn't real?" Nathan held up a hand and engaged his human whisperer voice.
"I'm asking you to question the likelihood that what you saw was real. You're a scientist. Use your rational brain and look at it from an outside perspective."
I could understand his viewpoint, but he was wrong. By playing the foil, Nathan had just helped me realize that what I'd been seeing wasn't an hallucination. "No, what I saw was real. I'm still seeing Xander."
"The mind can play tricks on us, especially when we feel guilty."
Guilty? That was a chord I'd hit on earlier during lunch with Curtis. "Do you feel guilty for leaving Xander behind?"
"Absolutely. But I'm glad we managed to get out safe."
"We need to go back." I was standing and didn't remember moving from my chair.
"In time. But we need to make sure it's safe."
Nathan was working his calming techniques again. Between his hand held out and his voice, it felt like he was trying to calm a panicked horse. "No." I backed towards the door, my pulse going into freefall. "We need to go now. There's something we need to do. Xander is saying something about the altar." As if he'd heard me, Xander's image appeared behind Nathan's desk and stared me down, as if trying to send me a mental message. Nathan rose from his chair and looked at what caught my eyes. Then he was in front of me.
"What are you seeing?"
"Xander," I whispered as if I might scare the image away.
"What's he doing?"
"Nothing." The image flickered, then vanished. I blinked. "We need to go back." Hands on my shoulders with Nathan's green eyes looking into mine.
"Okay, I hear you. But you need to go talk to Rhonda."
"Rhonda and I don't see eye to eye."
"Okay, find someone else, like I said before."
"I've tried. I don't know anyone in Denver." He squeezed my shoulders.
"Okay, let me put in a couple of calls, see what I can do. Until then, go get some rest. Eat some chocolate."
I shrank away, not knowing if I was feeling dismissed or ashamed. Chapter 15. We hadn't been back 2 days when things went sideways. Nathan submitted his report. The guys resumed their theories about alien conspiracies, but they were a bit more subdued with Xander's absence.
Curtis, Marty, and I watched laser tag intramurals at lunch and oogled Nathan's fine form. My therapist in Calgary replied to my email saying he didn't do online sessions, but knew someone in Denver. I emailed that person and was now waiting. I refused Curtis's invitation to stay at his place for the weekend, saying I had too much homework. In truth, I'd spent last night at the gym to avoid the nightmares. I couldn't subject Curtis to that. Now he had a sad puppy face whenever I looked at him. All in all, good times. It was 3:46 p.m. on Friday when my palm beeped. I was looking forward to hunkering down in my room with a pile of chocolate, wine, and some Netflix. I was trying my best not to fall asleep in front of my computer. Conference room, 15 minutes. The text flashed across my palm screen. I looked out my doorway across the hall to Canset's office. He looked back at me through the narrow opening of his own doorway. We both shrugged and shook our heads. Management nearly had a conniption after Nathan submitted his report and let them know we'd left Xander behind on Luban 5. Typical management didn't understand fieldwork. Shit happens. Things were going to grind to a halt unless they figured out a way for us to function and be in contact with alien civilizations. Next, I was expecting them to propose we wear bubble wrap while we attempted to contact aliens. Every day, I was reminded how much this job was like consulting archaeology. Nathan, thankfully, kept the rest of us out of it. I couldn't imagine what he must be going through. Lansbridge popped into my doorway and leaned on the door jamb. "You know what this is about?" "Not a clue. Ask Farrer." "He's not in his office." I looked up at Lansbridge as he leaned in my doorway and caught Canset's eyes again across the open space. "Plausible deniability?" I offered. But before Lansbridge could respond, I heard AJ's door swing open next door. Then I heard the outer door click open. I rose to look. Nathan strode into the open space, with Curtis on his heels. I cocked my head to Canset, still in hiding, then followed as everyone streamed into the conference room. Tony jogged through the closing door. "Close the door, Tony," Nathan said as we all took a seat. "We just got a communication from Luban 5. The room erupted. "How did that happen? Are they here? What do they want? Are they attacking? Dude, they don't even have Wi-Fi." "So they're not here? How did they contact us? Did they contact us or Earth? Who did they want to talk to?" Nathan raised his voice. "If we can all just calm down and take a seat, an explanation will be forthcoming." Of all of us, it seemed AJ was the only one not on the edge of his seat. Literally. The rest of us perched, not easy on wheelie office chairs. "Curtis, can you brief us?" Nathan handed over the floor. Curtis flipped open his laptop. "At 13:03, the control room received a communication from Pegasus. They'd brought it back when they brought another group through the main gate. That group, I believe, is unaware of this message. Pegasus intercepted the audio message, but they didn't know from where or who'd sent it. However, it did come from the general direction of Luban 5. They were going to report it to the U.S. Board of Alien Affairs, but Jeff took a chance and bounced it to me first. So, with Nathan's permission," he nodded to Nathan to indicate he'd learned his lesson from the mountain rescue mission with the destroyed drone, "we're bringing it to the team now." Curtis swallowed. "Well, don't keep us in suspense," Lansbridge blurted. Curtis caught my eye, and I knew something was wrong. Very wrong. He pressed a button on his laptop, and a voice full of static said,
Return the altar. Return the peace.
It was Xander's voice, but not. It was the same voice I'd heard inside my head since leaving the temple. A weird sensation washed through me like I'd been seen and called out by someone from beyond the grave. The number of times I'd dug up graves
handled dead people, and I'd never been spooked. Until now. It's Xander. It's the same thing he's been saying to me since we left. Every head swiveled toward me, and another cacophony erupted. You've been hearing voices? Xander's been communicating with you? It was an hallucination, right?
How can they do this? They don't even have Wi-Fi.
Eventually, the room calmed down. I asked Curtis, what was it? Sweat was pooling in places that would cause me to squish if I moved.
That's it,
Curtis almost whispered and looked like he'd just given me a death sentence. Nathan's eyes were on me.
You were expecting more?
A flicker out of the corner of my eye. Before I turned to look, I knew what it was. It was only the third time today it had happened. Xander was mouthing something to me. Again. Before the meeting, I'd gone back to my room. I didn't really want to know that Xander or the ancient dead guy or their spirit could get inside my room, but I needed someplace quiet. I sat with a notebook and waited. It hadn't taken long. Xander's image had been mouthing something to me since I got back. In the nightmares, I heard it, but I couldn't remember. I only remembered that I'd heard something. I wanted to know what he was saying, so I figured I'd treat this experience like way back in my primatology classes. I'd wait with a notebook and see what happened. If it worked with shy gorillas, it might work with mysterious messages. It had taken about an hour. Doodles had filled up my notebook page. I was getting restless and had been about to open my laptop when Xander's image appeared. I focused on his mouth. I got close, I thought, but the words still eluded me. Now, with the guys staring at me, I did the same thing. Focused on Xander's moving mouth. But I just couldn't figure it out. Frustration grew in me. Murmurs around the table as the guys wondered what I was looking at and what was going on. From the corner of my eye, I saw Nathan's raised hand as he stilled their voices. Talk to me, I whispered to Xander, not Xander. I can't hear you. Everything went dark then. I felt shoved somewhere. Next thing I knew, I was curled up on the floor of the conference room with everyone gathered around me with concerned faces. AJ was checking my pulse and eyes. Hey, welcome back, Doc, he said. Curtis managed to wedge himself between the guys and sank beside me, eyes wide.
Are you okay?
I was going to ask what happened, but a thought was beating rapid pulse in my mind. An urgent thought. The Kelzanari need the altar returned to the temple so their ancestor can sleep again. The words tumbled out, and I hadn't had a chance to think about them.
Kelzanari? Who are they?
Lansbridge asked. Likely the inhabitants of Luban 5, Cansett offered. It might be what they call themselves. Anything else, Elise? I shook my head as I attempted to rise, with Curtis's and AJ's help. I landed in my abandoned chair. No, I got the impression, however, that as much as they love their ancestor, it's better off sleeping or being dead.
Is that who was possessing Xander? Who you're talking to?
Tony asked. A low, throbbing headache was forming behind my eyes. I guess, maybe, I don't know. I see Xander, but he doesn't look or sound like Xander. Whether it's the ancestor or something else that's in Xander, I don't know. Nathan said,
Seems we now know how they got their message off planet.
If psychic powers equate to technological powers, said Lansbridge. Cansett countered. You're okay with possession, but you're questioning psychic abilities? I saw Xander, and he wasn't Xander. That's good enough for me.
What's the difference between manipulating the electricity in our brains versus the electricity in communications?
Tony asked. The room went quiet at Tony's question. Yep, he was a man of hidden wisdom. Nathan spread his hands. Unless they figured out or already knew how to use UAG technology.
They've had access to the tech for 2 days. No way they learned how to use it, Lansbridge scoffed. No way. Has the client been contacted about this by us? Cansett asked. Nathan shook his head, but Curtis answered. No, I called Nathan as soon as I got it. I haven't even told Derek. I didn't know Director Derek well. How would he react to an alien culture requesting the assistance of his employees, especially one already visiting them? How about the Chinese? AJ asked. Do we know if they already intercepted the message? They might take it to mean something else, or they might respond to it. Another good question. Curtis replied, We don't know. Jeff said the message was broadcast across a broad spectrum of frequencies, rather than using a single encoded frequency intended for point-to-point transmission. A passing Chinese ship could have intercepted it. We won't know unless we asked. And even then. He shrugged and shook his head. The Chinese were a wild card regarding information. You never knew if they had the information and didn't want to give it up, even if the price was right, or the veracity of the information if you did eventually pay for it. Thank you, Curtis, Nathan said. It was an obvious dismissal. Curtis inched toward the door and mouthed, Sorry, further intensifying my sense of doom. Nathan caught me in a meaningful look with Curtis and ushered him out the door. Once the door was closed and I saw Curtis exit into the hallway, Nathan said, How are the adjustments coming to the jumper? Nathan looked to Tony, who then turned to Lansbridge. We could use more time, Lansbridge said. It would be nice to try out what we have, though. Alien tech. Stolen, smuggled, alien tech. Tech they'd rigged up to the UFA ship. I had to wonder what else besides weapons they'd brought back. It seemed Nathan's report had omitted this detail. We need to eventually contact city officials to negotiate a trade agreement, Nathan said. They might have different beliefs than the monks. I'm hesitant to go back because we don't know what happened to those 5 UAG, and reinforcements could be waiting for us. We also don't know what happened to Xander. Couldn't happen to every one of us. That's a lot of risk with little information. That's no different in the military, AJ offered. Plenty of times we went in with no information. This isn't the military, Nathan countered. I doubt anyone's going to pull us out if things go sideways. Cansett broke in. What's the real issue here? We went to Luban 5 because we didn't have any information or knowledge of the UAG. Now that we have some information and some of their weapons, we aren't going back? I don't get it. Eric's right, AJ said. We're not as blind as we were before. We can defend ourselves to get Xander back, at least. Lansbridge shrugged. I'd love some answers. The issue I'm concerned with is that there's an unknown force that can kill any of us, or all of us, in an instant and without warning. Or take us hostage and turn us against each other, Nathan said. We don't know why or how it happened. It's like not knowing there are landmines in a field. One step and you're dead or maimed. But now we know there are landmines, countered Cansett. Tony finally spoke. But we don't know what sets them off, which I believe is Nathan's point. Nathan agreed. Yes, exactly. We don't know what does or doesn't set off this lethal force. Now that we know it exists, we need to stay away from it. AJ shook his head. I disagree. I think we are better able to retrieve Xander with this new information. The payoff is bigger, even if the risk is greater, Cansett added. Yeah, that, Lansbridge pointed at Cansett. Let's go for the payoff. We have a chance to do something really cool here. Besides, how are things going to look if UFA backs out of their first mission to contact civilizations on the other side of the universe? Tony said, Now that's a good point. This is our first contract. He turned to Nathan. You wanted the UAG weapons and tech so we'd stand a chance against whoever else is out there. Now we're seeing what else is out there.
The debate continued for another few minutes with everyone pitching their opinions. That low throbbing behind my eyes was turning into a full-fledged headache. Nathan did a scan of our faces.
Okay, you all have good points, so I leave the decision to go back up to you. We'll go back if there's total buy-in, unanimous. So go home, have dinner, and a think. Send me a text or email by 8 a.m. tomorrow. I'll let you know when I get responses from everyone.
We all rose.
Marquette, stay a minute.
Everyone filed out of the conference room. I stayed, and Nathan closed the door again. He spun a chair and sat heavily down, running a hand over his face. Then he leaned forward and did that soul-piercing gaze, green eyes locking onto mine.
How you doing? That was...
intense? The fairer smirk appeared.
I guess you could say that. I thought you were having a seizure. Curtis nearly clawed his way to your side after you went down.
Yeah, he kind of bonded to me.
I can tell.
He breathed and sat back, fidgeting.
How you holding up? I heard you've been in the gym a lot lately.
Damn UFA grapevine. I shrugged noncommittally. Just need to get into shape?
We haven't really had a chance to talk since you got back from your leave. I'm assuming you did some good work in Calgary because you held your own on Luban 5. I was impressed.
Apparently tapping and staring at a waving hand works. I really wanted to tap myself right now to get my mind off the Luban message and the dread about going back.
How's your family?
I don't know anymore. I left my family's cell phone in Calgary.
Okay. Well, you're free to use your palm for personal matters. Estates can take a while to settle.
My brother's taking care of it. Nathan nodded, his eyes still locked on mine. The conversation seemed to come to a wall. I didn't want to talk about what was going on, and Nathan did. Finally, he broke his hold on my soul and glanced at the floor.
Look, that was intense. I'm sorry I didn't really believe it before when you said you might be hallucinating. I didn't think it would be anything like this.
I didn't either. I thought this was PTSD too.
I'm not sure it's a good idea for you to go back to Luban 5.
Why? I can't believe the word came out of my mouth.
I'm worried Xander or whatever's possessing him is influencing you.
That was definitely cause for concern. In his place, I'd have to wonder the same thing. It made me reassess all my thoughts and actions over the past 2 days. Was I in my right mind? Could I tell if every thought was mine? Nathan sat back and looked out the window to the hangar, his jaw working.
It's not just your connection with whatever is acting through Xander. Of everyone on the team, I'm concerned that you're the highest risk to yourself and the team.
He heard my intake of breath, held up a finger, and turned back to me, those eyes pinning me again.
You're the least trained. You've demonstrated PTSD symptoms that interfere with your performance and have a tendency to be impulsive. This is not a judgment, just a statement of fact. You're normalizing the PTSD and getting it under control, which is great. But the other two can be used against you, as I think was demonstrated today.
He gestured to the floor where I had lain curled up, unconscious. With great risk comes great rewards. I parroted Canset and looked Nathan dead in the eye, daring him to argue with me. I wanted to bring up the argument we'd had in my room nearly a month ago, the one where he wanted me, but a different version of me, one without PTSD. In the field, he acted like he trusted and relied on me. Behind closed doors, he picked and prodded, which undermined my confidence. The guys trusted him implicitly, but he seemed determined to keep me off balance. It was all discombobulating, and I didn't know whether I was coming or going. And it only added to the growing fear that I wasn't perceiving reality accurately anymore. Was I hearing him correctly, or was I just imagining his lack of faith in me? A ball of frustration had grown in my chest. I didn't understand him, and I didn't understand myself anymore. If there was any time I needed an anchor to remind me of who I was, this was it. Yet all I felt was an escalating disconnection from myself and everything I knew. A familiar call to battle welled inside me, to dig in, to batten down the hatches against external doubt and force. Theo and Mother ignited this call with little provocation. These were people who refused to see me, who wanted nothing more than to bend me to their ideals. It infuriated me, and now Nathan was doing it. Fuck! Hope had sprung with this job, with this beautiful, empathetic man, with the possibility of a supportive community, with that first look at each other in the airport, with our conversation in the truck afterwards, with the way we worked together as a team. He'd given me every reason to believe he saw me as I was, a capable and unique person, distinct in my own right. I didn't need to be changed or molded to fit anyone's prescriptive notion. That soul gaze of his had initially terrified me. I realized now I'd never truly been seen, been completely accepted for who I was. He had awoken something in me, something that, until now, I'd been content to live without. Now, I saw it everywhere. Fuck the PhD and finally getting to the top of the academic rung only to find myself at the bottom of another ladder. Fuck accepting the sessional contract position at Tel Aviv U on the off chance they might finally see me and offer me tenure. Fuck Larry for confining me to the warehouse during the war when I could have been out in the field, helping to excavate mass graves and collect evidence. And fuck my family and their preoccupation with everything I wasn't. And fuck Nathan for wanting me to be something I wasn't. Nathan had had me believing this was my chance to finally be seen and valued as who I was, to be needed because I was me, just as I was. No stupidly unrealistic expectations, no manipulation, and no narrow-minded blindness. But I'd been wrong. My intuition had failed me. I had failed me. And it only added to the overwhelming emotions building in me. I can do this job. It was a deep, guttural growl that dared him to deny me. Nathan nodded. Then I look forward to receiving your vote later today. He rose, nonplussed, and left the conference room.
ETA 10 minutes,
Tony said over the comm. We elected to park near the rock formation of the Luban 5 temple, just in case UAG enforcements were waiting for us and we needed to get out of Dodge fast. We weren't too worried about traveling inhabitants coming across our ship. They were familiar with the UAGs and their technology, so we no longer felt a need to hide. We'd also come to an agreement that we should break into 2 groups, one to go talk to the monks and ask about the message, and another to go check on the UAG encampment on the other side of the rock formation from the temple. There was still the possibility we could make peaceful contact with the UAGs if they didn't kill us first. However, if they were all dead, then we needed to appropriate their technology, if only to save our own asses on this side of the main gate. Tony stayed with the jumper as our escape plan. We set up 2 comm channels and Tony would listen to both. Kansas, Nathan, and I went to talk to the monks, while AJ and Lancebridge skirted the rock formation with our acquired UAG weapons to do some recon on the encampment and see if there was anyone around to talk to. Just inside the temple entrance, Xander and the monks were waiting for us. It was kind of eerie. I wanted to think we'd made some noise to alert them, rather than they knew before we landed.
Xander, not Xander, was wearing clothing similar to that of the monks, a red robe over a white tunic and pants. His demeanor was completely different from the usual jittery and jovial Xander, too. This Xander was unhealthy, gray-looking, and the monks seemed to be holding him up and doing something. I noted looks of concentration on a couple of them, while others seemed very attentive to Xander's every move. The bodies of the UAG were gone. The old desiccated offerings had been removed from the altar's space, and the area had been cleaned of dirt and dust. Only chipped walls and columns indicated the battle that had occurred here last week. Nathan made me agree I would stick with the group. Xander, not Xander, stepped forward directly to me. The focused monks followed him, while the others stayed back. Xander, not Xander, nodded and held out a hand. I held out my hand to mirror his, just in case he wasn't offering a handshake. His hand turned, and it clasped mine. Did I feel a bit of the real Xander somewhere in there, in the grip of his hand? I don't know. Xander, not Xander, retained their grip. "You are the dreamer," he said, staring at me, perhaps attempting to see my dreams through my eyes.
I'm the one who saw your messages, yes?
The soul behind Xander's blue eyes was not him. In my periphery, I saw one of the monks wince, tear my hand away from his grip, but he held fast. Overwhelming lights, images of people, events, moving fast and slow, entangled narratives. I couldn't keep any of it straight. It was like watching several movies at once while being on a roller coaster. Opening my eyes, I saw I was once again curled up on the floor. Nathan was kneeling beside me, with Cansett splitting his time between being wary of the monks and being concerned for my current state of affairs.
What happened?
Another headache was brewing. Nathan helped me to sit up.
Xander held your hand and you went down at the same time as him.
He lifted his chin to my other side. Xander was lying unconscious beside me. A handful of monks were bent over Xander, doing some sort of laying on hands. Some were murmuring and rocking on their haunches. The lead monk looked up from his position over Xander, not Xander, and met my eyes. There was sorrow there, and urgency. They touched 2 fingers to their temple, then pointed to the altar's former resting place. There was that urgent message again.
We need to return the altar to the temple, ASAP,
I said. Nathan turned from watching the lead monk's actions to frown at me from behind his goggles.
What or whoever is possessing Xander is dying because Xander is dying. Xander got in the way of something. Sorry.
I pressed my fingers to my temple.
It's like he downloaded a bunch of stuff to my brain and I need to sort through it all. There's something about returning the altar that will set things right. Cansett, double back to the jumper and get the med kit.
Eric jogged out of the room.
Tony, do you copy?
I hear you.
Tony said in my ear.
Any sign of UHE backup?
Nothing so far.
Lancebridge and AJ?
They're halfway around the rock formation. They found the UAG bodies last week, but no action.
Can you meet Cansett halfway down the gorge with the medkit?
You got it.
Within a short time frame, we got Xander hooked up to an oxygen mask and pumped him full of some antibiotics and antivirals. Finally, Nathan turned to me.
Just so we're clear, we need to help get the altar from the temple in the city to the temple here. That's my understanding.
I looked at the monks who hadn't said anything since we'd arrived. Not for the first time, I really wished we could converse and share some sort of connection. I caught the eyes of a monk who held such gentleness and compassion, as if they'd seen all the grief and pain and suffering of the world and understood just how bad it all was, as if only someone who'd experienced it all could know. I stood and moved toward them. I held my hand out, palm up. They held out their hand, mirroring mine. I hesitated, then slowly and gently clasped theirs. Their hand held mine firmly for a long moment. A hug with hands across cultures and across light years. Eat your heart out, Margaret Mead.
We will help you,
I said, hoping they somehow understood me.
Come on, Doc.
I continued to hold the monk's hand while pointing with my other towards the city.
Will you come help us?
I tugged gently, asking the question with foreign words and, hopefully, familiar actions. The lead monk stepped up and laid a hand on the gentle monk's shoulder and murmured something to them. Then the gentle monk stepped toward me. I smiled and let go of their hand. Trust was beginning on both sides. The monk, who we understood as Mirani, talked to the locals to let them know we weren't yet another group of foreigners stealing their sacred stone and vanishing their people. Thanks to the presence of Mirani, tradespeople stepped forward to offer advice about logistics of moving the altar. Within a short time frame, the city was abuzz with the news that friendly foreigners were helping to move the sacred stone back to its rightful place and that the unfriendly foreigners were gone, if temporarily. Rosy cheeks, smiles, enthusiasm I hadn't seen on our previous visit infused each encounter. People were scrambling to help out. We used the jumper to transport the altar stone and its footings from the city to the gorge. A contingent of people had met us back at the gorge along with AJ and Lansbridge. They'd rigged up a wagon of sorts to transport the altar the rest of the way. All in all, it took the better part of a day. It was a leap of faith that restoring the altar would also restore Xander. I don't know why Nathan hadn't pulled us out again to take Xander straight to a hospital. It was relief that I watched as the altar was finally maneuvered through the entryway of the temple. The monks performed a ceremony as a group of large local men and some of our team placed the altar stone back upon its footings atop the sarcophagus. There was no fanfare, no cheering, just a sense of completeness. Then Mirani and the monks brought an unconscious Xander out from the depths of the temple. He wasn't looking any better. They'd kept the oxygen mask and monitor on him. His chest barely moved. His complexion was waxen and gray, and he looked very close to death. They placed Xander atop the altar, then stepped back. A hum vibrated through the temple. I felt static electricity dance across my exposed skin, and it reminded me of that magnetic storm that chased us off Luban 5 last week.
Tony,
I heard Nathan whisper.
Any sign of an incoming storm?
Skies are clear, but I am seeing some increased EM readings.
A streak of lightning flashed across the temple room and caused me to flinch and duck. Most monks didn't move. A couple of the younger ones, like Mirani, looked towards the others with confusion and fear. Of the townspeople who stayed to witness the ritual, only a couple stayed once the lightning began. I could feel the static electricity rise more until I almost felt it in my bones. More lightning burst from the walls and corner and columns, all connecting with the altar and Xander. It was like being inside a plasma ball. It was a storm of electricity inside the temple room. The flashes and hum urged my head and reminded me of the images and narratives Xander Not Xander had pushed into my mind. I didn't know how it all fit into what was now happening. I hoped Xander would recover and would have some answers. The lightning died down, followed by the hum and the electricity in the air. All was quiet and still again. A soft moan from the altar.
I don't feel so good,
Xander said. Nathan sprang into action and called for help to carry Xander back to the jumper.
Tony, power up the jumper and radio Pegasus. We're coming in with Xander.
I did my best to thank the monks and remaining townspeople, grasping Mirani's hand again before following Nathan down the gorge's path. Chapter 16. We were lucky again.
Pegasus was on this side of the main gate. Xander was placed into stasis, and we hoped and prayed he'd last long enough to get to Earth and a hospital. UFA had worked some magic back home. An ambulance was waiting on an empty road outside of Denver as we maneuvered Xander out of the cargo bay doors of the jumper, dust and dirt kicking up in the jumper's roaring engines. By the darkness and emptiness of the highway intersecting the dirt road where we landed, I took it to be late in the night. We received word the next day that Xander was stable, but had suffered oxygen deprivation for an extended time and had symptoms of undernourishment. He'd be quarantined and would be held and observed over the next week, at least. We didn't really know what had happened to him, and everyone on Earth was a bit freaked out by that. Alien viruses and everything. The ship needed another good maintenance and workover, thanks to the dust and EM weirdness of the temple. Tony said he'd seen lightning work its way up the gorge to the jumper and was surprised it hadn't completely fried the jumper. Luck again. I was told, or ordered, to report to medical for a full workup. The nurse practitioner ran every test he knew of, took a dozen vials of blood, and even had me pee in a cup. It was becoming the norm. While Xander no longer visited me, the woman in the green scarf did, along with the nightmares. All of them. By the time Xander returned to work late the next week, I hadn't slept since we'd returned and was running on caffeine pills. There was no email from the Denver therapist when my palm switched back to the UFA Buildings network. Other than fly back to Calgary for sessions with my therapist, I was at a loss of what to do to set things right with the hallucinations and nightmares. Maybe, like the onslaught of the medical tests, I just have to normalize the works. But there was nothing normal about what I'd experienced at the temple on Luban 5. The boundary between reality and what was going on in my head was no longer distinct and recognizable. I desperately wanted to curl up somewhere safe and let my mind process everything that had happened on Luban 5. But the woman in the green headscarf haunted me. She popped out whenever I relaxed and thought I was safe. I was restless, jittery from the caffeine pills, and saw impending danger everywhere. In a fit of frustration late one night, I emailed my Calgary therapist and told him what was going on. The next morning, he emailed back and told me I needed to talk to someone about that woman in the green scarf, and it didn't matter who. That was the one thing I didn't want to do. Couldn't. It'd been 5 years and I just couldn't. Only Larry from PHR knew because he'd been there. And even PHR didn't know. I hadn't been able to talk about it. Xander was enthralled by his alien version of events and was keen to tell all. No one has ever looked at me that way. I was special. We'd yet to have a full debriefing after we'd returned. Nathan had enough to write his report for Director Derek and the client. We were waiting for Xander to return to get into the weeds of what had happened. Today was that day. In the meantime, he'd regaled us every time we visited the hospital. Then this morning, over breakfast, on the way to the conference room, now sitting waiting for the debriefing to begin. Yeah, Xander, was, Cansett snickered. What do you mean, was? I'm still special. 22 languages and counting, he pointed to himself, including Lubanese. I couldn't resist. What did you say to me when we first walked into the temple? Xander replied without hesitation. Don't remember. I shook my head and sipped my third cup of coffee. It was only 7:55 a.m. See? Xander elbowed Lansbridge. That's why we don't remember how we built the pyramids. The aliens took all the knowledge with them when they left. Lansbridge rubbed his bruised ribs. Why would aliens build something like that, then leave? To mess with our minds, man. Lansbridge rolled his eyes. I suppose they had nothing better to do than mess with our oh-so-feeble minds.
Yeah, that's what the gods do. They play human.
Now you're mixing Greek mythology with Egyptian archaeology.
But it's all the same, dude.
Nathan arrived with AJ and Tony on his heels.
Xander, nice to see you back with us and as yourself, Nathan said. Let's start with your experience.
Smiles and joking abruptly dropped.
I don't remember much. It felt like I was being pushed aside. That was after we opened the tomb.
Sarcophagus, I corrected.
Yeah, he acknowledged. I could feel something happen, but couldn't do anything about it.
What do you remember? Nathan prompted.
Feeling weak, like I was going to collapse. Then I saw flashes of memories and I felt strong again. I don't think the memories were mine. They felt foreign.
Tell us.
I saw lots of cities with farmlands.
His gaze went distant.
Then battles. War.
An image flashed into my mind, an image I'd seen before. They were fighting each other, I said.
Who?
Nathan asked. The inhabitants of Luban 5, I replied.
Before the war,
Xander continued, his voice shifting to something unfamiliar.
Many voices, many paths, all led to the temple, to an individual.
He touched his own chest. His tone darkened.
There was war. We were strong. We won. But this individual stopped.
He hesitated, struggling for the right words.
Became dead. A gift was given.
I added, the monks at the time did a ceremony to keep the spirit intact within the temple.
And so the spirit remained, to protect.
I continued. Time passed, then the foreigners came, the UAG. I recognized from the images in my mind. There was no war, no battle, they simply took.
Xander nodded. Vanished many individuals. No more cities. Farmlands empty. Voices silenced.
He spread his hands, then brought them together.
Many times, individuals tried. Many times, individuals failed. That was a time of death and pain. The individuals previous to these.
Xander gestured to something we couldn't see. The monks, I translated as I followed the narrative in my mind. The generations of monks previous to the ones we met.
Yes, they attempted battle. Many powerful individuals became dead. The foreigners discovered this temple and its force. They took the altar to stop another battle.
Was this force in the temple? Nathan asked.
It is knowledge, wisdom, and power,
Xander replied cryptically. I attempted an answer based on what I saw in my mind. It's a conduit or repository for energy. It interacts somehow with the magnetic forces in the environment. The monks used the temple to capture the spirit of the ancestor, to retain that knowledge, and add to the energetic power of the temple. Nathan frowned, as if trying to fit all the pieces together.
How was the ancestor or spirit released and possessed by you, Xander?
I looked to Xander because I was still uncertain about this.
The altar was made to bind, to protect. Without it, the force unravels. When the altar was taken, the bindings weakened. The foreigners did not understand what they did. They took away the seal. This force, this place holds. It is not meant to be scattered.
Why didn't the monks and the townspeople help return the altar to keep everything from being scattered? Lansbridge asked. I answered. They'd seen generations of their kin vanish. They were more afraid of the total extinction than of losing their temple and its power. Cansett muttered. So they were holding the altar hostage to coerce submission. Xander continued.
The foreigners took the altar and built a false temple. Individuals were fearful of this spirit's vengeance. Individuals bargained with the foreigners so that individuals could remain living. They took the stone and made the spirit angry.
Tony spoke.
So, returning the altar had a resolution for many different events, giving peace to the ancestor, returning the force or energy to its unscattered place at the temple, and also allowing the spirit to leave Xander.
Yes, I said. That would be accurate.
Do either of you,
Nathan looked between me and Xander,
know how many UAGs were encamped on Luban 5, and if they called for reinforcements before they died?
Xander and I shook our heads. No clue, I said, and Xander agreed.
So we have no idea if the people of Luban 5 are safe, and if we, or others, would be safe to return.
By the time the briefing ended, I had a killer headache. Plumbing the depths of those images and memories, as they seemed to be, put my brain through the ringer. After the 2-hour debrief, I needed another coffee and some sustenance. I was contemplating visiting the dessert table, but Catherine, Queen of Desserts and all things chocolate, had yet to put out the lunch dessert offerings. Xander slid up to me.
Hey, can did I?
I doctored up my coffee with cream and too much sugar, just the way I liked it. What, Xander? Spit it out. He cleared his throat and leaned in, the scent of his morning routine still lingering.
Did you see or hear me while I was still on Luban 5?
Yep. I tossed the stir stick into the trash. Night and day, your image haunted me. Scared the daylights out of me. Thanks.
Oh.
He shrunk into himself.
Sorry. I was trying to communicate with what or whoever was using my body. I guess it went sideways.
I immediately felt guilty for my words. It's all good. You helped get the message across about the urgency and your need for help. Were you conscious of the communication Pegasus received? He shrugged and grabbed a bottle of juice from the display case.
Kind of. It felt like the spirit or ancestor or whatever was piggybacking on me. Like it saw my memories and was using them somehow. Maybe that's how it figured out about Pegasus and you.
Yeah, I pondered. I'd seriously like to know why me. Got any ideas on that one? I pegged him with a look, but my palm rang and saved him. Good thing, too, because he had a deer caught in the headlights look. Nathan's voice burst out when I answered.
Doc, you're needed in the team conference room.
Fuck. I seriously needed to be alone. My head was pounding, and bringing up all those things in the debriefing had drained me. Things were welling up. I'd been pushing them down every day, sometimes multiple times a day, and my strength was waning. 5 minutes, I replied.
No, now.
The lack of sleep, being on high alert for more hauntings or hallucinations, and having jitters from all the caffeine, was wreaking havoc on my body and mind. I was faltering. I could feel it. I was already making bad decisions. In helping with jumper maintenance yesterday, Tony ushered me off the jumper when I couldn't figure out how to shut the door to the weapons cubby.
Still having problems with doors, Doc?
I could feel a crash coming on. I was going to crater very soon, and I needed to be holed up somewhere when my body insisted on rebooting. Sipping a coffee, I was attempting, once again, to push against the inevitable wave of coma-like rest my body and mind craved. Nathan's call dumped adrenaline into my already exhausted system. My hands were shaking so bad, I had to gulp my coffee so I didn't spill it on the way to the team's conference room. In the conference room, Nathan was sitting with the perfectly coiffed Alexis from the policy unit and the head of the United Free Agents, Mr. Fred Tucker. Mr. Tucker rose immediately and strode forward to shake my hand.
Dr. Marquette, you've made first contact. Congratulations.
I stared blankly across the room. Nathan spun his chair to face me. He could barely contain a smile.
I knew you could do it.
Alexis stood up and sided with Mr. Tucker. "We'd like to offer you a promotion," she said. "A promotion with a raise, of course. Doctor, we'd like you to come work with our diplomatic team and oversee the missions." Again, my gaze shifted back to Nathan. He was no longer glowing with pride. I watched as he momentarily blanched, then forced a smile at me. I gulped down my disbelief and held out my hand to both officials. "I'm honored. I'll have to think on it, though. May I have 24 hours? Tucker continued to beam, sweaty red in his business suit and tie. Of course, whatever you'd like, Doctor." Tucker exited the conference room. Alexis held out her hand to shake. Her hand wasn't warm, and neither were her blue-gray eyes. I didn't regret not having a drink with her that night at the volleyball match. In fact, I was kind of grateful it hadn't happened. If I hadn't had that previous experience with Alexis, I might have considered the current offer. She looked beautiful and perfect on the outside. Inside, she was a self-centered, ladder-climbing, cold-hearted bitch. She reminded me of my mother. My only regret was sharing a building with her. 24 hours, Doctor." She turned. "Congratulations on a successful mission, Nathan." She held her hand out to Nathan. Nathan was rigid as he accepted her hand. The handshake was brief, her hand limp in his firm one. Alexis left. I turned to leave as well. I really needed to hole up somewhere, but got as far as the threshold. "Elise." I stepped back, one foot still on the threshold. "I'd understand if you accepted the offer. I would." For the first time since I'd met him, Nathan avoided my eyes. I nodded. Yes, I did understand. "I'm not you," I said, the last dregs of adrenaline seeping from my veins. I got 3 steps outside the conference room, not even halfway down the corridor. My coffee cup dipped and fell. My knees buckled, and I slumped against the wall. The woman with the scarf on her head stood on the opposite side of the hallway and watched me. "I'm sorry," left my mouth, something I hadn't had a chance to say to her all those years ago. Arms were suddenly around me. A calming voice, a warm body supported me as I was led back to my quarters. Inside my room, it seemed the dam finally broke. Sobs gushed out of me. I didn't know a human body could hold that much snot and tears. I shook. I quaked. A torrent rose out of me, and I only remember solid warmth surrounding me as it all poured out. At one point, I remember red-hot rage welling up. I pressed back, fought, attempted to extricate myself from the warmth. I didn't want it, didn't deserve it, but it held me fast. I'd failed again, so I surrendered and let the sobs overtake me yet again. I woke up curled under the blankets in my room at UFA. I fumbled around the blankets, searching for my palm. "It's 9:20, I heard behind me. Shit. I was really hoping I'd been delusional, that I'd imagined it all. I really didn't want to face who I knew was behind me, everything he'd witnessed, and everything that had been bottled up inside me for far too long. I wanted to hide it all inside that closet that now seemed to be a good deal emptier than yesterday. "Grab a shower. Take your time. I'll be back in 30 with some food." I took the entire 30 minutes. I was weak as a day-old kitten. You'd think the shower would be cleansing. Instead, it seemed to unleash everything still left. And there was a bit left. Everything I'd held inside. The war, my mother's death, losing my dream job. It was beyond articulation. Incredibly, more tears started, and I stood, water pouring over me, as it erupted again. Through the water, I thought I heard my name, but the water drowned everything out. My stomach cramped, everything dissolved, and I felt the tiles under my palms and knees. Cool air, a towel wrapped around me, then nothingness. I woke again. I was naked but tucked safely under the blankets. Somewhere, my mind registered the embarrassment of what was happening to me. Somewhere else from my mind, a "so what" shot back. There was very little room or energy left in me to care. I was spent and very wary that the tidal wave of emotion would erupt again, sending me spinning and uncontrollable. However, I was aware that time had passed. I turned over. The room was empty. I didn't know if I was relieved or disappointed. I pushed myself up and wrapped a blanket around my body. Emptiness permeated my being. My head was foggy. A cloche sat on my desk. I lifted it and found a sandwich. Tuna. I silently thanked Nathan and stuffed it into my mouth. The bread was hardening. It had been sitting for a while, but I didn't care. Next to the dome, my palm had been plugged into a portable charger. My screen lit up with an incoming message. Back at 1820 with more food. It was Nathan. It was now just before 6. I toggled into my missed messages and found 5 more similar ones. We'll check in at 1640. Earlier still, gone for food, back at 13:15. It seems he'd been keeping up his vigil all day, never knowing when I'd wake. A soft knock sounded on my door. Before I could walk to the door, it opened. A shorter, stockier man with glasses and long gray hair pulled back in a ponytail abruptly stopped in the doorway. "Oh, sorry, Elise. I didn't know if you'd be awake. I'm Dr. Vasquez. I'm a therapist. Psychiatrist, actually. Nathan asked me to drop by and bring some medication." I retreated inside the dark room and turned on the lamp by the bed. "What kind of medication?" I sat on the bed and snuggled the blankets around me. Dr. Vasquez accepted the invitation to enter and shut the door. "Just something that allows you to function. Working through grief when you're away from home isn't something conducive to true healing." "Is that what this is?" "Grief, yes." Dr. Vasquez took up a seat in a chair that had been pulled out from the desk. "Nathan told me your mom died shortly before you came to work with UFA." "We weren't close." A gentle smile washed over the doctor's face. "It doesn't matter. She was part of your life. We can grieve any kind of loss, even the loss of something or someone we didn't want in our life. It is the monumental change that can rock us, rather than missing someone we love." "When does it stop?" "Some say never. It just becomes part of your life and you learn to move on." "Well, that sucks." "I had a look at your medical file before I came in. Are you menstruating regularly?" I nodded. "Mood swings?" I nodded again, remembering beach volleyball, the sandpits, and me beating the shit out of a punching bag. "Hot flashes?" This time I shook my head, but said, "Night sweats." Another gentle smile. "You might be having perimenopausal symptoms, all exacerbated by grief, the stress of a new job, and the reappearance of PTSD symptoms. A lovely little perfect storm." It all made sense. The red rages that were hot and incinerating. The inability to think of nothing except sex sometimes. Then the blink of an eye mood swings to sobbing myself into a snotty mess. Like now. "I'll just leave these here, shall I?" He placed a bubble pack of tablets on the desk. "They are low-level antidepressants. Nothing addictive. They will stabilize some of the emotion you're experiencing. They will also help you sleep." He looked meaningfully at me, and I wondered how often the UFA grapevine reported back to Nathan regarding my nighttime ritual at the gym. "I have booked you in for a series of appointments with Rhonda Fedirchuk." I rolled my eyes. If Rhonda doesn't suit, I recommend finding someone else.
I'm trying, I said, the sense of powerlessness creeping back into my body. I don't know anyone in Denver, and no one is returning my request to book an appointment. He paused. I didn't know if he was assessing if I was telling the truth or how bad my condition was.
Let me check my schedule. I might be able to squeeze you in until you find someone else. Would that work for you?
Relief poured through me. I nodded.
You will be on light duties until I provide clearance, Vasquez countered. I suggest you make the most of your time.
He rose and left me in the dim room, contemplating my state of mind that I would grieve a woman who made my life miserable and not a father that had shown me happiness and acceptance. No wonder I thought I was better off out in the field working with dead people and away from civilization. I swallowed one of the tablets Dr. Vasquez had left and had another shower. My hair was a rat's nest, and it took half a bottle of conditioner to tame it. I had just finished getting dressed and groomed when a soft knock came on the door. Nathan entered without waiting for me to open the door. He was carrying a tray with something on it that smelled really good.
Hey, I met Vasquez in the hall. He said you were awake, so I went back and got something hot. And some chocolate.
Thank you. I thought I was thanking him for the food and chocolate, but I heard something deeper in my own words. He turned fully to me.
It's the least I could do.
No, you didn't have to.
Yeah, I did.
He looked away then, and I was hit with the notion he appeared ashamed.
I need to apologize.
I shook my head and frowned, not understanding.
I manipulated you into going back to Luban 5.
A trickle of dread started weaving its way around my heart. What do you mean?
Before we left, I called into question your competence and ability to do the job. I knew this would push you. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry.
The message from Luban 5. In the conference room after the guys had left. Nathan sat me down and told me he thought I was high risk. He doubted me. He'd made me doubt myself. Suddenly, I couldn't look at him.
Lancebridge was pretty close when he said it wouldn't look good for us to fail our first mission. We were getting pressure from the client for pulling out that second time. I think the only reason they didn't question the first time was because there was blood and injury on our team.
Did Derek and Tucker pressure you?
No, but I could see they were getting antsy.
He tried to catch my eyes, but I moved back to the bed and busied myself with straightening the covers.
I don't doubt your abilities. I never have. If anything, I pushed because I thought you could handle it.
I snorted.
Guess you got that wrong.
Hands gripped my shoulders and turned me around. He bent and forced me to look at him.
I know, and I'm sorry. All of this,
he lifted his chin to my bed.
It's my fault. It won't happen again.
I shook my head, realization coming in thick, uncomfortable waves. No, I sat on the bed. Some of this is mine.
What do you mean?
He swiveled my desk chair and sat. I have a history with manipulation.
Family? He asked.
I nodded.
That's pretty shitty. You have my solemn promise I won't do it again. If you find me or anyone on the team or in UFA is doing that to you, you have my full support to kick the shit out of them.
A bark of laugh escaped my throat, and I looked at him. It got quiet then. The air in the room grew thick, like a month ago, standing in this room. His eyes bored into mine, seeking, seeing right down to my depths. But this time, he wasn't pushing. This was him. He was laying it all out for me. It was up to me whether to do something about it. He was allowing me to make the choice. If only men knew how being vulnerable slayed a woman's heart. It was right up there with ballroom dancing and reading a book in bed.
I would have thrown myself at Nathan right then and there if he'd said all this whilst wearing a three-piece suit. I'm not used to—
Hey, it's okay. I get it. You don't need to say anything. I fucked up and you suffered for it. I need to live with that. And it's up to you whether to trust me not to do it again. That's your choice. And I hope I can regain anything I've lost with you.
I left his words hanging because I didn't know what to say to him. This was uncharted waters. Very few people in my life held themselves accountable for their own behavior. There were very few people in the world I trusted. I wanted to trust Nathan, but he was right. He'd fucked up. I honestly didn't know if I was capable of trusting him, mostly because I didn't know if I was capable of trusting myself, because until recently, I'd been the one letting people get the better of me. The chair squeaked as he got up and pushed it back under the desk. I'm not going to accept the offer, I heard myself say. He froze.
Maybe wait to give an answer. I'll let them know you're still thinking.
No, I'm not going to take it. Not my cup of tea. I'll be bored out of my head.
But fieldwork, you're okay with that?
I'm okay with that. I felt the tatters of my raw soul flailing about and didn't know if I was up for this, for fieldwork, for trusting him, for trusting me.
Can you—
He tried.
Do you want to talk?
I curled into myself, arms hugging tight. No, it's too much.
Okay.
Nathan sat again.
It took me several years to clear out all my shit. Some of it was, well, it was really tough to talk through, but talking through it helped. I was in a bad place until I started talking about it.
I already told the therapist in Calgary and Tel Aviv about the war, I said. I don't understand why it's still— I don't know.
There's something still eating at you. I don't know what it is, and I don't care. All I know is that you're holding on to something and that something is holding you back. Look.
Nathan finally averted his eyes, and I felt equal parts relief and isolation without his stare.
I know shit is tough. Just don't keep it in. When you need someone to listen, let me know. No judgment, no comment. Just an ear, okay? You let me know.
I nodded, feeling another wave of primal emotion welling up again. He was being too nice, too understanding. I was so much better at battling the assholes and idiocy. Lobbing grenades of sarcasm from behind thick walls was easy. It was much tougher to defend against the smiles and charms because I didn't know when it was real.
Okay.
He rose and pointed to the cooling plate of food.
Eat and sleep. I'll come around tomorrow morning. Take your meds. Can you do that?
I nodded again, unwilling to take a chance with words. The next week was blurry. I walked outside a lot, taking in the similarities and differences between the Colorado Rockies and the Alberta Rockies. Same mountain range, different latitude. This was exhibited in differences in vegetation and the density of the forest surrounding the building. I'd thought of looking for an apartment, but it definitely wasn't the right time for that. Even Curtis agreed. However, I still spent the weekend at his place because it was a change of scenery. Most of my time was spent reading, helping the team do their jobs, and going to sessions with Dr. Vasquez on Fridays and Mondays. Curtis was allowed to leave early on Friday and come to UFA late, so I could meet with Vasquez twice a week. At first, I thought that needing a psychiatrist meant I was on the verge of a psychotic break. Not that I hadn't been thinking that already. I'd only ever dealt with psychologists before, so it was interesting to see the differences in practice and knowledge. It was also nice that I didn't need to do a separate visit to a family doctor for meds. My training schedule had been reduced, and sleeping was becoming a new hobby. I didn't know how draining just living and breathing could be. I did manage one proactive and constructive thing, though. I emailed Theo, copying Sebastian, and told him I wanted to be bought out of the share of Mom's estate. If this didn't happen by a date I conveniently plucked out of the air, I would seek legal counsel. I'm sure Curtis could help with that. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for UFA to request repayment of my therapy sessions in Calgary, for Nathan to want an anthropology lesson for the team, for someone to demand something of me because I'd outstayed my welcome. They'd invested in me, and now they wanted a return on that investment. But nothing happened. There wasn't even a suggestion of payback. Curtis, Marnie, and I watched the late afternoon intramural volleyball match. Team Ferrer versus one of the lab teams. It was close, but Team Ferrer won. They were a well-oiled machine, taking nonverbal cues from each other and knowing each other's weaknesses. It was nice to watch. Would I one day be part of Team Ferrer on the court? I wasn't sure. Catherine, Queen of Desserts and all things chocolate, paused on her way to the parking lot. Tomorrow is Cheesecake Day. We usually have a choice of toppings. What would you like? If this wasn't preferential treatment, I didn't know what was. I liked it. Chocolate sauce and fresh blueberries, please. Curtis held up a finger. Can I? But Catherine stopped him with her palm. No, until you do something nice for me, the suggestion box is closed. She gave me a small smile, then spun on her heel and walked away. Marnie stared at Curtis. What did you do to her? Curtis deflated. I tried to get her tickets to the theater and it backfired. There was a story there I needed to hear, but Tony and Xander had spotted me across the crowd of spectators. Well done, I called and rose, ready to return their high fives. Instead, they tackled me and I found myself the recipient of a sweaty hug sandwiched between the two. And I didn't find it nearly as repulsive as I should have. As the teams shook hands and the crowd dispersed, I caught Nathan's eye and nodded. I hugged Curtis. I'll see you tomorrow. Then watched as his Jeep drove out of the parking lot along with many others. I sat on the picnic table near the fire pit and tiki bar and waited. Hardly anyone at UFA smoked. The recreation area emptied. Others went inside for supper. I sat and looked across the valley at Denver in the distance. Crunching in the gravel behind me, the picnic table creaked as Nathan sat beside me. We sat for a while in silence, listening to each other breathe, the sound of vehicles in the parking lot lessening. He was sweaty from the volleyball game, and I was reminded of how intoxicating I found his scent that first day we met, sitting in the Humvee next to each other. I brought my head back to the present and dug down for some courage to get me through this. I had been hired by PHR to work in the warehouse where they laid out the dead, I began. Just coordinating the tags with photos and personal items. Nothing too strenuous or that required a lot of responsibility, and nothing that had me dealing with guns and bombs in action. Larry, my boss, came in one day and said they needed help with a possible mass grave. I was the only one available, so I was nominated. We drove a couple hours past the Kazakhstan border with a truck full of body bags, cameras, and mapping equipment. Jets were flying over really low, and we were seeing overturned vehicles in the distance. Larry had problems with his GPS, and I remember him telling us that the Russians were somehow jamming satellite signals. We were in rural China, and I was so scared. Something could happen to us, and no one would ever know. We eventually found the site an informant had said was a possible mass grave. There were a bunch of civilians already there, digging. It was a bit of a low area, maybe a ditch. There were maybe 4 or 5 of them, but they were pretty intense. I couldn't tell if it was a gravesite, but they seemed to think it was. We could only dig to find out. I tried my very limited Kazakh. Nothing. My Mandarin wasn't great. It still isn't. I didn't even know if that's what they were speaking. It may have been some dialect. I don't know. I just know we weren't getting any message across. They wouldn't give up and kept making signs for us to go away. There was a woman. She was crying and keening and digging. She was nearly frantic. I really wanted to help. I went back to the truck to get the shovels, thinking that if they see the shovels, they'll know we were there to help, to dig out their loved ones. And things suddenly went to shit. Next thing I knew, they'd bashed Larry over the head with one of the shovels and were threatening me. Larry was unconscious at the bottom of the ditch, blood gushing out of his head. I tried to make myself look as unthreatening as possible, but they still came at me. One of the guys had taken off. The others were shouting and waving their arms. I didn't know what was going on. The woman was in a frenzy, pointing and shouting. Her hands were bloody. She kept digging with her hands in that rough, rocky ground. She had a scarf on her head, a green scarf with little red flowers. I remember her hands around my neck, then the gunshot, and then people running. I don't remember looking down, seeing her lying on the same ground she'd been digging. I remember the gun dropping from my hands. There was no investigation. Larry reported that we'd been ambushed by Chinese guerrilla soldiers who didn't know who we were. He said I'd acted in self-defense. The only thing I know is that that woman was trying to find her loved ones. She would have dug. My voice hitched. She'd have dug out that entire ditch looking for her loved ones. The words spilled out of my mouth. Outside of Larry, I'd never told anyone what had happened. He'd covered for me in so many ways. Too many ways. He was the reason I got the job at Tel Aviv University. Maybe he was the reason I got this job. She was the reason I went into therapy after the war. We were required to do 4 sessions. I did 10. That woman haunted me day and night. I kept seeing that scarf, that woman. Therapy helped, and until now. I saw her the night after we'd been in the ritual chamber with the Luban monks. She's back and she won't leave me alone. Amazingly, no tears came, but that's because I knew it wasn't everything. It seemed Nathan did too. Tell me, he said quietly. Only 2 words, but they meant everything. Tell me, and only me, those words seemed to say. Within that envelope of air, sitting on that picnic table as evening grew in the Colorado mountain air around us, words were an attempt at trust. I steadied myself. Things would change after the words were said. Saying them would make real everything I'd been holding on to. Those things, those resentments, the anger and despair, the despondency. Everything would change and I didn't know who I was without those things. Was I ready for this? Was I ready for life after breathing these words into the air? What that woman did, it was more than my mother could have ever done for me. A piercing pain straight through my heart ricocheted through me. This was a truth that had floated beneath the surface for most of my life. I just never wanted to admit it. But things had changed. I had waited by her side until she died, but she never became the person I needed her to be. Nathan sat with me and said nothing for a long time. When he spoke, his words seemed to meld with the evening air, a sound as natural as the rustling leaves in the breeze. I knew what had happened, the real story. The words jolted me. I made some inquiries before we interviewed you, he admitted. However, I didn't know to what extent that incident impacted you or why, only that it did. I hired you over everyone else because I suspected you had PTSD. Very few people could go through that and not. I was too numb from my catharsis to really hear what he was saying, but somehow my body heard him. PTSD, like any hardship, has the potential to make us better, stronger. I wanted to make sure you were seen and not your trauma. I wanted you to have the chance you needed to be the better version of you. He sighed. That's also why I pushed you. Let's tack that up to getting to know each other, shall we? His voice took on a deep resonance, impassioned. I know you can do this. You just need some support to get there. You need to know that you're on my team, and that means I got you. No matter what, I got you. Tremors of relief rippled through me. Tears erupted, and I was suddenly curled into myself, sobbing. An arm wrapped around me and held me as the shame and the past let go. This is Yvonne Chorlin. Thank you for listening to The Main Gate, an Elise Marquette adventure. Copyright 2025, all rights reserved. This was a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidences are either the product of the author's imagination or used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. Please leave a rating or review at Goodreads or BookBub or wherever you purchase this book. Please also check out my other works, including The Reluctant Archaeologist, the first in the Elise Marquette Adventures, the Fate series, or my upcoming memoir. I hope you enjoy.